Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to Silverstone for the second round of the 24H Series Esports Championship in 2025. This is the Abruzzi 6 hours of Silverstone, here live on RaceSpotTV with you until tonight, when we know the names of our three class winners in our second round of our championship. Myself, Fiona Leary, and David Haynes will take you through the first half of this race, and it's great to be back on this series once again. On the back of two class wins for Grid and Go in the 992 and GT4 categories, and a Simify Esports victory overall. We come to Silverstone, David, for round number 2 of our championship.
Some slight amendments to the calendar as we've gone along, but it all began at Barcelona. Here we are at Silverstone. Not long to wait until the 6 hours of Misano, and 6 hours of Mugello, 6 hours of Monza, and the 12 hours of Sebring was going to be in December, but it kind of got moved a little bit to January 10th. Always a great series, always top level sports car competition. Can't wait to see what 6 hours brings us from Silverstone and what the teams do about it, how they battle, and what strategies we see unfold.
Yeah, it's just been pushed into 2026, but yeah, same great racing will remain all the way throughout. As we saw last time out at Barcelona, Simify Esports took the victory. Slight upset, I would say, with Grid and Go definite favourites in all of the categories. And it's those two teams, by the way, live in qualifying 1 and 2 again. Falcon Sim Racing team joined them on the podium with Impulse and the other Simify car joining them in the top 5. Shezzy Esport was 6th ahead of 07 Racing, the other Grid and Go car, number 1. It's never really recovered from its first half problems. SimRC and Adidas Racing by WSR rounded out the top 10 in GT3. There were 15, of course, who got points all the way down, but very minor points indeed. In 992, it was more like the script. Grid and Go took 1 and 2 on that occasion, ahead of Impulse, who were on the podium as well. Carlisle Esports and Delta Sports Sim Shop in the top 5, ahead of Harvu. Fast Repair Motorsports 7th, ahead of Williams Sim Racing Academy, maybe slightly a bit further down than they'd have expected in 8th. Wizards Esports and Team Checkmate Wallach Group were in the top 10 at the end of the race. 14 finishes in 992 with Sim Race Sweden retiring earlier. In GT4, Grid and Go Esports won there as well. Ahead of Team 75 Bernard by SimRC. It's really going to be between those two this season. I find it was a very close race last time. Williams Sim Racing Academy were 3rd ahead of Impulse Racing, with Altitude Freedom Esports White running out the top 5. The other Team 75 car was 6th, ahead of Arati Esports. Samantha Tamwood of Racing were 8th, ahead of Instinct Mechanic Racing. Pike from Beach Racing rounded out the top 10, with all 15 point scorers getting to the finish in GT4 as well. We've got very large classes in this season of the 24H Series Esports Championship, because there is no TCR class like we've had in all of the previous championships that we've held in this series. And in the real world, the 24H Series calendar has been visiting Silverstone since 2016, a few years off in between times, but normally we see a 24-hour race around here at Silverstone. In the real world, the real 24H Series Esports Championship, but it's not the case here today. Just a 6-hour. I find it difficult to see how it's going to be too much different to what we saw at Barcelona, but I very much enjoyed the first round of the championship at Barcelona, I've got to say, a few weeks ago. So it should be some of the same good racing, really. Obviously, with the few obvious differences between this circuit and the one down in Spain. The slightly higher speed nature, you'd say, of this one. Maybe bringing a few different manufacturers into play and taking a few others out of the equation slightly.
Yeah, curbs, track limits, slowdown penalties, incident points, I think are all a far more important talking point here at Silverstone than it was at round 1. I've seen plenty of GT racing here lately where modern GT3 cars can clamber all over these curbs, but race control frowns upon it. So in a 6-hour race where you need to limit your incident points and off tracks that you pick up, and of course you want to avoid slowdown penalties, can be a bit of work.
Really, those will be the stories of the day, rather. And so we just get towards the end of the qualifying session. Grid and Go Esports look like they're going to take pole here. It's hard to see how they're going to be beaten, really, from this late point in the session. Still got a few drivers and teams actually out there on the circuit. Still a couple of minutes left on the timer, actually, but yeah, they should be finishing up now.
Checkered flag for GT3 qualifying is out and has been for a minute.
Okay, yeah, there we go. So that's the end of qualifying. I guess the surprise in GT3 qualifying, we'll go through the grid when we get to the race, but number one Grid and Go Esports car is all the way down in 10th place. Now, we saw them have early problems at Barcelona, which rather restricted their finishing position, and they only managed 8th, despite pace that probably would have had them higher up than that. And it's not a great start to the day that they're so far down straight away either.
No, and GT3 is the class with the most cars in it. You spoke about each class is a little bit more populated. Now we're streamlined down to 3 classes, but still with 60 teams on circuit. I haven't done an exact tally of how many drivers that's going to mean, but somewhere between 120 and 180. You'd imagine it is going to be a big race. It is going to be a busy racetrack when we get underway.
Certainly is, and that's the whole point, I suppose, of the 24H Series Esports Championship. It's a busy series, and it reflects in some sense the real life series that has so many entrants to it as well. This though is the starting grid ready for the Abruzzi 6 hours of Silverstone this afternoon, and it's Dino Lombardi who's taken the pole for Grid and Go Esports in that Mustang. In fact, Mustangs mobbed the front after locking out the podium in the opening race of the season. They're now locking up the first 2 rows of this grid as well. Simify on the opposite side, on the outside, with Lucas Perez and Mark Perez. Jonas Rutten's on the other side for Falcon Sim Racing Team. It's the same team names as well up towards the front. WSR Esports and Adidas Racing by WSR are sharing row 3, on all McLaren 3rd row. BS Competition have qualified in 7th place, best of the BMWs, with Lorenzo Castellani for 07 Racing in 8th. Daniel Sommer and Johan Royer round out the top 10. I apologise for that. Johan Royer rounds out top 10. Rafael Renhofer and Baujas Pallet are then on row 6. 13th place for Williams Sim Racing Academy with Racing Lab Esports powered by Ford in 14th place. M&J Downfalls 15th of 07 Racing. Impulse Racing and Fastlane RT share row 9. Maniti Racing and Mag Performance 24H Series Mark Calver qualifies top 20. Adam Wright and Ricardo Lamogli share row 11, head of Augustin Tolashi for TC Esports and Timothy Fried Larsen 24th. That is your GT3 grid, although Altitude Frame Esports did not set a time in that qualifying session. Gnosso Tastelen has taken pole in the Grid and Go Esports car, looking out the front row there alongside Roger Frederick Christensen. Hugo Allen and Konrad Zerabik are then on row 2, head of Vince Peters and Krista Anderson. They're sharing row 3. It is then a bit further down, Tobias Olsen, Ice Cold Racing, ahead of Carlar Esports on row 4. Rafael Stoczek and Thomas Rostek for Impulse and Wizards Esports are rounding out the top 10. Simrace Sweden will hope to get to the finish today. Isak Arvidsson starting that car today alongside the Byte car. Then it's Fast Repair Motorsport and Gladius Competitions rounding out the 14992s. All should score points as long as they get to the end. And Grid and Go Esports take the pole as well in GT4. They're ahead of Williams Sim Racing Academy with Zenith Esports and Team 75 Bernard by SimLC sharing row 2. Corentin Guine might be a little bit disappointed with 4th place, but it's not too far away. Arete Esports and Samantha Tan Racing Esports, the World of Racing share row 3. Luciano Vitford in the 6th place there. Not necessarily learning his trade in iRacing, but it's becoming a very good iRacing driver indeed. Thomas Marks Burgess and William Humphrey share row 4 and have Jack Osborne and Dennis Grabowski an altitude row 5. Pike from Beat Racing and Instinct Mechanic Racing are on row 6 together. 13th place is Impulse Racing and RD Simsport with Tom Euler and Remy Fortin sharing row 8, a little bit further down. Thomas Enger Sim Racing are alongside Team Checkmate Simline with Fury Simsport, the final team to set a time. Fiercely Forward Pink also set a time as well, 20th place. Oh, sorry, didn't set a time, I should say, that they will start from 20th, a bit further down. And that is your grid, as you mentioned, 60 cars on it. Before anybody mentions why I didn't turn my phone off, that's a UK-wide thing that I'm sure people watching this may have experienced as well. But anyway, 60 cars in the field.
It's a national alert to tell people to turn RaceSpot on.
If only it was, yes. Apparently it's only a life-threatening situation. No, it's just a test. Anyway, it's 60 cars in the field. You put an interesting note, David, in our commentary chat about where some of those who didn't qualify might end up starting, though, although we don't know yet until they actually get onto the grid in a moment.
Yeah, I'm wrong, because we were counting down at the end of the qualifying session, but then as they go to the race, it has reorganised the grid, and I was worried that Altitude Free Esports GT3 car without a qualifying time would start to the rear of the whole grid behind the Cup cars and the GT4s, but as we've gone to gridding up behind the pace car, it has grouped everyone by class, and the number 12 Altitude Free Esports GT3 will start 25th outright as the last GT3 car, but ahead of the other classes.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to throw you under the bus. I didn't realise that they'd sorted that. So
we're both learning.
Yeah. 60 cars will grid up then, and not many of them have just yet, as that process has just begun now on the back straight, and they'll have that rather short formation lap to bring themselves to the green. Track temperature is just at 30 degrees centigrade at the moment. That's 86 Fahrenheit for those watching in that part of the world that use Fahrenheit here today. Getting towards the end of summer now, really, and so the conditions starting to cool off just a little bit. Wonder what it means though for 992 tyre strategy. That's the big talking point here, really. Everybody else in GT4 and GT3 take tyres every time, and that's fine, but for the 992s it's a little bit more complicated than that.
Yeah, and I've loaded into the iRacing session with my Porsche 911 GT3 Cup 992, and I've only got 75% of my fuel tank capacity. So I'm going to have to stop more often, and as I stop more often, I've got decisions to make about, do I leave these sets of tyres on to double stint them to 90 minutes with a clockwise circuit, a lot of loaded right-hand corners here. Am I changing left-hand side tyres? Think about turn 1, Stowe corner, Copse corner, long corners like Luffield and Stowe. Your left-hand side tyres do take quite a beating here around Silverstone, where a lot of the corners are medium speed and there are a significant number of long straights. The Hamilton Straight, which is the pit straight, the Wellington Straight, the old pit straight, and here on the hangar straight where we look now.
There's plenty of those long flat out sections, and therefore plenty of chances for overtakes as well at the end of them as the pace car now pulls away. Look at that, 60 cars in the field all lined up on the hangar straight here, and with not a very long formation lap before they get things underway here for the Abruzzi 6 Hours of Silverstone. This is round 2 of the 24H Series Esports Championship in 2025, and everybody does get onto the grid in time, so they will all start from the racetrack. It's going to be gridandgo.com Esports and Dina Lombardi who brings them to the green. Second place to the team who are starting alongside them here in this race. They will wait until they get to the Hamilton Straight here in a moment to get things underway. So come round the final corner now. Dina Lombardi will soon be in control of this field and ready to set us underway for round number 2 of our championship. The 6 Hours of Silverstone set to get underway as the green
drums for Hyperion.
And Lombardi immediately pulls into the racing line and leads the field. Simify Esports second, and then Falcon. Top 3 seem to be okay off the start, but Hyperion Racing have dropped down to the very back of the field. I think they've got underway though before they've reached the 992s, which is a good thing for everybody. Through the first section for the first time. Do they all get through this very slow speed third and fourth corner cleanly? It looks like they do in GT3. We know the tyre warm-up phase a lot more difficult these days in these GT3s, but it looks like everybody's got through cleanly.
We had a crash for Hyperion Racing and Adam Wright exiting the final corner, so they spun around, hit the inside of the pit wall, but got going again before the other classes came around to the start. Everyone's still struggling with that tyre temperature, and we're side by side so deep through the field here.
So many side by side all the way down, but the top 5 or so have gotten single filed out. It's 7th place, the first battle between WSR Esports and Grid and Go, you can see the Mustang on the outside of that McLaren on the way towards Copse Corner. Side by side between SimRC there and Sezi Esports as well. Bowser's Pala on the outside line of that other Mustang, and there's a bit more contact here as they try and follow through. Racing Lab Esports trying to follow through on the way towards Maggots and Beckett's. This is down in the GT4 class where it looks like they've started cleanly as well, although Zenith Esports are a few seconds off the back of the pack. I wonder whether Jome Dalmas's Torres has had some trouble to begin with here.
Yeah, there is a lot of damage on the 456. They've got a mechanical black flag and their race is not off to a great start.
It's not ideal for Zenith, unfortunately. As these GT4s get themselves underway, the top 6 or so getting clear. Altitude Frame Esports and Denis Grabowski in 7th place, trying to just plug that gap for the moment. So we've got another driver actually dropping through the field, quite a number of drivers dropping through the field, I think in GT3 at the moment, unless that was just my eyes. I think Hyperion Racing actually just losing a position actually further down, and that's wasn't too much of a problem in that case for them. M&J Downforce and Impulse Racing exchange positions again and again, but out front, Grid and Go lead in the overall field, and 992 and GT4, as you can see here, side by side, just in towards Stowe Corner, between Samantha Town Racing and Arati Esports for 3rd position, but there is the overall lead. Nearly a second over Simplify, who are chasing in 2nd and 3rd.
Yeah, contact in turn 4. So one of the Sezi Mustangs went around. It's always tempting. You go through the right-hand hairpin and then you got to get back over to the right-hand side of the road for the next left-hand corner. So tempted to try to jump down the inside of another car there.
Very much is. There is the officially a second now for Tino Lombardi. It's gone off to a very good start indeed. Further back in the pack, there's plenty of nose to tail going on, especially from 3rd place downwards. No, to be fair, that Simify car is a bit clear in the podium place as well. It's really from Lucas Prada, who's actually got up to 4th place. There's been a couple of moves around the field. Vulcan's sim racing team have definitely lost a couple of places. Jonas Rutten qualified 3rd and is now already down to 6th. And Itis Racing by WSR have gotten ahead, and BS Competition as well have made up a couple of places in the BMW. Look at the break in the field there, by the way. Top 10 clear of the rest, and 11th on back, or a long way back. I wonder whether it is there where we've seen big trouble in the opening part of this race.
Well, there's plenty of places racing wheel to wheel that you can get yourself in trouble. You've got these massive red sausage curbs. You've got a lot of places where the track limits are strictly enforced. So Jonas Rutten got himself one at one point from 4th place, lost a couple of spots. I think that was running wide out of Copse. It's one of a few tracks where you can get a slowdown penalty, not just from cutting the inside of corners, but from running too wide out of the exit of corners like Copse, like Stowe, where opening up the runoff on the outside of the corner could also gain you a lot of time.
In the 992 Cup class, we've got GridandGo.com Esports leading the way 1 and 2. Ganasso Tastelin and Roger Fredstad Christensen, the drivers there for those two teams, 901 and 900. They finished 1 and 2 at Barcelona, don't forget. And are off to a flying start here as well. Team Checkmate World Group are in 3rd place, ahead of Delta Sports Sim Shop at 3rd and 4th. Team Checkmate Wallet Group only finished in 10th place. It's a marked improvement for them. And in Delta Sports Sim Shop rounded out the top 5 at Barcelona as well. So both improvements there. The other team on the podium on the first day were Impulse Racing. They're down in 9th place to begin with. Rafael Stolcek is exactly where he qualified, and that is back in the pack, needing to make up positions. Not far behind Christian Anderson on the way down in towards Brooklands this time. Has a little peak to the inside, I think, there, but I don't think quite was able to get the move done. So things settle down in these first 5 minutes, and they generally do in these brief moments before we get to the proper traffic where the real race begins.
The calm before the storm, thus goes the expression. Each class begins to spread out a little bit more. They find their own little bit of real estate, and then before too long, your GT3 leader and a whole pack behind them is bearing down on the tail of the GT4 field. difference in pace. Relatively significant around here, I'd say, because of all of those medium and high-speed corners we talked about. That's where the GT3 cars are so much quicker than a GT4 car, or indeed a Cup car. Not so much in a straight line or even in like grip out of the slow corners. The GT4 cars are pretty good, but medium speed corners, high speed corners, the GT3 cars with their massive wide tyres, their sophisticated development and their significantly more downforce. In qualifying trim, that looks like about 11, 12, 13 seconds a lap faster than GT4s.
Yeah, it's a significant gain that they have in the between the classes. Sorry. Williams Sim Racing Academy, speaking of GT4, getting a very good run here out of Chapel, and you wonder whether they're going to go for the move or whether they're going to try and push the Cayman away from the rest of the field. It looks like they want to try and line this one out. So yes, GreenandGo.com Esports have got an ally now in the Williams Sim Racing Academy car, pushing them down the hangar straight. They don't want to drag this into a leading battle just yet because it's so early on in this race, down towards the final chicane. Another look down the inside, but no chance to go through there. That maybe is a sign what we're going to see here from this first stint of the race from the leaders in GT4.
And they've all got to be so careful with those track limits again. You saw everyone's just trying to keep some tyres on the black and white curves on the exit of Stowe. Same for the exit of the final corner just there. There's even a slowdown out there, but you don't normally struggle with that final little kink. It is corners like Stowe and Cops. But if you're trying to battle side by side through that final sequence of corners, which we might see happen, particularly through traffic, got to exercise some caution there. Don't use up all of your tickets too early in this 6-hour race vis-a-vis off tracks, slowdowns, etc.
By side, just out of the first sector. Between those two Caymans, running down the Wellington straight now, it is Thomas Mox Burgess trying to make the move on Ben Langford for fourth position. Really deep on the brakes there on the inside from Burgess, who tries to edge out Langford on the outside but can't quite do it. Now it's a reversal as he is shoved to the outside. He's got to be careful as William Humphrey in the background tries to just shove his nose in there in the Mercedes. Couldn't quite do it, and they all stay as they are, but that team certified burner by Sim RC car has gone backwards one place from where they qualified, and you'd expect them to have qualified slightly better than the fourth place they did manage anyway. So Thomas Marks Burgess is very keen to make progress quickly here.
So this is where a little bit of the drama was in GT3. There's quite a few cars that have lost significant spots. Sim RC, one of them, 07, one of them. Says he also had some problems, I think I saw, but they might have managed to gather it up. They're currently under pressure from Racing Lab Esports here. 11th, 12th, 13th is what you're looking at in GT3, which makes it pretty smack dab in the middle of that 25-car class, where all 25 cars look to be running despite the damage that a couple sustained early in this race, like Sim RC 76 Racing. This is what I was talking about. That's why Sim RC are last, I think.
Yes, that was pretty good. I mean, the Mustang on the inside there was, all up the curb. I wouldn't be surprised if all four wheels off the ground at some point, actually, but that was pretty aggressive to the inside, to be honest, and Sim RC, I think, have a right to be pretty annoyed about that. Daniel Sommer, who drops to the back. In terms of damage that has actually seen anybody in pit lane so far, that has not occurred in any of the three classes, actually, but we've got Zenith in, of course, I forgot about, but apart from that, in GT3 we certainly don't have any, but yeah, I think Sim RC will be a little bit annoyed about that, and rightfully so as well. That was a pretty big dive down the inside that wasn't really ever going to work there.
But it's always tempting, and that's what gets it through that loop village section of the racetrack, one of the only real slow corners of this track, because this is high speed, high grip, change of direction stuff. Maggots and Beckett's looking at the middle child of the 992 class. I'm a youngest child, Ewan.
I am oldest, and that's very much shapes your life. Into Stowe corner, and a move down the inside there, just in the foreground. Jimenez gets past Lucas Schuckbeck. Fast Repair Motorsport in front of Gladius Competitions. think got it clear. Oh, and actually trying to follow through. Is that Arvidsson trying to follow through? Yeah, it is for Simrace Sweden, not Esports. Unfortunately, Simrace Sweden had to retire very early from the Barcelona race. They got off to a decent start, but with illness and absence...
Sunburn?
They couldn't field enough drivers to finish the race. I can't imagine that was the illness, but you never know.
Yeah, here's another attempt to just take a dive bomb to the apex and the inside there, and yeah, it does work out in this great little battle going back and forth amongst 992, but the real making out like a bandit of this class is Grid and Go, who continue to hold first and second in class from Team Checkmate Vorlak Group.
Started brilliantly. This is all part of the reason why Hyperion is so far. Excuse me, is that Hyperion going for a spin? One of the 992s certainly did early on there, but that was on the opening lap, I think. You can already see, by the way, with that replay, just how the sun is starting to beat down on this circuit pretty intensely now. Track temperature hasn't gone up, but the sun has certainly come out. It's quite a gloomy start to this race this afternoon. And the drivers will be pretty pleased that has gone away. Here comes Arvidsson, looking on Schupbeck on the way towards Magnussen. It's not quite far enough alongside on the way into the Fast S's. Close enough alongside further back here in GT3. That is in the background, Timothy Fries-Larsen and Ricardo Lamogli. Lamogli in the Corvette, just edging out in front there, through the first sector it looks like. This is further back in the pack, where it seems that the guys are actually more willing to race with one another, whereas at the front, especially in GT4 we saw earlier, you know, it's pretty single file, and they're trying to keep it that way. Back here they're less worried about that, and they're more inclined to get side by side.
Yeah, they absolutely are. What a great little group. The Lamborghini, the Ferrari, the McLaren, the Corvette, another Ferrari, and all sticking so close. This is Hyperion Racing 2, the one that didn't go around on the start. The other one, their teammates are back in 24th. They're up here in 20th, but right in this pack with 15th, just at the front leading into Cops. Watch everyone use all the racetrack, carry all the speed, but just try to keep a tyre on the black and white curb so they don't end up entirely on the green concrete, which is when you get in trouble with race control.
And a number of teams have already been getting in trouble with race control. I'll tell you about those penalties in a moment. But good afternoon to everybody watching. Got a question from Nicholas Rotti about how big the classes are. They all seem quite numerous. That's because they are at 25 GT3s. You can see almost all of them on the straight there, or at least half of them. In 992, it's 15 drivers. Top 15 in these races get points, so if they all get classified, then they'll all be scorers. And in GT4, we've got 20 cars, although we might already be down to 19, because then if Esports either are having an over 10-minute repair and they're going to return to the racetrack, or they have just pulled the plug already on the pretty much opening lap of this race, or opening couple of laps of this race. You can tell the opening phase, though, is over now. 15 minutes gone here at Silverstone, and we're into the traffic for the first time. The real race now in the 24H Series Esports Championship begins.
Live timing, of course, is available on RaceSpotTV Timing 1. I posted the link. You can just Google RaceSpotTV Timing 1. You'll find it. And it'll tell you all about where your friends or your teammates or maybe even your countrymen are at. I don't trust my countrymen to deliver around Silverstone, though.
It's... Are there any Australians in this race? I need to...
Yes.
Let's research that. It's...
Answer, unfortunately, is Adam Wright is in 25th of 25 in GT3.
Yeah.
Kiwi Hugo Allen in 992 is in the car right now. That's it for the moment. We might see some others later. I think I've seen some more before.
Claiming the Kiwis for this race as well? I guess so. Why not? Mia Rose has entered into the Samantha Tan Esports entry as well. Luciano Vitvert started that car, and there's 4 drivers, which suggests that not all 4 are going to be used in every round. So we'll see who's used when. Yeah, that's a rundown for the Oceanic drivers anyway.
I mean, not Jadox, but Mia's shift starts at 11 tomorrow, so...
Oh, right.
I don't know if it'd be advisable to be up too late.
No, it's quite going to get quite late quite quickly over there. Side by side, and indeed traffic for the first time in GT3, GT4. PS competition got and a big moving over the curb, and one of the McLarens goes around. Oh, there's going to be contact here, and one of the Grid and Go Mustangs gets involved as well. The rear wing taken off the number 1 car. That was contact on the front straight. Goodness me. Big contact on the front straight, and unfortunately Johan Royer couldn't do anything to avoid it. It's the first big moment of traffic incident and accident, I'm afraid, and Johan Royer in the number 1 Grid and Go Esports car has got involved, and for the second race in a row, number 1 gets involved in a crash in the first half of this race.
Well, saying when you're going single file through that very, very final corner, it's so easy to stay on your line and do everything precisely. But when you're battling through the traffic, you get a big, big bite of that sausage curb, and it kicked the tail out big time and then collected a couple of other cars in there as well. No extra meatball flags out. So, oh no, Instinct Mechanic have got one on their GT4 after that. They got sent hard into the pit wall, straight into the unprotected concrete.
It's a real shame. We'll get some replays in a moment of that crash. It did go on for quite a long time because it was started, of course, by that McLaren going over. And here we go, just to say it. McLaren over the curve. Oh, it's so unlucky for number 1. Pretty unlucky for the GT4 as well. You've got to remember the Mercedes. Look at everybody having to scatter to avoid the Hamilton straight there, just as the debris was lining the circuit. So Aditius Racing by WSR and Hyperion Racing both into the pit lane now, and they towed back. Instinct Mechanic Racing was the Mercedes that got involved as well. That's the biggest moment of the race so far, inside 20 minutes here at Silverstone.
Yes, indeed it is, because it is too early in this race for any scheduled pit stops just yet. GT3 cars have got reasonable tank size these days, but we know that our 992 has just got 75%. They're going to need to be stopping before the top of the hour. And so there will be a couple of times that the drivers and teams will need to come down to pit lane, pit speed limit here at Silverstone, 60 k's an hour. And it starts very early in that unconventional pit entry. So you really do get slowed up early for the long GP pit lane.
Yes. It's very unusual that as we've had for quite a number of years now. I don't know at what point we can call it not a new pit lane anymore, but I still refer to it as the new pit lane, even though it's 18 years old now or something like that. Maybe not quite that long, but it's pretty old now. This is.
I think at one point I was told that the oldest bridge still standing crossing the River Seine in Paris is called New Bridge because. Well, it was the new one when they built it, then the other ones fell down.
Well, yeah,
kind of like that. But for the point in time, there's 2 pit lanes, and this is the newest one, so it's still the new one.
Fair enough. In 100 years, when it's just still like this, are we going to still refer to it as new? I guess maybe, by the sounds of that. It's a good point. It's all relative, I suppose, time, isn't it? As we know. But anyway, this is in the mid-pack of the 992s. Battle for 5th place, headed at the moment by Tobias Olsen for Ice Cold Racing by MaxSimRacing.com. You mentioned it a couple of moments ago with the 992s, but all of the classes, let's not forget, have a restriction on the fuel that they can use in this series. Now, I actually think this is one of the best introductions for this new season as we go up to the leaders in GT4, still being negotiated by those GT3s going side by side. Emma J Downforce and Impulse there going side by side and all every which way. Very close side by side as well between the two of them actually. What position is that for in the field? It's mid-pack, 12th place. Peter Peter looks like he's just got him through into 12th place, so there you go. But these cars, like those 992s and the GT4s, they all have a 75% fuel restriction on their fuel tank size. and that means that, you know, the pit stop window and the interest with pit stops here, I think, is massively increased on a normal race, where the GT3s and 4s just make it to the hour and make it a very simple 5-stop race.
Yeah, what doesn't make things simple is the traffic, is the tyre strategy in places, driver strategy in fact as well. Today is officially mostly cloudy, but I'm seeing the clouds half full, because that sun is certainly out looking to heat up the racetrack a little bit, but when the clouds do come back across, then it will cool off. A little sketchy right now.
Again, through traffic again, that GT3 and 4. It takes a long time to filter out, doesn't it? They caught up to the back of them a long time ago. About 8 minutes ago, the leader, Dino Lombardi, got his first taste of traffic. And still, for the guys at the back, they're still not done with it. That's how long it takes. This is third place in 992. And Comrade Zerebic, who's in that third position just ahead of Hugo Allen. Fourth place for the Delta Sports Sim Shop 992 car. They're all trying to chase gridandgo.com Esports, and we did see a little bit of tyre trickery to try and get ahead of them at Barcelona as well, but when you know you've got inferior speed, it's very difficult to overhaul a team like Grid and Go, who are running 1 and 2 out the front like that.
That's what's great about the strategy of 992, is we're looking at them build out a lead and you go, okay, but it's a house built on shaky foundations, because we don't know who's got a setup that's really, really geared to giving them great life to their tyres, who's going to do what when that first and then second pit stops come around. I'm still thinking that left sides could be a tempting proposition here at Silverstone, just the way the track is configured, where the left-hand corners are kind of slow, and there's a number of long, fast right-handers.
Yeah, we'll see what they decide to do when they get to those pit stops, the 992s. They will be there last, so we'll look out for it when those moments arrive. As these two for third place get ever closer. In fact, in the lap we've been following them, they are a lot closer than they were at the start. Into the final chicane. And the Delta Sports Sim Shop car of Hugo Allen continues to just apply that pressure just for the moment. I don't know if you know too much about Hugo Allen, or whether it's just the fact that he is also from your part of the world.
I'm just looking at the flags. So, no. I know at least 15 people in New Zealand, but there's a couple million other ones that I'm not familiar with.
No. It's quite a big place. There's one of the GT3s coming out the pit lane. Is that Hyperion? Yeah, I think so. For in the McLaren, just a bit of damage repair there. Just over a minute spent in pit lane for Adam Wright, and he's now making a bit of hard work of this. That's an interesting, not development, sorry, but an interesting exchange between GT3 and 992. Actually turns out that the 992s on warm tyres comfortably outpace the GT3s when they're getting up to speed, and that could cause some very awkward moments in the first sector when those GT3s are tiptoeing on the cold tyres, as they will be pretty much every stint as far as we're aware, because you can take fuel and tyres at the same time in that category.
The tyres be damned, the 992 cars are quicker in a straight line regardless. Peak speed for a 992 is 255 kilometers an hour. It's more like 252 for the GT3s. So at places like there at the end of the Wellington Straight and at the end of the Hangar Straight here, now these 992s have got some decent legs to them, but it's all of those medium and high speed corners where a GT3 car just has a chunk more downforce, flows more speed, and can surely outbrake as well into some of the big stops.
Another big stop here into Stowe Corner, and McLaren's still not passed. Such an awkward interaction now between GT3 and 992 these days. These three classes, in relative terms, quite evenly matched, to be honest, in terms of speed. The GT4s and GT3s are quite a sizable difference between them. But the other traffic interactions can get very, very awkward. And you're seeing it here. as you mentioned, the 992 super fast in a straight line these days, even against the McLaren, which is one of the better straight line speed GT3s as well. Normally, better straight line speed means better or easier to traffic manage the slower cars, but that has not been the case here for Adam Wright at all. Another driver and team having more than a minute in pit lane, by the way, Williams Sim Racing Academy GT, number 77, that finished at 12th place at Barcelona. They have also dropped into pit lane, and they spend a minute and 4 in the lane, dropping right behind all of the 992 category cars as well, and only just dropping in front of Hyperion actually in the category. So yeah, a couple of teams having to stop for a minute already.
You can't dump that there. Someone's left their front bumper. It might have come up off Absolute Motorsports 88, who've now got a meatball flag flying for them.
Yeah. There's currently 4 teams who have taken very long.
Oh, there would be from. That's Absolute's Corvette, and it's missing its front bumper, and they are straight lining Maggots and Beckers to get out of the way. They clearly have significant damage.
Okay. I couldn't quite identify that initially, but yeah, that's damage through the front end, through the gravel as well for that car in the background. The Corvette already having been to the lane, and that brings its gravel onto the alternative layout here at Silverstone. When you turn, or go straight on rather, at the loop rather than turning left. And then finally the McLaren gets through on those 992s, by the way, and finally the battle can resume again for Hugo Allen, who gets close but can't quite make the move down into the final chicane. So we'll have to wait a little bit further. Just under half an hour gone in this 6 hours of Silverstone, and it is still Grid and Go leading. Nearly 3 seconds now the margin, but it's that incident on the front straight really that has been the big moment, I suppose, from this first part of the race. I guess the big thing to mention is the amount of GT3s that have fallen by the wayside already. That's 6 now who have had trouble out of 25 in just half an hour.
Yeah, pretty brutal in places and ways. GT3 cars, I guess, are feeling a tiny bit fragile in some of these incidents. Not like the GT4 car that we saw from Instinct Mechanic came off unscathed when they had a big hit, but GT3's shedding parts, early pit stops, and some of them that could carry on but obviously found that their damage was just costing them too much time to not make an early pit stop and try to tidy it all up. So that's always the way. 60 cars on track, trying to keep it clean. Oh no, this is going to be for Absolute.
Oh,
yeah,
no.
Car starts rolling forward. There would have been a space to the inside there, and they've put their Corvette nose there and had their Corvette nose chopped off.
They certainly have. That's a real shame. No fault of their own really. Just a car spun round right in front of them, and not a lot you can do about that. The GT3s are about to catch up to the 992s, which are catching up in turn to the GT4s. There's the vision from the Corvette. Not a lot you can do about that when you're the driver in that situation. Before that all happens though, and before it all kicks off, just want to run through some of the major penalties that we've had so far, because there's been a lot of them. I said I'd go through them earlier and then forgot about it. So here they are. Maniti Racing 78 have got a registration infringement penalty, as has car normally 24, but signed up in this session as 52 apparently. So need to find that one. But that's that's TC Esports. So they've both got a 1 minute penalty, but they don't serve that in the race. That's post-race that they'll have to serve that. Number 400 has got an impeding in qualifying penalty. That is the leader in the GT4 class. Maybe explains the tactics in GT4 over the last few moments, because we've not seen anybody trying to overtake the leader. I guess when you know they're going to drop down 20 seconds, it does become a little bit easier. 986 Wizards Esports, also 20-second time penalty for a qualifying infringement as well. The 2-car gets a start infringement penalty. That is Dino Lombardi, who leads this race for not opening up the briefed 5 to 10 second gap to the safety car under the formation lap. That's 10-second time penalty for them. Aggressive driving penalty for the 456 in GT4, although they're out the race, Zenith Esports already anyway. GC Esports have got a penalty for contact. That's a minute's worth of a penalty for making heavy contact with Hyperion at the beginning of the race. Car 90, Chesney Esport also for aggressive driving, 15 seconds penalty, and 44 with a penalty as well. Falcon Sim Racing Team just 5 seconds, although that's for aggressive driving as well after contact with the GT4 on that first run through traffic. Lots of penalties, and 2 out of the 3 class leaders with penalties to serve in this first round of pit stops as well. So it's very possible we're going to see 2 new class leaders in about 20 minutes time or so.
Well, that's a lip-smacking proposition, isn't it? It's all still up in the air, of course it always is, until the checkered flag at the very end, particularly of a 6-hour race like this. But it just means that everyone is playing a tactical game, just trying to position themselves so that they can come out of that first pit stop in a good position. So in 992, we know that people are going to be thinking about that with regards to the tyres. In GT3 and GT4, they're thinking about that with when they stop and how much fuel they take and who they might jump if they have a clean race compared to a couple of other cars out there with lingering and looming penalties.
That's Peter Bodert still battling away for M&J Downforce. Well, we let the action run through on your screen, and the traffic starting to become a real factor for the first time in 992 here this afternoon, just over the halfway mark. It's time to have a chat to Andy Madel from Abruzzi, who of course are the title sponsor for the Abruzzi 6 Hours of Silverstone here, the second round of the 24H Series Esports Championship this season. Good afternoon, Andy. Good to have you with us. Thanks for chatting to us here on RaceSpotTV this afternoon. First of all, tell us how this partnership has come about and how you've got the title sponsor for this second round, the British round of this 24H Series Esports Championship this season.
Hi everyone. Hi Ewan. Thank you so much for having me here. It's been really cool being able to partner with the 24-hour series. The race has been really cool so far.
Yeah, it's been fantastic to watch. I mean, for those that don't know, what is Abruzzi and what do they do?
So we started off back in 2018, basically as one of the first people out there doing full custom gloves and boots for sim racers. And from that we moved into hardware, and now we have a full showroom up in the southeast of England where we have simulators and we do car clubs and food and coffees and all sorts of that, while also having our full online store with all of our racing equipment and turnkey simulators available.
And I noticed as well that it's not just sim racing that you're involved in. That's where it all started. Is it always the aim to sort of branch out further from there as well, as you have done in recent years?
Absolutely, yeah. We started out with sim racing, but we also do move a lot into the karting area. So we do a lot of karting equipment, karting racewear, as well as all FIA racewear. So full race teams, kits out, stuff like that. Yeah,
and I can imagine, busy time as ever in motorsport. I can imagine it's a busy time for you as well. Oh, sorry, action on the track there just for a moment. Chesney Esport get dived into the final chicane. I thought there was going to be a spin there. James Burmay trying to work his way past here in those couple of moments. But in terms of your involvement in sim racing, what is the sort of or how involved do you get in the sort of competitive side of things, in terms of not just supplying your everyday sim racer who just wants to, the casual sim racer who doesn't want to particularly take things seriously in a league like this maybe, but certainly wants to feel the realism of sim racing. But how do you balance that and go along with competitive? How involved do you get with competitive sim racing like what we see here in the 24H Series Esports as well?
So we offer equipment basically of all ranges, but we also try and get involved in every area of sim racing, just because the bread and butter of sim racing is your everyday sim racer, but the competitive side is just as important, and we need to be able to provide equipment that can compete at that level.
And for yourself as well, sim racing, as we know, we've seen you on RaceSpotTV in the past. Andy, are we going to be seeing you in a series anytime soon here, or coming to a series near you and RaceSpot sometime? Are we going to see you out there?
I mean, I'd love to, but I don't think I quite have talent for that one, I'm afraid. I'm more than happy doing my mid splits.
Yeah, it's hard. Absolutely. Before we let you go, Andy, any links or things we need to have a look at from Abruzzi just before we let you go this afternoon?
So we're actually offering a discount code for all of our gloves and boots, which I think should be in the 24-hour series website. So you can claim a small discount on full custom racewear from us on our website, which would be great for sim racing teams, karting teams, whether you're just a normal sim racer looking to match your livery onto a pair of gloves, maybe a pair of boots, then it's a perfect opportunity to do something like that.
Yeah, absolutely, it is. Andy, thanks for coming to have a chat with us. Great to see you as Abruzzi as title sponsor for this 6 hours at Silverstone here today. Thanks for chatting to us, as I say, and enjoy the rest of the race.
Yeah, will do. Thank you, everybody, and enjoy the race, everyone. Should be a good one.
Absolutely. Thanks very much. Andy Medal there from Abruzzi here, the title sponsors of the 6 hours of Silverstone here tonight. The 24H Series Esports Championships second round. You visit them, by the way, abruzzi-official.co.uk if you want to check out their sim racing and indeed motorsport racewear that they've been branching out into the last few years. But great to have them involved in competitive sim racing again here with this series this afternoon. At the front of the field, 1.5 seconds, Dino Lombardi and Lucas Perez, Grin and Go and Simify, separated by really not very much at all as they get into GT4 traffic for the second time. In fact, they're almost the whole way through GT4 traffic for the second time, but they're into 992 traffic for the first time as well, as those Porsche Cup cars just about get clear of the GT4s for the first time.
You'd hope that the 992s would have a reasonable way to get around the GT4s as well, because they're a bit closer in corner speed to each other, but the 992s have got really good straight line speed for the 4 main straights around here, so you can be patient through the corners, more patient than GT3 cars can be.
Goodness me, chasing each other to the
Rubens Barrichello.
Hello, inside for the Turn 1 and BS competition getting through. That was possibly overly aggressive for this stage in the race as Mark Perez was trying to keep third place.
Yeah, left just enough space, apparently, I'd say. Of course, it's about preserving momentum really for the GT3 cars with the cornering performance that they've got. That's what they've got to try to do as they get through the traffic, is preserve their momentum. Not something that the 992s need to worry about quite so much because of their performance profile. Not that it makes it all that easier for the 992s, but should be just a tiny bit.
Dives down the inside all which way for the into Brooklyn's corner there. This is sort of, I'm going to call it a second group in GT3 really. It's not quite accurate, but a bit further down we've got some larger groups, and it all comes from that split we saw after the spin for Sim RC from 11th place. That was one of the McLarens there, just not quite positioned correctly as far as Bowser's Palo was concerned, as James Perme gets right through into 12th position in the Altitude Frame Esports car. Don't get confused, by the way, between that Mustang and the Grid and Go Mustangs. They do look quite similar, but Altitude are, of course, a completely separate team to Grid and Go Esports. Altitude Frame Esports, as they are in this series. Now through the Magnus and Beckett section, coming through on these GT4s again, inside in time for Beckett's and Chapel. James Bowman just slips through. Bowser's Palo, though, gets a decent run onto the Hangar Straight. And there you can see some Porsche Cup cars in front for the first time for these guys as well. All of the cars still in this race pretty much at one part of the racetrack at the moment, as Palo has a look down the inside of James Bowman, but just not quite the room down the inside that time.
It's because of the way that the track limits are enforced, you don't really want to be the car around the outside into Stowe, because if you do get run just a tiny bit wide, boom, slow down penalty, and then you're going to be dropping out. So getting to the inside of Stowe Corner is very, very important. Normally GT3 cars should be able to race sort of, side by side and give each other space. But you just are cautious to take the risk the way that the slowdowns are enforced in a couple of the corners at Silverstone. Have you got a license for that runoff?
It's one of those circuits, unfortunately. I do think it takes away something from the character, to be honest with you. But anyway, that's the layout we've got at the moment. Some of the corners, it's kind of enforced, I suppose, with grass lining the circuit, but it's not always the case, sadly. So I think is a bit of a shame. But anyway, Hugo Allen has got up into third place for Delta Sport. It's a pretty good pass from him to get ahead of Comrade Zerebic. And Fastlane RT, by the way, are into pit lane from the GT3s. It's quite an early stop, but only 27 seconds in the lane, so looks like that's a scheduled one for them. But after a long time of trying, Hugo Allen is onto the podium, and now only 4 seconds behind the grid and go cars that lead this race. Unfortunately for them, this is the only class where the leader hasn't got an outstanding penalty, and that means that these guys are going to have to catch up the hard way.
Yeah, fun fact, it's 2:48 a.m. in New Zealand, assuming that that's where Hugo Allen is.
On a Sunday night, by the way.
On a Monday morning, yeah.
Morning. It's quite late for a Monday morning. There's all sorts of movement down here. This is exactly the precursor to that big incident on the front straight we saw earlier on, involving the one car, and around the outside this time from the Acura. Perhaps the better choice from Raphael Renhofer, who gets past Gabriel Erdely. That was a good display, actually, of how to use traffic to your advantage from the Acura as he tries to follow a Porsche Cup car through. Now Erdely is going to get the momentum back again through the long left-hander and down into turn 3. Renhofer on the defensive, Erdely to the outside. Now they're sort of betting on who's going to come out in front first of those slower traffic. Look at this. This is all in front of them at the moment. Erdely is going to be on the inside, but he's not in. Oh, he's going to make it free wide, and there's going to be contact. No, wow, great driving from everybody to avoid all of that. That was fantastic. And Gabriel Erdely makes a great pass to the inside. Brave and bold, but a great pass to get the position there ahead of Raphael Renhofer.
Well, you saw a couple of the 992 cars actually getting checked up through the slow, tight stuff behind the GT4s. That's where the GT4's performance is best. They've got ABS, they've got traction control, they just don't have oodles and oodles of downforce. So when it comes to slamming on the brakes and getting down a second gear and then getting a little bit of traction out of loop and village, the GT4s can kind of hold their own through there before getting absolutely monstered in a straight line, and that was causing whole bunch of congestion that you just really had to guess which side of the racetrack was going to open up if you're a GT3 driver. And pretty well done by Adelie.
Matthew Duchesne has got an answer, by the way, on Hugo Allen. Matthew Duchesne is one of the teammates, by the way, for Delta Sports Sim Shop. It says that he is in New Zealand at the moment. As I say, let's hope he doesn't have work in the morning, because, as you say, it's coming up to 3 o'clock in the morning over in New Zealand. So start time would have been what? Just after 2. Goodness me. It's
and New Zealand's all one time zone, like some other silly countries. They're not big enough and serious enough to have multiple time zones across their large and great nation.
Yes, I can't relate to that particularly, but there we go. More pit stops in GT3, and these are maybe tactical rather than fuel running out, or maybe both, as we're getting towards the 45-minute mark already. We speak all the time, David, in other series about making it to the hour mark in GT3. Because it's a 75% fuel limit here, we talk more in this series really about making it to 45 minutes, because if you're not quite making it that far, then that's an extra pit stop compared to those who make it to 45 minutes. So it just shows that no matter how little fuel you give them, you are going to get a critical number that everybody's going to drive to.
Look at this again, 992 cars getting passed by GT4s until you get to open up the taps long enough, and the 992 says I've got about 150 more horsepower and about 20 k's an hour more in a straight line, but they just cannot outbrake or out-traction GT4 cars through there, and yeah, we've got about half of the GT3 field in for their service at about when we would expect. Not expecting too many driver changes or anything like that. Strategy should be pretty well straightforward at these stops for GT3 cars. Fill it up. I will have 4 new tyres probably.
So you take the option since you have it in GT3 and 4. Still waiting for the top 9 though to make their way in. And we are going to get a new leader, you would expect, at the end of this pit stop phase, because Dino Lombardi does have a penalty for the start infringement, and yeah, he is into pit lane. So let's see if he does actually stop in the penalty box. Don't forget, you don't serve your penalty in your pit box. You have a designated area to do that in the 24/8 Series Esports Championship, much like what you do in the real life series. And 10 seconds they'll be stood there for. That will drop them at least 1 place, might actually lose them a few places through this pit stop phase, if they decide to take it this time round, of course.
Do have that little bit of flexibility with these short stints about when to actually serve the penalties, but I'd tend to think about getting it out of the way earlier. Weird pit lane here at New Pit Lane Silverstone, where you can't actually see half the garages down that end. That's why for the British Grand Prix they don't put Lewis Hamilton there. They put him somewhere else so the fans can see him.
Yes. I will look through the rules on just how much time they have to serve penalties. It used to be 2 hours, but we'll see whether that's still true. Lombardi certainly hasn't taken it this time because he's out in the lead again. PS Competition are ahead of Simify. So Simify have a long stop there. 106 in the lane for Lucas Perez, and that's at least 2 seconds longer than BS Competition, 2.5 seconds longer than them, and 3 seconds longer than Dino Lombardi's race leading grid and go car. So not sure what happened to Simify there, but they spent a very long time in pit lane. In fact, that's the longest time in pit lane of anybody inside the top 18.
Very interesting indeed. Still waiting on the 992 cars that go just that little bit longer, and the GT4 cars as well. So most of the pit activity for the minute is either damaged cars or GT3s, but as we get towards the top of the hour, I'm going to be hearing that pit lane alarm plenty more.
Jessica Myers got back to me before I got quite to the part in the rulebook. Thanks for that. 100 minutes it is, just a bit more than 2 stints in GT3. So Lombardi has very much put himself in the situation of having to do it next stint, but if you think about it, you know, it is a better idea, I think, to delay it, because what would have happened, think about what would have happened if he'd have put him 10 seconds further back right now. You'd have him in 5th. I suspect by the end of this next stint, if you put him another 10 seconds back, he might well lose the lead, but he won't be in quite as much traffic as he won't be down in 5th anyway. He'd be higher up than that.
Big rush of GT4s coming in together. The real question's always who goes longer. It looks like Williams Sim Racing Academy might do so. Altitude Free Esports White, the 411, also going a tiny bit longer. Does that bake in some kind of advantage for them later on? Do they get a bit of an overcut in a situation where new tyres are cold and take a little bit to switch on? Can running 1 lap longer buy you a little bit of track position, stint on stint? Certainly something I could see happening for GT3 when you see how hard they have to work to get temperature into their tyres, how it takes them 2 or 3 laps before they're actually quicker than the 992 cars again.
Yeah, it's a really interesting phase, that, when they are just warming the tyres up again. And if you can avoid that as much, or try and alleviate that in some way with an overcut, then you'd absolutely take that chance. GT4 pit stops are also beginning now. 400 has been into pit lane already and is taking an absolute age for Alessandro Quintai. We know that that car has a penalty, the race winning car from GT4 at Barcelona. They are still in pit lane. and now finally are going to get going. So that's dropped them a long way back. Why is their final sector so slow compared to the rest of the... I reckon they might have had an incident on circuit before they came into pit lane. Or maybe it is just the penalty, because obviously they did have that one to serve in 400. It was a 20-second time penalty for impeding during qualifying. They were in the pit lane for actually 25 seconds longer than everybody else, unless they got a second one. They haven't got a second penalty, so yeah, 25 seconds longer it turned out to be in the end. And their final sector compared to the rest of them who came into pit lane that time round was very, very long. So I wonder whether there's been a sort of triple blow, if you like, for Grid and Go, where they've had the penalty and an incident into pit lane, as well as everything else. So yeah, that's a long way down for them now. As the leaders come in, we'll see where the 400 is, but at the moment 15th overall.
There is another thing, of course I've spoken about these slowdown penalties. You can't carry a slowdown penalty into the pit entry these days as well. So if you ran wide on the exit of Stowe on your in-lap, you would have to very aggressively clear that slowdown penalty before you entered the pit lane 100 meters later, or you get hit with another really, really big penalty. And of course the for our 24-hour series esports race control applied penalties, the penalty box is in the final sector because it's before the timing line and the checkered flag. It's underneath the podium, I think. Ironically,
yeah, the podium is on a bit of a what I would describe as a precarious position. Just sort of hanging out in the pit lane, or hanging out over the pit lane. Yes, it's an unusual pit lane around here. So where does 400 get to at the end of all of this? Not going to be top 10. Out of the pit lane for Pike from Beach Racing. RD Simsport and Fury Simsport both now come out as well onto the circuit, and Quintai gets just in front of them. So he's 13th now in this field, but this is a big moment for number 400, because we've seen them dominate so far. They ran at the front of the field for most of the first race at Barcelona a few weeks ago, but this penalty and anything else that has happened to them, not sure whether anything else has, but certainly the penalty itself has dropped them an awful long way back. By the way, ignore Remy Fortin at the front of the field. He's still going. He's managed to go a lot further than the rest of the field, and so leads by 30 seconds.
Don't ignore him. That's a great effort.
Well, yeah.
For Delta V Racing of 414. They did pack a little bit of extra Delta V, perhaps. And maybe that'll open up some strategy options for them later on. And again, if there's a tyre overcut to be had that puts them in a position for that. There have been just 4 cars that have changed drivers. So there's been 2 drivers in the Delta Sport Sim Shop 950 Porsche 992. There's been a driver change for Pike from Beach Racing, GT Unit.DA, and Impulse Racing 457 in GT4. No one in GT3 made a driver swap at the first pit stop, which is just about what we would have expected anyway.
Yeah, 45 minutes, a bit too short really for a driver at this level to be jumping out immediately. These guys are now the new leaders, by the way, in 992. That's Vince Peters and Henrik Augustin. They've been able to go a lot further as well than the Grid and Go cars who have come into pit lane, and they will be the net rates leaders, or at least they are at the moment. Only shorter stop than theirs has come for Harvu, 6 or so seconds shorter. But 34 seconds seems to be the norm across the deal, as Delta Sports Sim Shop, the only ones to have a notably longer stop from those who are running up towards the front before in 950. Now those leaders also come in. I wonder whether Simrace Sweden will follow them in as well, and whether that is going to cleanse the field, and it will indeed. So every single one of the 60 cars in this race, now with Remy Fortin also into pit lane, have been in and out again. have taken on fuel and in some cases a new set of tyres as well. But this is the rhythm of a 24/8 Series Esports Championship race in 2025. The pit stops come a lot thicker and faster, and they'll be round again before we know it.
Yep. Your GT3 leaders did 23 laps to their first stint, 22 in some cases. So teams like M&J are already 5 laps into their next stint of presumably 22 or 23 laps. There's pit exit. Fun pit entry, fun pit exit here for sure.
Yeah.
Even if you can't see half of the pit lane and they had to slow the speed and make the pit lane speed limit start earlier so that the pit lane wasn't quicker than staying on the racetrack. Donington, Michael Schumacher, Ayrton Senna, etc.
Yeah, Michael Schumacher would have had an absolute field day realising that back in the day, wouldn't he, if he'd have, if that had been the situation. But yes, was.
He'd have served 3 drive-through penalties if it was the new pit lane and you could save time.
Even if he didn't have a penalty, he would have ended the race in the pit lane just for a bit of a shorter run to the line if that were to be the case. But there you go. Was retired for the first time. Retired when this circuit was first brought out. Must have driven it there in his second stint in Formula 1 back in 2012 or so, something like that. There is the lead in, well, not the lead, but some of the leaders in GT4. Williams Sim Racing, excuse me, this is the lead actually. Williams Sim Racing Academy at the very front of the field. There's Samantha Town Racing Wood of Sim Racing with the 2 Team 75 Bernard by Sim RC cars next. Grid and Go being out of this is such a shock in some senses. And based on what we've seen so far, the pace at Barcelona and the pace so far in this race as well, I get the feeling that these are 4 teams, especially the number 476, which is currently running 4th. They've got to take big advantage here of a chance that might not come along too often this season.
Yeah, a couple of spots gained for the 438 into second place. And then you got your 2 Team 75s in position. They get a little bit of space all themselves for a second, not needing to worry about the traffic so much, but it'll be upon them again shortly. I'm seeing the track temperature as insanely stable at 30 degrees Celsius, so I was expecting to see it change a little bit, but it hasn't. So that gives some predictability to tyre life, tyre wear, car behaviour, etc.
Very unusual, the lack of change in that tyre temperature that we've seen so far. Very unusual indeed.
Yeah, weather, forecast-based weather, so it's not static weather, but time is moving, so it should change.
Yeah, but unless the forecasted weather has made it static in some weird way, I don't know. But
it just moved. Track temperature 30.6. Watched pot never boils. I was ready to move on, and bang, there it goes. Track temperature rising just a little bit in the mid-afternoon with the sun out.
I think that's the most excited you've got so far.
Oh, I mean, it's just, the weather's thrilling stuff, Ewan, surely.
Well, that was, yeah. It's nearly an hour. Nearly got through an hour without any temperature change, but there you go. Not quite. Battles further down in GT3. This is Mark Perez versus Jonas Rutten. Both Simify Esports Mustangs have taken a bit of a hit here in the first part of this race. They were running second and third earlier. They're now third and fourth, and that doesn't sound too dramatic, but compared to where Lucas Perez was with Dino Lombardi earlier, and only a second or two away most of the stint first time round, he's now 7 seconds behind. And when you start to factor in that penalty, and you realise there's half an hour to go until Lombardi likely is going to serve it, you start to realise that Perez is actually in danger of not actually getting ahead of Lombardi, which has got to be the big objective really from this first part of the race.
It's a thing that happens in Formula One and other racing from time to time. You know that your rival's got a penalty, and you know Lando try to get within 5 seconds of Max or whatever it would be. And so you're keeping that in mind of the different things that each car's got in its back pocket and trying to stay within their window. Lombardi loses a bit of time as he's one of the first through the traffic though. And that gap first to second in GT3 then just shrunk from sort of 8 to almost 5.5. It comes and it goes though.
Yeah, it does. Update from race control that number 90 has to serve their penalty again because they didn't do it inside the penalty area in pit lane. So Baujas Pala didn't stop in the right place. He did serve a 50. He was in there for quite a lot long. Oh no, it was about 15 seconds. Sorry, but he didn't do it in the right place, so it doesn't really matter. Unfortunately for him, that is a real shame for Pala. I'll get back to that in a second as we have a look at a big sprint through Cobb's corner here for one of the McLarens. Thankfully, no Oh, hello. I'm very scared of any rejoin now, really, after earlier on. But thankfully, the number of GT4 retirements stays at just 3 because the McLaren didn't hit anything.
Yeah, tyres that, well, maybe that extra half a degree Celsius track temperature was getting to them.
Tyres searingly hot now. Overheating wildly. Going into
something that our leaders are going to be trying to control here as well, because I look at those two Sim RC Team 75 Bernhard Porsches and I think they are just managing this, keeping an eye on that leader's pace, staying in line. It's tyre management, it's fuel management, it's track limits and off-track and incident point management to just play the really long game, something that I think historically in this championship they've been very good at as well. Back in the TCR days, they would save and save and save and save, and then at the very final pit stop of a 6-hour race, boom, they'd just 5 seconds short fill and pull away.
Yeah, it's the long game, as it were. Still a long way to go. The first hour's flown by, though, I've got to say, here from the Abruzzi 6 hours of Silverstone. Still just under 5 to go. I'll go through the rest of those penalties, by the way, as the GT3s continue to file their way through traffic and continue to battle on your screen. So Baujas Pala's going to have to do that 15-second time penalty again. That was for aggressive driving earlier with after the contact with Sim RC, I think it was, at turn 4. Other penalties that have been added in the last half an hour include for 999, the bite car in 992. 5-second penalty for aggressive driving, and that has to be served in the next 100 minutes for them. Unsafe rejoin for that GT4 of Thomas Enger Sim Racing. They had a minute's worth of a penalty assigned to them, and I think rightfully so as well, if I were to say so. The Corvette, of course, with big damage after that. A minute penalty, though, won't be served because Thomas Enger Sim Racing are out the race. And Car 44 now has got a 5-second time penalty as well. That's the Falcon Sim Racing team, who are currently running in 5th position. Going for a gap created by Car 4 and then making contact with a 992 car in the meantime. So was trying to follow Hyperion Racing through on a 992, but ended up making contact with the slower car, and so has a 5-second time penalty to serve as well. That's on top of the 5-second penalty from earlier, which I don't think they served in that previous stop. They wouldn't have, would they? With 103.9 in the lane, so that's a 10-second penalty essentially for them on the in the next pit stop. Don't know how they're going to split that over the next 100 minutes or whatever, but they'll probably just take 10 seconds at the next pit stop, you would think, which is only about 25 minutes away. Staying out of the penalty box is absolutely the name of the game in these races. And so far, even the leader hasn't been able to do that. The number 2 car still has effectively 10 seconds to add to its time at the moment, and that would still drop them down to 5th position.
That lead keeps ebbing and flowing as well as they go through the traffic. Even you see it in the top left of the screen, it was down to 5.8, it's up to 6.7. The GT3 cars encounter different traffic in different places. And you've got this group right here.
We've seen a position change in GT4 as well, as the 458 RD Simsport car gave the position up to Fury Simsport because of an improper merging into the fast lane, and so instead of receiving a penalty, they've just given the place up to remedy that. So that's all the way down for 12th place in GT4. Penalties being avoided down there. Side by side, I think, between Gwynedd and Wittbert briefly for second place in GT4. I think the Team 75 burned up by SimRC Porsches are getting a little bit itchy that the gap is creating itself to the Williams Sim Racing Academy car out front. It's nearly a sec from first to second, and they don't want to be caught on the wrong side of that.
Yeah, and then that, again, it's tough to compare one lap to the next because of traffic and everything, but the group 5th, 6th, 7th was actually catching them a little bit on the previous lap. Arete Esports and Ben Langford in 5th had been closing down that top 4.
And still, yeah, still not quite getting there. Just for the moment, William Humphrey actually is in the wheel tracks, by the way, the Vulcan Fasteners by Glasstec Racing team. They finished a long way down at Barcelona, by the way, 19th place in the end. Not sure they actually got to the finish from that race, unfortunately for them. But already 5 teams who won't get to the finish of this race, although none of them 992 cars. Absolute Motorsport Asleif and Grin and Go number 1 for GT3 have both retired. Thomas Enger Sim Racing, Instinct Mechanic Racing and Zenith Esports have retired as well in GT4. So a couple of early retirements, sadly, from this race as a change for second again. SimRC, sorry, I keep saying that, Team 75 Bernard by SimRC are continuing to challenge for that second place in GT4. And finally, it looks like Guinet's done it. He's still alongside as it stands on Luciano Wittbert, who, as I mentioned, started that Samantha Tan racing car and is actually getting stronger as this race goes on, certainly advancing his position. And Guinet now finally gets past him, and there is his teammate trying to follow. Thomas Marks Burgess in the teammate car, side-by-side contact indeed into turn 4. And Wittbert will at least keep third, but Guinet wanted to get past Wittbert quite quickly, and in the end it's actually created a bit of a gap to the leader. Williams Sim Racing Academy now a second and a half ahead of the rest of the GT4 field after that battle for second, and I wonder whether it's going to continue here. Thomas Marks Burgess down the inside again into Brooklands, now separated by some of the Mustang GT3s that are coming through here. Burgess again on the outside of Wittbert through the Luffield corner. Has he got the drive on the exit? It looks like he might well do. It's 3 wide as they get a a Ferrari down the inside as well. Lamborghini goes to the other side. Another brief 3 wide moment. In towards Cops corner. Oh, he's on the outside, there's contact! It was 3 wide as one of the GT3s came down the inside 3 wide. Burgess didn't realise. He turned in, giving space for just 1 car on the inside line. And he's been spun around at Cops corner.
Merry Christmas from Sky Sports F1. It felt like it was happening. They were battling side by side there. Once one Team 75 Porsche got through, the other one didn't want to hang around. They wanted to keep playing their team strategy. Luciano Wittbert was not going to give that easily, and then just as that battle was heating up, all of the traffic came thick and fast as well. 3 wide through Woodcote, 3 wide into Cops. Tough to know what to do as a GT4 driver there. You know, you're trying to have your conversation in the cafe, and there's something happening at the next table as well.
And that's, unfortunately, it's put Team 75 Bernard by SimRC quite a way back. It's actually lost them quite a lot of places, such as how congested the field is. Ben Langford, William Humphrey and Dennis Grabowski all overtake. And so it's down to 6th now. Or 7th, is it, Burgess? Yeah, 7th. 4-7-5. That's not the car that finished second, by the way, at Barcelona. It did finish a little bit further down in 6th place in the first round of the season. But not an ideal start to this race, unfortunately. or indeed moment there, I should say, for Burgess. This is Renhofer again behind Gabriel Erdely. Now, I'm not entirely sure. I think Erdely had a shorter pit stop, which is how he managed to jump the Acura here into 6th position. But Rafael Renhofer's brilliant overtake earlier into Aintree is going to have to be done all over again here as they fight for 6th place for a second time.
Well, it's the word that I'm using at every single time, but it's traffic, isn't it? The GT3 cars will have their little battle, and then they come up on something like this, and we'll get a bit of a look, maybe, at something. Yeah, but you don't get to pick the timing of the traffic sometimes. It just, there's GT4 cars battling side by side somewhere, and you lose a second before you know it.
Absolutely. It's traffic more spaced out now, admittedly, but still a big factor.
I think GT4 is still very clumpy.
Yeah, it is a bit. Clumpy is probably the right word, because in between the clumps there's quite big gaps, or certainly bigger gaps than earlier, but there are a lot of groups as well, as you say. There was a four-car group at the front, as we saw, but even Burgess, after dropping down out of that group, is now in another one with Timo Hayden. Admittedly just a pairing there, but it's it is a bit clumpy. 992 is stretched out over the course of a minute for the 15 teams still in the race. And all 15 teams that started the race indeed as well. The GT3s are scattered amongst the field as well now after their incident strewn first part of the race as well. So it's a very busy racetrack suddenly, and they're not all on one part of it as they were earlier when the 3 classes converged for the first time. It's pretty much a constant thing happening now. The GT3s themselves, at least these guys, are very much in the clear. They are 10 seconds behind the GT3s in front. No traffic anywhere near them as well. There are some of the overall gaps to the lead. You can see that those guys are a long way off the lead at the moment. Dino Lombardi is leading though, just over 8 seconds, his gap over these guys. They need to step up the pace just a little bit here, try and stay as close to Lombardi as possible, and a bit closer than this ideally, because it's 10-second penalty for number 2, and they've got just about 20 minutes until Lombardi's going to end up serving it.
The double Perez for Simify, and just keeping the 33 within touch, but that gap has come back out. Lombardi was leading by 8 seconds, then he was leading by 5.8. Now he's leading by 8 once again.
It's the ebb and flow, isn't it, of traffic, because he's just lost a bit more time again here as 992 metre traffic. So yeah, it's going to continue to fluctuate around, but it will go his way exclusively if that battle for second really kicks off. Herman needs to get past the Williams Sim Racing Academy car of Shoma Shintani in 77 if they are to keep Lombardi close. So we go back to the battle for third again. This is Harvu, who had a slightly shorter pit stop here. I think starting to be overtaken by some of them around them. Although if Christian Andersen's actually on the move here, then this has been a great pit call from Harvu to knock on the door of a top 3 suddenly. Of course, replacing effectively Delta Sport Sim Shop, who decided to change tyres in that most recent pit stop, and they're down in 9th and haven't really recovered from there.
There's their position gain in class. Last 2 laps, I think I'm seeing, well, it was more pace from the 997, but then that lap they just completed, Havu's come back towards them, so the pace seems pretty equal for the podium at the moment. Couldn't go monstering this class though with first and second for the minute.
Yep. It's very much a similar story to Barcelona as things stand. As Andersen has a look. These cars don't have assists on the brakes, of course. It's much different braking in a 992 car than what it is in a GT3 or 4. And Anderson using one of those longer braking zones to just threaten. Looking down the inside there at Brooklands, now on the run to Cops Corner. Less than 2/10 of a second, but no way through here. Certainly looking quicker here, and this is a great run for Harvick so far. I wonder whether it's a bit of fuel that they've not taken on that first pit stop, and whether that means an earlier pit stop is coming for them, but it's paying off for the moment. For it to really pay off, though, for it to continue to pay off, Anderson's got to get past Zarabek for this third position rather quickly, I would say. As he comes out of Chapel now, he's right into the slipstream. GT4 traffic perhaps to help him as well, as the battle for second runs through the bottom of your screen. Zarabek is just going to use that bit of GT4 traffic. Not that Anderson was close enough to make a pass anyway, but just alleviate some of that pressure again now.
Peak straight speeds come on the hangar straight there, so north of 250 k's an hour, and then you get a little bit of slipstream, can help you out. And as the cloud comes across and the track temperature drops a little bit, you should be able to brake just a little bit later, carry just a tiny bit more speed as well. Getting towards sort of 3:20 in the afternoon, it could get a little dark by the end of this 6-hour race, and certainly we've probably gone past the peak of our track temperatures and into some cooling conditions.
Yeah, and it has come down a couple of degrees since we were getting it started 20 minutes ago about the track temperature. It is today's date in Sim, isn't it, as well? 7th of September? Yep. Yeah, so at the moment in the UK it's getting dark just after 8 p.m. Suggests that the final hour, or at least the final part of the final hour, will be taking place under complete darkness. And
when's it getting dark on mostly cloudy days, or is that every September in the UK?
That is every September. You don't have to specify.
Okay, so it's getting dark at 8 p.m. on British days.
If it's sunny and in the middle of the summer, the light in the sky you can still see up until nearly sort of 11, but we're long past that now. That's sort of June, early July I'm talking about there. That's a long time ago now. We're into September, and it's properly going to be dark later. Unfortunately, seen a bit of just been sent a graph of the track temperature evolution so far. It's been bobbing around a little bit, but starting now maybe to trend downwards a little bit more consistently, as we'll see darkness and the headlights required, I'm sure, actually, before this race concludes in 4 hours and 42 minutes time, as Anderson continues to apply the pressure and continues to be unable to find a way through. Maybe the run into the final chicane will be the opportunity. And again, no, not close enough. This is going to become a little bit frustrating towards the back end of this second stint of the race.
I'm trying to sort of judge the motivations a little bit here. Are they really looking like they're trying to pass, or are they looking like they're trying to run closely now and then get to that next stop where some amount of tyre changing and driver changing is likely, and to try to jump at that point? So is it save fuel, is it save right hand side tyres, or is it try to get into the top three?
Onto the Wellington straight again, and those two don't look like they're quite going to exchange places for the moment. All of the leading gaps now have just extended out to a couple of seconds or more, even in GT4, where we've seen a very close race so far. 2.5 seconds is now the gap there. Nearly 8. It is 8 now for Grid and Go. Just as they got clear of that little bit of traffic, they're not quite clear of this last couple of moments just yet, but as soon as they do, they're going to really get a push in for maybe getting that 10-second gap that they will have been praying for. There's only about 10 minutes or so until they actually pit, though. This is the chase, effectively. These are the teams who are chasing that 10-second. Oh, that 10-second margin, and that's a spin for Simify. Simify Esports number 14, Mark Perez, goes for a spin. That's the car that finished 5th at Barcelona, getting into contact with one of the lap cars that it was passing through that first sector.
Well, they went around the outside and then into the next corner. They thought more space was going to open up. They began coming across to the right-hand side of the road, but that much space was not forthcoming, and they weren't completely clear of the 992 either.
No, very much not. Got to be very wary of that in GT3, that the gap in speed is not quite as large as you might expect, and in terms of speed, and you do have to be very wary when you're passing down into turn 3 again for these two. This is the battle for 3rd place in the 992 category. Christian Andersen still not able to get past. So it's got to be a little bit frustrating at the moment, although they're not particularly losing time to those behind them. They are losing time to the leaders, although that is probably expected really at this stage in the race. Won't come as a particular surprise. Andersen has another look. He's not able to do it. Can't imagine how frustrating it is to just be stuck here like this. The first hour of the race was pretty open in terms of overtakes like that, but this second hour so far hasn't been quite the same.
It's frustrating if you feel like you're being held up and 1st and 2nd place are getting away and those cars just behind are getting closer, but if you're making good pace, it's not necessarily frustrating to be underneath the rear wing of another car if you're gee, that's a GT4 that likes a little bit of mowing. Yeah, it all depends. Do you feel like the car in front is making good pace or not?
Yeah, I guess that does come into it as well. Here's another GT3 992 interaction. There's another example for your eyes about the straight line speed of these Porsche Cup cars these days. A look down the inside on the GT4 leader as they go. That lead is coming down at the moment, and not least because of this. Look at that into the final chicane now. They'll get through on the GT4. And that McLaren going to be stuck behind these guys again. Thankfully, when the tyres are up to temperature, the GT3s don't find it quite as difficult to get through on the 992s. But in terms of straight line speed quality, that's another prime example that this is just such hard work in GT3. Another look, and now finally Andersen actually has to give it up. There does have to be a bit more give and take these days with this GT3 versus Porsche Cup lap traffic, and here we see it again. Zerbeck inside will give away the inside though at turn 4. There you go, there's the compromise that you have to strike between these two classes now.
Well, it's a 5.89 kilometre racetrack, and there's 60 cars out there, so everyone gets 95 metres or so. But it doesn't seem like it when you look at some of these angles, that each car has 95 metres to themselves. Certainly not how it's playing out with clumping still across all of the classes. You get, an open 400 metres of racetrack, and then you get 10 cars in the next 400 metres.
Still going to feel very, very, very congested, even with a long circuit such as Silverstone, one of the longer this season. Nearly 6 kilometres around here, 5.89. Just a bit shorter than Sebring, which will host our finale in 2026 now. As you mentioned at the top of the show, we have had a couple of date adjustments through various other events. It's a very congested calendar actually, the last 5 months of the year having 6 races within it, but that's not quite the case anymore. It's 6 races in 6 months now, which is not exactly spaced out. But 10th of January 2026 is our finale. That will be a 12-hour race from Sebring. Not the official 12 hours of Sebring, but 24H Series Esports 12 hours of Sebring. Because in the real world, 24H Series has done a 24-hour race a few times in the last few years, which is of course separate to the very long-running 12-hour race down in Florida. This is Thomas Marks Burgess again just in front of Alexander Peregrina and Timo Hayden. Peregrina's caught them right up, by the way. Hayden was on the back of Burgess after his spin, and Peregrina's raced past him and raced up to the back of Burgess now as well, looking pretty threatening.
Yeah, taking in the difference between different models and marks of GT4. They are actually a little more different than each other than GT3 cars often are. If you look at a box sheet for GT4, it is all over the place. Things like this Porsche can be 1,200 kilograms. Well, I think the Audi R8 GT4 was sort of 1,500 kilograms at the point. The Alpine GT4 was allowed to run very light. And then the ride heights, etc. They're so much more close to the road cars. Wide variety of cars in place, so to balance them, the parameters are often very different. GT4 car versus other GT4 cars, and you see that here with the Porsche Cayman. The McLaren has a little flash of the headlights, I thought, there.
He's a man on the move at the moment, Peregrina. Doesn't seem to want to slow his progress either. It's that GT3 and Williams Sim Racing Academy car races around the outside and just allows these GT4s to take the racing line in time for the Maggots and Beckett's section. Now onto the Hanger Straight again, and there'll be some more faster class traffic coming through. 992 car first of all, followed by some more GT3s. Erdley and Renhofer in the background, by the way. But there's the breakdown of the battle. Fiercely Forward have been living up to their name very nicely in car 412. Up 12 so far from a 20th place start in GT4. I mean, you'd say that Fiercely Forward probably on pace deserve to be starting higher up than 20th place, but you know, these things happen. And for them to be already 8th in the first quarter of this race is a very impressive drive. Maybe that's why there's a flash of the lights from Peregrina, a look of intent from him at the moment as he's closed into Burgess.
Yeah, and 4 drivers actually registered and connected to that 412. Peregrina's done all of the race so far, but Frederick Schwartz, Kevin Desnoyers and Dylan Scrivens are all available drivers by the looks of things, and we've seen Desnoyers previously. Scrivens no slouch, so I think they've got some good drivers to go in there as well. End of straight speed equal between the Cayman and the McLaren though at 235 kilometers an hour.
Bit of slipstream. We'll hope to just give the McLaren enough to make the pass, but as we've seen throughout these last few minutes, just as we're sort of approaching the mid part of this race, the battles have become a lot more tricky to actually pass through. So see whether Peregrina suffers with that as well, or whether the 12 overtakes he's made already will be added to. Because while the Ferraris around the outside through Maggots and Beckett, it's a classic place to make a move if you're a GT3, or indeed any faster class traffic actually here at Silverstone. It's a great place to do it. Spectacular place as well. Into the lead. Into the pit lane for the leader. Dino Lombardi was close to getting the 10 seconds he required there as he was getting towards the end of that stint. It was 8.9 at last count. You will have seen it grow on your screen there as the pit lane shortens the distance around the racetrack, as we've already explained. But Lombardi's into pit lane. He will stop for 10 seconds in the penalty area, and then he will get going again. Slight concern that he hasn't made it to 45 minutes again, but we can deal with that later. For now, the pressing thing is the penalty and where it's going to bring him out in this race.
I think the idea might be come in a tiny bit early, slightly short fuel the car, and then try to keep that track position and then make up the 5 seconds of pit stop time at some later stops, because the opening stint was 23 laps for that grid and go car, but they've just completed 21 to come in. WSR behind them did 22 and 22, so it's equal but short stints for the WSR McLaren. It was a bit longer and now a bit shorter for the Mustang front of frame.
Ooh. What's going on there? Only just went up on the jacks now.
Yeah, are they...
This is... Now goes. That was all wrong. That was all wrong for Dino Lombardi. A pit stop should in this series should never take 55 seconds or so. That was far, far, far too long for Dino Lombardi. I mean, it's almost as if he sort of didn't have the tyre change checked as he came into pit lane and did it as he was stopped there fueling, and then it did it. But that was very unusual. I'm not sure I've seen that before.
Definitely saw him get jumped by a couple of those other cars. So Andrew Caron got out ahead of him. John Aylan from SimRC even got out ahead of him. I think that's the Mustang that was 25th. And Stone Motherless at one point, wasn't it?
Not sure, to be honest with you. Well, this is strange. We're going to have to do some figuring out here as to quite what's gone on for Dino Lombardi, because this is a disastrous situation for the race winner, or the second place team rather, and long-time race leader here at Silverstone this afternoon. Dino Lombardi down 17 from where he qualified. He's now onto the back of SimRC, and this here begins a long run back through the field for the two-car. Inside line at Stowe, and there's one of the positions made. You're not going to have to make 17 overtakes to get back to the lead, but certainly going to have to make quite a few, and there's one of them. SimRC dispatched off within a lap.
Yeah, and just clever to let that go, really, if you're in the 76ers position and you've got a couple of other pit stops and those cars are in the lane right now. So as Lombardi comes past, you see him gain 2, 3 there as other cars stop. He jumps back past a few of them, but there is clearly a few cars that are going to stop and rejoin still ahead of this number 2 Mustang. Harvey were in from 992 after just 19 laps. So they've gone early. You said they had a short stop, and I think, yeah, maybe they have gone a couple laps shorter on fuel, and if they think there's a tyre undercut to be had, they're also going for that earlier. It looks like almost everyone in this class went fuel only at the first stop.
Yeah, other than Delta Sports at Sim Shop, who I mentioned at the time, it looks like that's actually turned out to be the wrong call, unfortunately for them. 48 seconds in the box, and that seems like it's been a bit of an error, really, for them in the last few moments. Yes, 27 seconds in the box first time round for Harvey, compared to 33, 34 for everybody else. That initially suggested to me actually something else on tyres, but actually they seem to be just fine in terms of speed. It must have been fuel, and so that's the difference there. And Harvey come into the pit lane then just on the other side of 45 minutes.
As long as they don't need more pit stops than everyone else, I kind of like that strategy to try to run the car light when the tyres are old.
Just checking. Yeah, you'd need to do 52 minutes a stint if you were to be able to cut out a pit stop completely. Now, if they are all going to do 7 stops in 992, like they are in GT3 and GT4 as well, ideally, then obviously over 45 minutes would be required, but 52 would be required for a 6-stop race. It's a 3 wide moment here as Schugbeck gets overtaken by the Byte 999. So 2:52s, what would that get you to at this stage in the race? 1 hour 43 into the race, which is 4 hours 17 to go. So if anybody can do another 12 minutes, then Harvey might be in trouble with an extra splash and dash, but I personally don't think they can, based on what we saw in the first stint.
So then is the stop time from Havu of what looks like 55 seconds, 2 tyres or 4 tyres?
For Harvey, you say?
Yeah.
Yeah, 4, I think.
Okay.
Looks about right. Well, yeah. No, I'll go 52.
So we're saying,
you got to remember that there's less fuel fill, isn't there? So it must be 4.
For every car, the front left takes a beating around here. Corners like this, and a handful of other places as well. Multiple times per lap, you're leaning on the front left, trying to get it to turn in. Sometimes you're leaning on a GT4 car, trying to get them to help you to turn in.
Yes, certainly was the case there. This is Ryan van der Grip getting past. Oh no! That's one of the, I mentioned earlier, it's one of the passing zones for a faster class car, really whatever the traffic interaction is in multi-class racing at Silverstone. That's the Maniti Racing car just getting it slightly wrong, and, you know, not remembering that the Porsche Cup cars have a lot less downforce on board than those GT3s that can really rip round the outside in certain places around this track.
So that looks like we've now had a pit stop from everyone in GT3, even the cars that ran especially long, like Maniti Racing. Van der Grip, was he on an outlap there, or was that before his pit stop? So Van der Grip's just on an outlap right now. I wonder if that...
Yeah, was that his in-lap then?
...contributed to a little bit of impatience. And they're down in 18th in class now, but I say that DS Competition have just a slender lead on GT3 right now. And, okay. Cigarette paper there. That's Stowe, and then braking here. Oh, can't tell much from that angle, unfortunately, but...
Definite contact, though, into the final chicane. I wondered why when we were seeing that why Langford was so many seconds behind anybody else, but yeah, that's the reason why. So he, Grabowski and William Humphrey were very close before all that, battling for 4th place, as I think David Sobrero is either into... Corentin Guine is into pit lane. So these GT4 pit stops are starting again. As I mentioned, you need to get to 4 hours 17 to go if you're going to cut out a pit stop in this race. You need 52 times 7 makes up a 6-stop race here at in a 6-hour race. As another Grid and Go car in the background comes in. Is that Grid and Go? Or is it somebody else? Oh, it's Altitude again. Got them mixed up again. But yeah, you need to go another 3 laps, really, in any of the classes. Or 992 and GT4. We know GT3 aren't going to do it. But another 3 laps in 992 or GT4 to make it on just 6 stops this afternoon. And I don't think it's out of the question, actually, for those 992s, most of whom haven't come in at the moment.
Yeah, a lot of them have still got 4 or 5 more laps in their back pocket. Carlisle might even have 6 more laps in their back pocket. So keep an eye on, maybe that's something that Carlisle Esports Cup aim to do. And this for the race lead. And now that we've had everyone's pit stops, and you look at where Grid and Go have ended up, do you think they made a fumble in their pit stop?
Oh, absolutely. And the time difference in their actual pit stop is exactly the time it takes to do tyres. So again, I don't actually know if this is possible because I've never done it myself, but if it's possible that they began fueling, and as they got to the end of begin fueling, they had forgotten to check the tyre change window and forgotten to tick the box there, then if they tick the box during fueling, do they have to wait until the fueling's done to change the tyres as well? I don't know, but that was an old-fashioned pit stop, wasn't it, where they waited for the fuel to finish and then they went up on the jacks. We never see, when we're watching a car in pit lane, we never actually watch them go up on the jacks unless we watch them come to a stop, because it's done at the same time now. That was an old-fashioned pit stop where the car lifted off the ground halfway through the stop. So they spent nearly a minute stationary alongside the 10 seconds they lost actually serving their penalty as well. And suddenly, the round 1 winners are the race leaders again here, with their closest rivals from last race miles away.
Sure that the battling is done between Montoro and Nils Koch though, just yet. But certainly you've got the Simplify cars have separated. Your race leaders dropped a little bit further back, and it's a two-way fight with 8 seconds clear behind the Falcon Sim Racing team and Sure Esport in class. And the other thing, it's crazy but it can happen, is you start your pit stop and you've accidentally got wet like you've bumped something on your button box or something, and you've accidentally got wet tires selected, and they go and put wet tires on the car, and you're like, I can't leave pit lane on wet tires. Come on, take them off, put a set of new slicks on, please. It's not like Formula One or other FIA things where the race director or the stewards or whatever have to declare the track wet before you're allowed to fit wet tyres. In a circumstance like today where the track is completely bone dry and there's a 0% chance of rain and we are going to get no rain, you still can go put wet tyres on, either because you are foolish or have made a mistake, or you've, incorrectly entered something.
I can see some of the leagues of the world for a fun race at the start or at the end of the season putting a mandate on everybody using the wet tyres in the race just for a bit of a giggle in the dry weather, or indeed vice versa. But because, as you say, it is possible to do the wrong thing, as it were. I guess the reason why you wouldn't add that in is because, if you get into a race in iRacing, the race director, as it was, the sort of the computer race director in a race doesn't declare the track wet, doesn't let anybody use wet tyres, but they need the wet tyres, then that might produce some problems. But it's just easier to leave that out, I suppose, and it's probably the right idea. But yeah, as you say, it is possible to put the wrong compound on, and it's a much better idea to lose the 20 seconds change in the beginning, because you'd lose 20 seconds in about 3 or 4 laps if you tried to persevere with it. So there'd be no point in doing that, but it just compounds the problems for Grid and Go, who are going to be very exciting to watch come back through the field in the remaining 4 hours 18 of this race. Still no second stops being made at the front of 992, and so Havu are definitely doing a different strategy compared to the rest of 7 stops, compared to everybody else doing just 6, because as they get to the end of this lap here, these guys, they should be fine to make it on 6 laps. 6 stops, sorry. We're seeing some of the GT4s able to stretch it this far as well. Williams Sim Racing Academy have only just come in now, which is quite a long way in. Not sure whether it's long enough. It certainly has been long enough, though, from Altitude from Esports White. Denis Grabowski has definitely gone on long enough laps here, and is maybe posing for a 6-stop race himself as well.
And here comes Ice Cold Racing, and we're expecting a few others. It's sort of right on time, and they'll be sort of begging for new tyres potentially in this class as well. We're getting a lot of driver changes out of these stops. So for Havu, Henry Salman got in, and so you keep an eye on the lane for the 992 class. You will see a few driver changes begin to take place.
That time in the race. There's the M&J Downforce Mustang, now in the top 10, just ahead of Fastlane RT, Sasha Anglesey, Simify Esports, the car that spun not so long ago, and Dino Lombardi as well. It's a high-class group, considering they're battling for only 9th position. And the second half of this group are 2 recovering teams in the Mustangs. Here comes Lombardi. Does he make it 3 wide? Does he take a risk here? He is looking to the inside of the Simify car, just in the background of shot there, into the final chicane. They're all inside traffic at the moment, and so that makes it very difficult, and so he can't get past.
And then checked up through turn 1, losing momentum. Really brings yet more heat.
He's got certainly going to have the run here, isn't he? To have a go into Brooklands. How quickly and efficiently does he want to make these moves? And Simify aren't going to let him, of course. They're leading this race, and they'll be still concerned, given the pace that Grid and Go have shown so far this afternoon, that they might be able to get back into the conversation for this race lead as well, but not just yet. Through Woodcut. Well, they all cut the corner, really.
Yeah, Woodcut, yeah.
Yeah, yeah, very fitting name. We'll spell it wrong just for this occasion. And through Cops as well. These are the fast parts of this racetrack, and Lombardi is going to want to get this done quickly. Simify going to try and drag this one out as much as possible. This could be a fantastic battle between these two.
Yeah, so with their teammates leading the race, they've got every incentive in the number 14 car to be difficult to pass, to be the biggest, widest Ford Mustang that there ever was. You excited for the Mustang Evo next year? I think they're going to make so that the exhaust doesn't catch on fire, the deck lid stays on, and the diffuser works.
Kind of feel like they should have done that for the first version of the car, to be honest. They sound, it's quite important, those things, but
I mean, Multimatic don't have much experience building race cars.
No, of course.
They've only built race-winning GTEs, DPIs, and suspension systems for F1 teams.
Didn't they build LMP1s in the pre-hybrid days? Or have I made that up? I've made that up.
I think so.
Yeah, I probably have invented that in my head, as I sometimes do. Lombardi getting close in towards Brooklands, but not quite close enough. Pretty close though. Adam Watson I'm not sure whether he's questioning whether there was or whether he can see an Impulse GT4 crash. Now, Timo Hayden is driving that Impulse car at the moment, and you'll notice on the top right-hand side of your screen at the moment a pit stop that is going well over a minute now. That's much longer than it should be in a GT4 context, and I just wonder whether, yes, we have seen a crash for Impulse in the GT4 category. It should be pretty big news, really, because they're one of the favourites teams. They finished 4th at Barcelona. We're running well today, and this is going to drop them a long, long way back.
And there's also scheduled GT4 pit stops still happening well past Ewan O'Leary's magic happy hour of 4 hours 17 minutes to go.
Very specific, isn't it? Funnily enough, 6 hours divided by 7 stints doesn't divide very nicely into an even number, or a round number even, as Lombardi chooses the right path there past the GT4, and he gets straight through. Simify going to continue to hound him, but he's ahead now into 11th place. That was a perfect bit of use of traffic there from Dino Lombardi, and he clears a potential banana skin there in the Simify Mustang.
Got to imagine Lombardi could be a little bit frustrated as well in this race. Just a couple of things of taking what's a clear good car, good driver combination and good race pace, and made scoring good points today look difficult but not impossible. Points run pretty deep. GT3, it's each position you gain is 1 more point until you get up towards the top 5 spots, and then it pays out a little bit more. You saw the championship points at the start of the broadcast, 20 for the win, then 18, 16, 14, so you get down to 10 points, and then it's 9, 8, 7, etc.
Limited points available, but
fastest lap of the race in GT3 does look like it belongs to Dino Lombardi and Grid and Go at the moment as well.
Yeah. A 158.4. It's not actually that much better than some of the others we've got. Falcon have got quite a good fastest lap at the moment, but yeah.
But it's good if they set it in the first stint with no slipstream when they were leading the way.
It's true. Pit stop from the new leader, or brief leader, of 992. Williams Sim Racing Academy. SimRaceSweden.com Esports still going. Although they might pick this lap as well, I suppose. But Williams Sim Racing Academy to go that far is very good effort. Nearly 55 minutes both times. 4 tyres taken last time, right, by the way, from Sim Race Sweden, which is probably putting them a little bit further down than maybe they otherwise would be. No tyres, no, pretty much tyres taken all round actually in 992, even for Delta Sports Sim Shop, which is a bit of an odd one. Maybe they only took 2, but considering they took tyres first time around, they're dropping themselves a long way down.
I was kind of guessing that fuel only was about 35 seconds, 4 tyres about 55 seconds, so 45, somewhere in between might be a 2 tyre stop. That is the incident for Timo Hayden.
It's not as big contact as I was expecting, actually, considering the amount of repairs he's had to do. This is Matteo De Feo in the Bike 500 992 car, the all-Argentinian squad. Just having a spin
Reversed
through...
over the sausage.
Yeah, bit of Argentinian sausage. Are they famous for that?
They got good beef. They got good beef.
Have they?
So it's probably not a pork sausage.
I didn't know that's from us. I'll ask Amira later.
Beef recognises beef. They've got good beef in Argentina.
Have you got good beef in Australia?
We certainly do. Lots of cows, lots of places to graze beef, but that isn't quite what you'd want for dairy cows. You want more lush, more green for dairy cows because you don't want them to stray too far, whereas beef cattle, you can just, herd and herd and herd over large, relatively arid land.
There you go, sounds perfect. To Stowe Corner. I look down the inside from the Lamborghini of Sasha Anglesey. Gets alongside Dennis Menzi, who's now the M&J Downforce driver. And if these two take each other off, then Dino Lombardi will take both the places in one go, but he's not going to be able to quite do that. Anglesey not able to get past the Mustang this time round as he continues to apply the pressure. This has been a relatively productive stint so far for Lombardi, but all of the time he's stuck in groups like this, he's just losing time to those he was around earlier in the day.
Yeah, just gone over the timing line for 159.8. Altitude frame, for example, of 59.1. Bit of traffic for this group in front. Racing Lab Esports 201 flat, and M&J Downforce also past 2 minutes. Lombardi will get one of the spots he's after.
Nicely done.
You could lose a Lamborghini behind a Mustang. Yeah. See, that's why I could never own a Huracan, is like I'd park it at the shops and then I'd just lose it. I'd be like, oh, where did it go? It'd be behind someone's Ford Fiesta and you just wouldn't spot it.
They're very low, aren't they? Very, very low. Also,
It's a wonder Roger Penske still knows where his road-going Porsche 963 is.
Yes, it's quite an ordeal getting in and out of one of these cars. Have you ever tried to get into a very low GT3 car before?
I've been in an Audi GT3.
It's pretty low.
Yeah, a bit tough. I've sat in Formula Fords and Formula Vs and stuff, but that's different. It's tight once you're in, but it's not tight getting in. Some of these GT3 cars, the way that the side roll bar stuff is that protects you from side-on impacts, it's tough to squeeze yourself in, but then you often have a fair bit of space once you're in. It's the aperture that is challenging.
And is it bucket seats they call it? Or what's it called? The racing seats that you get in a GT3. It makes it very unusual to sit in. You can always sort of fall in.
They're very heavily bolstered, and what you'll notice from modern race seats as well is that around the helmet they've got big bits that sort of prevent your head from knocking either side in an impact and can protect your neck, which is important. So yeah, they're heavily bolstered the whole way up the side of your body and all the way up past your helmet as well. Here's a dive from Montoro.
There he goes. The former race leader.
Lombardi, I should say.
Yeah, Lombardi. The gridandgo.com Esports number 2 car up to 9th place ahead of Dennis Menzies with that big dive down the inside of turn 4. Very well executed. And he wanted to get ahead there just as they're catching the Racing Lab Esports car as well. The old Tyne has been caught quite quickly here, and so Lombardi wants to be first on the scene to try and overtake him. And at the moment, he's going to get that opportunity after that dive. It shows that, you know, that sometimes the dives at turn 4 are actually quite dangerous. You can get into a situation like what Bowser's Pala did early with that Simul C Mustang. You can spin them round very easily, but actually if you're decisive enough, then you can make it look very easy.
I think there's a few of these guys that know not to try to tangle with Lombardi. It's only really Simify that gains anything from putting their shoulder pads on and putting their elbows out. Some of these others are thinking, if this guy's catching me a second a lap, it does not help me this early in the race to try to do too much. And I think there is a couple of cars that might have forgone tyres just to try to get a hot tyre undercut with how short their stints are.
I wonder what the offset with that is. If the tyre wear's not too bad, it might be worth a go. You do lose a few seconds warming them up.
Racing Lab could be in that sort of situation. Their last couple of laps haven't been especially hot, but they have jumped a bunch of positions from where they started on the grid, 14th to 8th. Altitude Freedom Esports 25th to 7th, similarly.
Yeah, unsure as to the balance of that. I mean, something I'd more expect maybe from GT4 or something, because although I guess the tyre...
Look at that under traction. Did you see that under traction though from Racing Lab? That is not 10-lap-old tyres on a 27°C track. For my mind, either that or he's found the switch for the traction control and decided it's cooler to be sideways.
Yes.
Which it is.
It is. It's not as fast though for your old Tyne, unfortunately. The Norwegian driver for Racing Lab Esports, the all-Norwegian team. Of course, there's 6 drivers entered in that car, so they'll be using plenty of different personnel over the course of the 6-race season, but it's Jo Tyne at the moment, and he's under so much pressure here from Dino Lombardi. I mean, frankly, I'm surprised it's taken this long, actually. Lombardi's caught up to him so quickly. In towards Maggots and Beckett's. The Porsche Cup car just about in the way, and this is the awkward part in the racetrack, really, to be catching him. Round the outside then for Tyne. Oh, big squeeze through there, and we saw what happened earlier to Ryan van der Grip. If you get that just a little bit wrong through Maggots and Beckett's, it's a much better run though from Lombardi. It just needs the space here really, and he will be able to get through. Tyne tried to use that bit of slower traffic to try and keep him out the slipstream. He's now going to chase him over to the inside of the circuit, coming into Stoke Corner, but it's the inside for Lombardi, and he's up to 8th place now. 4 places gained ever since his disastrous pit stop just about half an hour ago. He's now into the top 8, and he clears the old Tyne decisively. He will be gone from the rest of this field very shortly.
Yeah, I don't think Tyne was actually really trying to defend that all that much, and obviously does not have the same pace as Lombardi, who's just cut through this part of the group pretty effectively to gain a bunch more positions. Ewan, do you remember what I taught you about Norway on Wednesday?
No.
What country do they border?
Sweden. Did you tell me this literally on Wednesday? Oh, right. Oh, you mean... Oh, sorry. You mean Norway on... No, I thought you meant Norway on a Wednesday. You mean what you said to me on Wednesday about Norway?
Yeah.
Yeah, I do remember, yeah.
Cheaper shopping if you take the bus over into Sweden.
Wonder if any of those Racing Lab Esports drivers are familiar with the... or indeed practice the shopping trip.
Finns do the same, taking ferries to Estonia. And
don't take ferries to do shopping, surely.
No, but if you're going on like a holiday or a trip, you can get that duty free, and it happens. It happens. The 3 drivers that are actually in the session for Racing Lab Esports, ZLT and Anders Meyer and Carl Fredrik Herzog. So those other ones that are on the entry list as the season-long registration are not necessarily all here today, and that's been the case across a couple of these cars.
Yeah. Jakob Behrens probably the pick of the drivers who's not here. It's a very good Porsche Cup driver. Not here today. Thomas Asbrug and Leander Angelfeld are also not here. So sure they'll be used at some point later on in the season. So the beauty of this series, though, it's only a team championship. You don't get drivers' points. So it only really matters where your team is, and as long as you do one part of one race, then you can be awarded with the title along with your teammates. So oh, that was a squeeze. Goodness me. Right in front of Gareth Higgins. Not sure which GT4 that is. There's the flash of the lights. Not surprising. It must be Marius Hibmer, I suppose, in the Vulcan Fasteners by Glasgow racing car. Well, they will have been wishing they were a bit thinner there, because they very nearly got run straight off the road by the Porsche Cup car.
And then a poor digestion of the sausage curb from the Merc GT4 back there. They are nasty in that part of the racetrack, as we've seen. You really, really want to stay off of them. But there are other places where the curbs are so delicious and inviting, like Stowe Corner, like Cops Corner, and through some of the other places here.
And that next car in line, by the way, is also for position. The Karen Denoyer of 54 with pink is there as well. I think that's the car that Peregrini was driving earlier. But so that car's rather just stopped its progress recently. Yeah, it is the same car. So last half an hour or so, not much progress. It's side by side again here. This is 475 that spun at Cops Corner earlier, don't forget, by going side by side on the outside, and you could just see the same thing happening again here, although not this time. It's not Thomas March Burgess anymore, it's Gareth Higgins, but there will certainly be a bit of a poor memory of that, and they are going to go to the outside at Cops Corner again with a faster class car coming up behind them quite closely. This time, 475 doesn't commit to it, and I'd be surprised if they commit to it for the rest of this race, to be honest, because that would have been a traumatising moment for them. Here comes one of the Porsche Cup cars. 3 wide, nearly into Mason Beckett's. Oh, wow, it's nearly happening again for this car. Higgins squeezed in the middle this time, and Hibmer just about has the nose shut there. Higgins just about pulls in front of him into Maggots and Beckett's, and the 475 is through. Hibmer's not going to give this one up, though, just yet for the Vulcan Fasteners by Glasstec Racing Mercedes, who get right into the slipstream. Kevin Denier is just sitting back and watching it all unfold in front of him at the moment as the Mercedes just about pulls alongside. It's not quite dead level as they turn in for Stowe Corner, but it's a great run round the outside. Inside, though, for the Porsche should be enough, and there you go, 6th place. Gareth Higgins eventually gets the move done, and Denoyer is going to try and follow. Not a good lap for Hibmer, as he's now being attacked into the final chicane as well.
Looks like Marble's starting to build up a little bit on the outside of Stowe as well. If you end up 3 car widths wide, not a whole lot of grip there, exacerbated by the off-camber nature of the corner. So it took a little bit, and it took a fair bit of persistence, but Team 75 Bernhard get by, and it opens up the floodgates.
That would have been the best time to strike for Denoyer. Does open the door, but he's not able to do it straight away. Marius Hibmer keeps that first attack away, and so what about for the rest of this run and the rest of this third stint of the race for these guys? Because the GT3s will only be about 10 seconds away from a pit stop. 10 minutes, sorry, not 10 seconds, 10 minutes away from a third pit stop of the day. These GT4s will be not long after that. So probably midway through their stint at the moment, and unfortunately that best opportunity for Denoyer has passed him by. Hibmer, though, is nowhere near as quick as Gareth Higgins, who's showing good speed in 475. Unfortunately, though, there's some big gaps in front, and a long way to get back to that leading battle that they were part of earlier.
You can see on the timing column left of screen that the smallest leading gap across the 3 categories is in GT4. 7 seconds for the GT3 lead, nearly 7 seconds for the 992 lead, which is between the Grid and Go teammates, one of the cars in that class that sort of came across this GT4 battle And it's like, how am I going to squeeze through? And then, of course, it means that behind the leaders from that 992 class comes the next group. There's Havu, and they are right back in competition with the same cars they were before after that slightly earlier stop. I get the idea that Havu will have less fuel on board, though, in this stint than Checkmate have got behind, because there was about a 5-second pit stop time difference, but Checkmate are now less than 5 seconds behind them and carrying more fuel. Don't know about that extra pit stop strategy from Havu for the moment.
No.
It's just not selling me on it yet. I'm not seeing fruit bloom and ripen.
Does seem a little bit far-fetched for the moment for Henry Salmon. But you never know. You never know. This is the battle in GT3 for 12th place. Sorry, not 12th place. This is elsewhere in the field as a move down the inside there for 6th, I should say, for James Bromate. Gets past Alessio Bonino in the 07 Racing Ferrari. And that is another Mustang in the top 6 then. We've got, well, we did earlier, had them all over the place. Now a few less, but Bromate returns to the top 6. These guys only 3 seconds in front of Dino Lombardi, so surely this battle is going to be for a position lower than what it currently is, with the former race leader bearing down on them quite quickly.
Yeah, the tyres also looked a little secondhand on that Ferrari as well. I'm definitely seeing in this stint some cars sort of working their way back up through the field or in high positions dropping back. That suggests there is a small element of tyre strategy to be had in GT3 with the truncated stints with only 75%-ish fuel tank size. We definitely saw that Racing Lab looked a little shaky on their feet, but had this really great track position up in sort of 6th, 7th position. The 07 Ferrari is giving similar signs at the moment. And that becomes a more tempting thing the cooler the track temperature gets as well, I would suspect, which is where we're heading.
Yeah.
27.8 degrees Celsius. Gone are the heady days of 30.6 on the track.
I would say especially for the, as we go to Alpert versus Nicholas Heider for 3rd place, I wonder whether, especially for the final stint of the race in GT3, because we know that these guys are going to need 7 stops. I'm pretty sure that no GT3, unless it goes really, really slowly, would be able to get one less pit stop out of this race, like what we're seeing in the 992 and GT4 categories. But we may well see them skip tyres, especially in that final stint of the race, you know, keeping the warm tyres on at those lowest track temperatures that we're ever going to see. Probably as they leave the pit lane for the last time, it's going to be quite dark, if not properly dark. So I wonder whether we are going to see a skipping of tyres even earlier than that, or certainly late on in that final stint of the day in 3 hours 52 minutes time. As these guys battle for 3rd, this has been a good run for Share Esports so far, bringing that Acura right into the podium places now. 13 seconds off the lead, that's not the concern. I don't think they really should be aiming for the race win today, just gaining the places like they're doing at the moment, and it will be a better result than their first round, that's for sure. Almost no matter what happens here, they finished 18th, so great run from Alpert and Renhofer so far in that GT3 Acura, the only Acura in the race.
This looks to be mag performance, M&J downforce and fast lane. So the Ferrari ahead, the Mustang ahead of the Lamborghini, the new Temerario GT3. I've probably pronounced that wrong, but yeah, whatever. We'll be seeing that out in the real world. And so the question becomes, will we see it on iRacing at some point? Probably depending on whether anyone runs it in IMSA.
Yeah, yes. It might well be.
Which I think FAF will be. I don't know, I'm not keeping up with that, but something to keep an eye on if the idea of a BMW GT3 Evo or Ford Mustang Evo doesn't tempt your senses.
We are getting the Aston Martin, of course, into racing now. I don't know what the rules are specifically, and we're getting a Mustang in GT4 as well, of course. Not sure what the rules are going to be about changing car mid-season when there's a new one added, whether the series organisers are just going to say, well, these are the ones we had at the start, we're going to keep that all the way through, or whether some teams will be tempted over and be allowed to be tempted over by that, either that Mustang in the GT4 category or the Aston in the GT3s.
Historically, it's been these are the cars, even when new ones were available for the classes in between. I think there was even one year that the 992 Cup was out, but we completed the season with the 991 because, you know, we started the season with the 991. Everyone signed up to race that car. That's what the category is for this season, and then next time, reevaluate. So I can see an argument for adding a new GT3. I can see an argument for not. Of course, in times gone by as well, you had to factor in that you were only allowed a small number of different models of car. So, you know, 5 or 6, whereas now is it more than 15?
I don't know what the number is these days, actually.
It's grown a lot, so that's less of a concern as well. It's not like, oh, well, if we add the new GT3, we're going to have to take one out. So, no, typically they add a new GT3 and then they allow you to have more. Yeah,
there's 13 different cars in this race, so I'm not sure what the actual limit is, but it's certainly those days are over. And you know,
and doesn't my video RAM know it?
yeah. No, I'm personally quite pleased about it, actually. Variety is exactly what GT3 is all about, and as soon as you start to take some of that away, you sort of take some of the point of the class away as well in sim racing for me, but there you go. Green Ace now leading, by the way, in GT4. He's got past Olivier Piatek in the Williams Sim Racing Academy Mercedes. And these are, speaking of different manufacturers and whatever, these are a couple of GT4s that have been around for a very, very long time, and it's allowed the likes of Guinet to get very, very accustomed to that Porsche Cayman specifically. Been a very good servant of this GT4 class for a long time now. But I've got to say, I'm quite pleased that there's a new car coming to that category, the Mustang.
Corentin Guinet is one of just a few drivers on track right now that have been in their car since the drop of the green flag in the very beginning of the race. Most teams have done a driver change at this point, but not the Team 75 Bernard by SimRC 476, not Grid and Go with Dino Lombardi, and not Altitude Freedom Esports White with Dennis Grabowski. There's a couple of other GT4s and Cesar in GT3 where the starting driver is still approaching sort of past 2 hours since the drop of the green flag.
Still 3 hours 47 to go from Silverstone. Just before we get a load of pit stops again, and I know we've just seen Sasha Anglesey in, but I'm going to quickly run through the top 10 in each class just before it all kicks off again. And I'll start with GT4 since we're watching the leading battle here. Guinet and Piatek out front by 13 seconds over the rest, actually. Ryan Woodrow is the Samatha Racing Wood of Racing driver, currently in third. Altitude Freedom Esports are 4 seconds off the podium at the moment in fourth, with Variety Esports in fifth. Team 75 Bernard by SimRC, Gareth Higgins continues to work his way through the field and is knocking on the door of that top 5 now from 6th. Vulcan Fasteners by Glasstech Racing has just been overtaken by Higgins. They're 7th. Headed fiercely forward, Pink, whose progress has rather slowed in recent minutes. Grid & Go, number 400, has only recovered to 9th. Justin Rem is the new driver there. They were leading the first into the race before a long first pit stop for them. Altitude Frame Esports Red round out the top 10 in GT4. In Grid & Go, it's 1 and 2 between Edin Garaiki and Arden Baba. They are in 901 and 900. 17 seconds off the leaders, Henry Salmon, although we know he's making an extra stop compared to most of the Porsche Cup cars in this race. Team Checkmate Wallach Group are 4th ahead of Carlisle Esports. Actually, Martin Rybachuk for Team Checkmate Wallet Group, actually very close behind Harvu for third. Impulse Racing 6th place ahead of Williams Sim Racing Academy. This is actually a group for 6th place. Ice Cold Racing by MaxSimRacing.com, all involved in that. Delta Sport, SimShot and Fast Japan Motorsport round out the top 10 of the 992 category. And in GT3 overall, just before the pit stops are happening and they are about to start happening, Gabby Montoro's leading by 10 seconds at a BS competition, Neil Koch. Then it is Luca Alpert who rounds out the podium places with Nicholas Haider just behind him. Andrew Caron rounds out the top 5 with James Bome 6th. Alessio Bonino just in front of Dino Lombardi, who's looking to go past Bonino, and just has, actually, as I've said that. He's just worked his way past right now. And he's into 7th. And running out the top 10, Simify Esports and Racing Lab Esports, powered by Ford. Unfortunately, Racing Lab Esports have lost about 5 places on this run here, which is not ideal at all for them. But there is Lombardi, just having got past Bonino. I think it probably was out of Kopp's corner and into Maggots and Beckett's, where he made his move. This is a spin meantime for Adam Tompkins. The Altitude Frame Esports red car rounds out the top 10 and still does, despite that spin, coming through Stowe corner, and get back going again now. So GT3 pit stops will commence in the next couple of moments. WSR Esports and Grid and Go are into the pit lane. Dino Lombardi, I'd imagine, will be triple checking his fuel and tyre settings this time round as he comes in.
Yeah, because almost everyone these days is sort of running other software, whether it's some kind of crew chief or whatever, and sometimes those things can get a little bit confused, or you don't input what you thought you inputted, or even your teammates in the car can sometimes control some of the settings. One can override the other accidentally if you're not careful. You got to imagine this time they will be quite careful.
Sven Haase makes his way out in number 2. I've seen Sean Campbell in the YouTube chat earlier. I wasn't sure whether he was going to drive today or not, whether he's doing something else. But he was here earlier. So that's the end of Lombardi's stint in that car, and he may well be back later. But for now, it's Sven Haase. After just over 2 hours 15.
Hugo Allen in the chat until he presumably went to bed, or should have. If you're still awake, go back to bed.
Maybe he just did the very first stint of the race just to get that out of the way so he could be classified on the race routes at the end. Don't know. But if I was him, to be honest, I would have woken up early and done the latter part of the race. Don't know about you, but he decided for the late option.
I'm not a wake up early person.
Oh. Well, I'm just thinking because it's Monday. You know, he could do it. You know, if he's got places to be in the morning, then he can get it out of the way early on, and then go out.
Brisbane is statistically one of the earliest rising cities in the world, according to it was like Fitbit or Apple or whoever collects totally anonymous statistics on such things.
That makes everyone feel great, doesn't it? Well, to be fair, nobody seems to care. But yeah. You mean in terms of, I presume you mean in terms of the time people wake up in Brisbane, it's earlier than anywhere else in the world?
Earlier than any other city in the world, yes. And it's true. I'll look out my window and there are people rowing on the river at 4:30 a.m. There are people cycling and running at 5 a.m. My own mother, wakes up at 5 a.m. every day.
Goodness me.
I'm not contributing to those statistics.
Bringing them down.
I'm like, everyone else is awake, I should go to bed.
Yeah. That Impulse Racing Mercedes is missing its front end. Have we... not sure I've seen that car in recent minutes, actually. It's Dennis Menzies leaves the pit lane in M&J downforce, by the way. Yeah, why is Yannick Steenhoff without a front bumper? We saw the GT4 spin and crash at Kopp's corner earlier, but that went side in and that was a different car. So I wonder what happened there. And then another look on those cold tyres for M&J Downforce as a GT4 out-tractions a GT3. To be fair, the GT4s overall seem to have very good traction out turn 4, but even so, on the cold tyres, it's a marked difference as Simify Esports come in from the lead of the race with 3 hours 40 to go.
So this is the fair comparison, a car on warm tyres versus a car still trying to bring them in. Fast lane stopped 3 laps ago, so whatever they did then, they're still going to have hot tyres right now, at least versus M&J on those cold tyres. And we've seen, even when both are on hot tyres, GT4 cars getting better traction out of turn 4 than Cup cars and other things. So you're exactly right that that's one of the places where GT4 looks pretty handy, like they get good traction there. Montoya will probably stay with the 33, we imagine.
Say so. Just wait for that 33 seconds to run out or so. Oh, only 31 actually, 31.8, but yeah, stays with it. And probably will do until at least the end of this stint. That one without a name, by the way, is Nicholas Hyder for Falcon Sim Racing. That car will be overtaken, though, by the BS competition car, which is the closest chaser now to Simify Esports, but not sure quite has the speed of that Mustang, which certainly seems to be the car to have, or at least it has been over the course of these first 2 rounds.
It's Falcon on the pit exit, so what does the car behaviour look like initially? It doesn't quite look like cold tyres to me, if I'm honest with you. No, that doesn't look anything like what M&J looked like.
Really? No.
Okay, now maybe it does.
I was about to say, actually, I'd be very surprised if they didn't take tyres, to be honest with you. I think at this stage in the race, in the first half of the moment, I still think the offset is in favour of changing tyres still, even though you do have a lap or 2 of pain in terms of warming those tyres up. I do think the rest of the stint does overcome that at this stage in the race, but maybe as it takes longer later to get those tyres up to temperature, then maybe it will start to become a thing. Still, of course, we've just had everybody's so those are the final ones. Oh dear me, and he's still struggling with it there through Cop's corner. Very close to getting in the gravel, and pretty lucky that he didn't end up in the wall out there as well. That was a very, very big moment. And further back here, this is Sim RC getting past 07 Racing. Matteo Blotto has lost a lot of time somewhere around the I think just an outlap, but on the last time. But no, I think it's actually okay. Actually, I think it's
07 on their outlap right now.
Yeah,
and then this is, well, there's 2 07 cars. They're both on outlaps. And Falcon Sim Racing team, you said they ran wide, and it's another one of those corners. You run wide, you get a slowdown penalty. They've only just been able to clear that. Nicholas Hyder barely staying in front of this aggressive group here. 07 Racing, their Ferrari, no traction. Grid and Go Sven Haase got a little bit more that earlier stop. Tyres coming into temperature, getting past 07, and now able to put this pressure on Nicholas Hyder, who's just served that slowdown penalty and just had some struggles on his cold tyres. Sven Haase is the hot knife, and the rest of them are the butter.
And Hyder is the one who's been slipping backwards actually since he got into that car. I think he got into it when he was 4th, and now WSR and Altitude are both past Hyder. So this is just a continuation now of that slippage, and Sven Haase slipped straight through very easily. A good
Don't
pass.
know why our graphics package. Don't know why our graphics package takes Hyder's name so seriously.
No. Very good. I won't point out the fact he's been there for nearly an hour. Yep. I don't know if you've had that one loaded for a while, but yes.
Well, once it was the second time on the graphic that it just didn't render his name, I thought about it. Now, occasionally you have people that have accents or characters on their name that iRacing kind of loses it in translation when it gets passed to our graphics to render it, and it sort of gets confused about people with umlauts or little accents over the names like Perez and whatever. But we don't seem to be having any of that problem. It's just the whole of Nicholas Hyder. It goes, nah.
Yeah.
Oh well.
So that's trouble with my name, particularly with the apostrophe. But anyway, never mind. Not mad about it. Through the final corners for Niels Kogier, who's under a lot of pressure from Luca Alpert. This PS competition car has lost quite a bit of time to Simify in the last hour. And they're now 13 seconds behind, 12 and a half behind. And Luca Alpert will continue to apply the pressure. It actually looks like he might have a move, at least a shot at a move down into turn 3. Probably too much crowd around. It would be a 3-wide moment into a very tight turn, and Alpert decides that that's not the right moment to perhaps send one down the inside. He will wait for the right one, but he's a man on the move. And he is putting a lot of pressure on right now for this second place. Look at that, up 8 places so far after qualifying outside the top 10. That Acura racing much better than it qualified. And in fact, all of the other manufacturers apart from the Mustang are, in fact, because we've got 3 different inside the top 3 now after Mustang's locked out the front 2 rows of the grid.
There's a lot of things that go into that as well, isn't there? The sort of tyre preparation. You know, if the Mustang fires up the tyres, it's going to look good in a qualifying session, but if it wears them out at the same time, then across its long stints, it's not going to look as great. And then there's also what cars are good on a cold track, what cars are good on a hot track. The track was significantly hotter in qualifying than it was for the start of the race, and the start of the race was still hotter than the track is now. So as the track cools off, maybe some others start to look good. And if you're a big fan of GT3 Evo kits, then the Honda Acura NSX is your car, because that's the Evo 2, twice Evo'd, and there is yet a third Evo racing in the Italian GT Championship.
Wonder when they're going to bring out a new car.
Oh, when they find some money, I think, for Honda.
Maybe.
Same deal for Nissan, when we're going to get the next GT3, GTR.
What a GT3 that was back in the day. Not sure when the last time that raced competitively actually was, but
and it was only making legal quantities of boost when it won the Bathurst 12-hour.
Yes, I can allow it a little bit of a rule break. It's massive. It's got it needs more power to push itself through the air. About the least aerodynamic car I've ever seen win such a big race.
But then the Bentley did it.
Well, yeah.
The Bentley Continental.
2 bricks year after year. Comparatively, of course, compared to the others that were around at the time.
The only bad thing about the Continental GT3 was that the pit lane speed limiter and engine kill button were the same colour. And so one year they were leading and the driver pulled out of pit lane and the engine died, and it's because they pushed the wrong button.
That feels like a very elementary error to me. Surely you'd be able to see that coming.
It was not particularly intuitive, exactly. Not a mistake you'd make if you were very, very familiar with the car, but I think a mistake that you look at the steering wheel and you go, I can kind of see, how that happens. Very much a La La Land Moonlight situation.
One of those situations where you think that, when you're designing that kind of thing, you'd sort of consult someone who's actually driven a race car before. It very much sounds like an engineer's decision, that, doesn't it? That they've just not consulted a driver for. Anyway, that's just my imagination.
Well, F1 drivers get the steering wheel laid out exactly how they want it. Sometimes even in the same team, drivers have a totally different layout. I believe it. Ferrari, Lewis Hamilton has his steering wheel basically configured how Mercedes used to do it. Well, Charles Leclerc, who's basically only ever known Ferrari, has got his in the traditional Ferrari layout, and the buttons and the switches and the brake balance adjusters are all over the place in different places, one steering wheel to the other. IndyCar drivers have different steering wheels. They get their choice. So if you race at Ganassi, you get a choice. Do I want the Cosworth wheel or do I want the Ganassi wheel? Same deal for Penske and McLaren.
I mean, that to me just seems like the very obvious right way to do it, if I'm honest. But, I guess...
Give me 5 headlight flasher buttons.
Yeah. Well, some of these drivers would use them all as well. Whether Luca Alpert would be reaching for them at the moment as he continues to apply the pressure to BS Competition. The longer this goes on, the more they're actually going to lose time to those around them. Last time around, Luca Alpert's time was the slowest lap time inside the top 12. That's not because he's particularly slow, but because he's being slowed up at the moment by BS Competition, who are also slowing themselves down by looking in the mirrors so much. This is a cyclical thing, and Alpert is needing to get through now, really.
Well, Montoro is the bull, and he has bolted 15 seconds clear of these guys. Then a couple of cars behind are putting in some pretty blistering pace. Of course, Grid and Go and Sven Haase with a 59.2 last lap, within 10 seconds behind this battle for the podium between BS Competition and Scherer. And then that Altitude Freedom Esports car has been pretty strong lately, and its lap times are also just a tiny bit quicker than what these two have done.
I should, by the way, while this battle's not quite side by side yet, just run through the penalties that have come through in the last few hours for the other GT3s. Car 14 has got a penalty, Simify Esports, for moving across on the 992. They actually just served that under their previous pit stop. Car 50 and 78, Maniti's 78, Mag Performance's car 50 also got penalty for contact. 10 seconds to Mag Performance, 5 to Maniti after the final few hours. And in GT4 we've got a couple of other penalties as well. One to car 432 that is currently in the I've lost them in the field. 6th place, Fury Simsport in the field. They've got a 15-second time penalty for contact, causing contact with car 78. I think that was when Ryan Vandergrip spun through Max and Beckett, although might be thinking of a different incident there. And 458 for dangerous driving, 20-second time penalty, which is pretty severe. That's RD Simsport, who round out the top 5, leaving the pit lane and coming across onto the racing line, causing contact with this BMW. Now, that happened just inside 4 hours to go. So they've been into the pit lane since then. I was going to suggest that maybe there was damage on this 89, which is why they've been caught, but I don't think that's true. If there was, then they'd have repaired it by now. They've had a pit stop since then, and that penalty has been applied as Luca Alpert now gets very close to... Oh, and he switches to the inside. The BS Competition car I thought was going to defend that, but no. Into Stoke Corner, he's just going to sort of let this happen. And Luca Alpert goes to the inside as long as that lap car doesn't get in his way, and he doesn't. The Mercedes didn't really know where to go there, rather. And Luca Alpert moves through into 2nd position. And BS Competition sort of let that happen to them as the Acura moves away and surely now will drive away.
Well, Luca Alpert had such a better run onto the hangar straight. Nils Koch got checked up just a tiny bit behind the lap car. By the time that exited Chapel, Alpert was already going 3 kilometers an hour faster, carried all of that momentum to underneath the rear wing of the BMW, got the extra slipstream down the hangar straight. And I think it was going to be a done deal whether BS Competition tried to defend it or not, with how early the overspeed was for Scherer Esport through the traffic.
Olivia Piatek, by the way, into the pit lane might be a little bit early. Kim Dunier follows as well in GT4. I think you'd want to get to 3 hours 25 to go if you were to be feeling very comfortable about your situation. So another lap would be ideal, and Denis Grabowski has managed that. He's consistently been managing that as well in the Altitude Frame Esports white machine. That's lap 23 for him. He's the best placed of those who I think is looking comfortable on fuel at the moment. It's the classic battle, though, between saving enough fuel to do the right amount of pit stops that you want to, and indeed having the speed as well, which is another big part of the game.
So as the only car in GT3 that didn't set a lap time in qualifying, was that a penalty or a mistake or a strategy from the number 12?
Good question. There was a few who Yes, it was a qualifying exclusion. There were a few who were not allowed to qualify. They were one of them because of a registration infringement. They registered a driver after the 48-hour cut-off time, after which you can't change your driver lineup. The penalty for that is back of the grid. So yeah, they weren't allowed.
And even with that, Pumi is the only driver in the server for that car, and the only car of 60 in the race where there is only one driver currently present. James Bromey has driven since the start of the race, and at some point it's going to need someone else to appear with a helmet and a set of gloves.
You need to do at least one stint. You need to do at least 45 minutes minimum drive time. So can't leave it, you know.
There's not a 70% maximum drive time, is there, like there used to be, or because that's how the rule used to be.
True. Yeah, maybe it is different for this. Maybe it's not iRacing drive time. I did see that actually in the rules. Driving time, maximum drive time is determined by iRacing's fair share rule this year.
Okay.
That's slightly different to previous years, which it'll be a relief because we're not actually that far away from the last stop before the 70% mark in this race for the for that car. There'd only be 2 more stops, but that suggests to me, I don't know about you, but you know, looking at that there, you know, registering a driver less than 48 hours before the start, being the only one in the field right now, in the server right now, that suggests to me that they've been scrambling this week to try and find another driver to you know, enter this race with James Bomey as well.
Yeah, desperately on the hunt for someone that hasn't been sunburnt. And they've got, I mean, he's got great pace. It's a good car, obviously. They've come from the back of the grid into top 5 and comfortably. So maybe when we're done commentating, I'll clamp that Logitech G27 to the desk.
I need someone.
Put me in.
There is 5 drivers in that team entered and eligible for rounds of this championship. Axel Slipshevich, Harrison Crowther, Tom Rea, the only non-British driver, and Zane Khan. All the other drivers alongside James Bomey in car 12. But so far, none of them around. But yeah, what a great drive from Bomey so far. He's up into the top 5. Not that far behind the WSR Esports McLaren, which is currently making it 4 different manufacturers in the top 4. And then not too far behind Bomey is Sven Haase, doing a good job of driving through the field himself. And so those 2 drivers who've been doing a lot of overtakes and coming through the field will be perhaps doing that to each other in a moment in that battle for 5th place.
Other drivers who've been in the car since the very, very start of the race. Dennis Grabowski, well, he's just hit pit lane, so is it time that Grabowski hands over the Altitude Freedom Esports white to someone else? I guess it's the Altitude Freedom thing to do. They've got 2 cars that had only had 1 driver in them to this point, but they do make a change. Adam Watson, it looks like, is going to get the car that Grabowski had.
And I would say they're sort of a lap in the clear as far as their fuel consumption goes, so looking very good in that respect. Watson heads back out onto the circuit again, having been chatting away with us for a moment earlier on. It's now driving. I wonder whether he's going to go to the end or whether Grabowski's going to get back in again before the race finish here, because he's nearly done the first half of this race on his own. Whether he'll just let Watson do the second half or just over that we've got remaining in this race. Into the Magnussen Beckett's. That wasn't ideal there for the Mag Performance. It's Andrea Bristow now, the car that was started by Mark Calver earlier. Ryan Vandergrip just in behind, the Maniti Racing 78. Also trying to follow through, but now look at this. You come out of Chapel, you're right behind the Porsche Cup car. And again, another bit of vision there, describing the difficulty you have as GT3. A flash of the lights, a 3-wide moment into Stowe Corner. And the Cup car in the middle decides to back out, and somebody had to. They were all climbing on top of each other there. Two impulses side by side, and Mag Performance trying to make it 3 wide on the inside. Impulse, though, keep their place in the top 15. Yannick Steinhoff in 15th place, just about in front of that Ferrari. Just about keeping that position onto the start of another lap. That's the battle, as I say, for 15th between Steinhoff, Bristow and Van der Grip here, going on to the start of a new lap.
Impulse got a slow down. Yannick Steinhoff has a slow down.
So easy as you like then for Bristow into turn 3. Van der Grip is going to try and follow as well now.
Yeah, he was very, very tactical to try to clear that early, but it still puts you on a back foot heading down the Wellington straight.
He's done it well enough. Two Mustangs battling away into Stowe. There goes Sven Haase, inside line on James Bomey. And, oh, he couldn't quite get it done. He wanted to close the door there completely, but couldn't. He just had to back out of that mission halfway through. And he just about avoids contact through the fast right-hander. And so Bomey is going to make this difficult. They're quite a long way from a pit stop, these guys, over 20 minutes. So this is a potential banana skin again for Sven Haase in his, so far, very efficient run back through the field. This could be his first real difficult mission to try and get into the top 5 now.
Got a little bit of spare pace in his back pocket. This is a massive dive to the inside, but he gets it stopped at the apex, and I think that'll do it so long as he can get the traction out onto the next straight.
He likes that move at the loop, doesn't he? Inside line at turn 4, and again he's done it here. Bomey decides not to try and pass him again. You see why I've been getting the two cars mixed up, by the way?
Oh yeah, I did it too earlier. It's insane. If you see them separate to each other,
yeah,
it's exactly the same shade of lime and exactly the same shade of royal blue. It's not like, oh, it's two blue and green cars. It's like they're both stripy like a zebra with the same lime and the same blue.
When they're side by side like that, you can just about tell them, but I mean, they are far too similar separately, that's for sure. Oh, hello! 3 wide nearly into Cobb's corner. That's Lucas Camba Morero getting through on a battle in GT4 here. A little bit further down the field. This is 3rd place. Ryan Woodrow and Adam Watson. Oh, is that altitude or grid and go? Again, I don't know. I think it's grid and go, isn't it? Trying to come through in a Porsche Cup car. But Watson needs to dispatch of Woodrow quickly if he wants to try and make this strategy work. He can't afford to be slowed down when he's not expecting it here, because that car, yes, is going longer on fuel, but and maybe would like the slipstream for a little bit of time. You've got to go quickly as well, as I was mentioning earlier. It's about saving the fuel and going quickly at the same time as well, and that's it's stuck behind someone. Watson's going to find that very difficult.
Well, the sun's sort of just come back out a little bit, and the cars look gorgeous in the golden hour low sun light, but the track temperature has still been dropping to 25.6 degrees Celsius for whatever that matters for the tyre strategy in GT3, 992 and GT4, but it's all about the racecraft at the moment.
Another look to the outside, but blocked pretty much here. Maybe a look down the inside the loop because of that move from M&J, but no. Watson's going to have to do this after the Wellington straight. Just a little bit of space behind them here as a slight reprieve in the rather thick traffic we've got at the moment in this race. As he gets under the bridge, he'll be right in behind now, right tucked in. A look to the inside maybe, not quite there. And Woodrow is just holding on to that place in the podium pretty comfortably for the moment, but Watson will want to get through here quickly. So far, has not really been getting the space to do so. He'll hope that one of those bits of traffic in the background will give him the opportunity.
Yeah, and it's Mercedes versus Mercedes, which is not always true of all of these GT4 battles. So you're trying to think, where am I quicker than this other team, than this other driver? And it's not going to be easy to spot a difference. Maybe you've looked after your tyres better, maybe you're managing the traffic better, but you're not going to be braking much deeper than them or somehow finding more grip through a corner or some other opportunity, and the traffic just seems to favour the defender.
It does. Not sure whether it's a Silverstone thing or whatever, but it has so far. There's a 3-wide moment that maybe won't benefit Woodrow quite as much. Around the outside there from a 0-7 Ferrari, actually. That's the second of the two of them. The Matteo Blotto driven Ferrari. Alessio Bonino is up in 9th place, although has just slipped a little bit as well in the last few hours, or last hour or two. Knocking on the door of a top 5 earlier in 0-7 racing, but that's no longer the case. Pit stops again in 992 here as Williams Racing come in. They went pretty much longest. I guess the long story short on 992 so far this afternoon is that Grid and Go have absolutely dominated here. At Barcelona, they got challenged by different pit strategy and so on, but even that's not happened here today.
The long story short is some are going long and some are going short because they've just stopped, as you said, but Havu are halfway through their next stint already is how early Havu found themselves stopping. That in GT3 on your screen right now is Impulse trying to defend for what they can.
Oh, that's in the background.
Both of these have a penalty for contact against each other as well, by the way, if you don't mind.
Oh, I didn't.
Isn't that what you called out? No, your mag performance in Maniti. This is Impulse in Maniti. My apologies.
Yeah. No, it's all right.
Get out of my way, teammate. Oof, not yeah.
Really quite close together earlier, but yeah, this is the awkward situation now of Porsche Cup and GT3 again. But when it's your teammate, it's a little bit easier, and that Impulse car allows to the inside. Now the Ferrari does follow. They couldn't quite organise that between themselves to allow the teammate through and not the Ferrari as well, because they were just running too close, and so the awkward moment is alleviated slightly. But the pressure heaped upon Impulse does not relent here. Brian van der Grit is going to be there or thereabouts on the way towards Stowe Corner. That's a pretty good run coming out of Maggotts and Beckett's here. And
not able to play any team games. I also have poor impulse control.
Very good. And look down the inside for Impulse, and he stays in front on this occasion. GT4 again skips to the outside. Van der Grit wanted to go to the inside, make it 3-wide, but couldn't. In fact, he's going to go through the middle. Not quite. There wasn't quite the space to do it. But the pressure is mounting now on Yannick Steinhoff, who just cannot seem to get away from this Ferrari.
I think towards the end of the stint, the Ferrari seems to be good for tyres. So for a race pace car, you know, it didn't feature particularly highly in qualifying, but it looks like a good car to race. Yeah, you can take a line like that, different to your normal racing line, try to get around some of the lap cars, and you can still, you know, ask the car to trail brake into the corner and the front grips, and you place the car where you want through the traffic rather than be rigidly stuck to one racing line.
And into the chicane again, and this is further up the field for BS Competition. Just in front of WSR Esports. They've got a lap car in the middle of them here as well. That's the Williams.
There's the Share NSX that's been and gone, and so BS Competition had got to try to fend another as WSR, and then Grid and Go will come towards them at this stage of the stint by the looks of things.
Mercerat just in the middle of them. It's actually driven very well, the Williams Sim Racing Academy car. They're just very delayed earlier on in the race. Now it goes pulling out the way now, but I think in the first hour they were just about to go a lap down, and now they're only just about 20 seconds off the lead. So they've kept pace quite nicely with you know, the likes of these kind of teams. So it's been a pretty good drive from Williams Sim Racing Academy. But when you start with a lap disadvantage effectively over the rest of the field. It does get very, very difficult, but Andrew Caron here on the back of Niels Kok is surely going to be able to find his way through, or at least put the pressure on shortly, and they'll want to. Sven Haas is coming in the background, coming quickly as well, so they'll want to get through before he arrives.
Andrew Caron, one of two Canadians on track right now. The other one is Justin Rem, and a Canadian piloting a McLaren GT3. Don't let it drop on your foot at the pit stop. But he's closing in well again. The mid-engine cars you think of as being pretty decent for equally placing their weight across all four tyres, managing all of the tyres well, rather than wearing out the fronts or wearing out the rears, and through the long corners should tend towards good tyre management. Caron was significantly faster than Koch last lap, but hasn't been able to get past, and that is becoming a little troublesome if this goes on for too long.
Yeah, very much will. This part of the track, by the way, is not the thickest with traffic, but you can see it's not completely bare either. There's a lot of GT4s around, and a 992 around as well. So the sun does start to sort of really dip in the sky actually now.
Approaching 5 p.m.
For reflection. Yeah, 26 degrees Celsius on the circuit. This is going to be a properly dark race at the end.
Race cars need headlights. The track isn't always lit, and they look great with them. I wonder who's fitted the full endurance package lights to their GT3 car. That is an option that you can have on a bunch of these cars. The Lamborghini perhaps more than some of the others. I've seen it for the McLaren, etc. Oh, just trying to sneak a nose down there versus the Impulse GT4 and versus some other GT4s as well.
I think some of the teams have done that, by the way, when we get to it. I know it's not long, but it's worth it anyway. Into Cop's corner. Caron just able to slip through and actually probably get a better run actually here than the best competition car, but that Cup car might well just end up in the middle of them now as they come into Maggots and Beckett side by side. Oh, it's going to be a tight squeeze. Caron actually is going to squeeze through quite nicely here, although he will lose a bit of time. He does get through rather nicely, and the time at which he's got now to get past before Sven Haase is getting there is very, very minimal. That Ford Mustang in the background is right there. Surely soon Haase will look to make his own move. So if Caron wants to get to the podium before Sven Haase arrives, then this next lap really is his last chance.
Yeah, really condensing between third and sixth. You could even see James Bomey in the altitude 3M car just back there as well, carving his way through the traffic with a flash of the headlights as well. So if BS Competition keeps WSR behind for a little bit, if Sven Haase doesn't make immediate progress, this could all come back together again. Nearest car to a pit stop in this group's probably WSR. It looks like their last stop was a tiny bit short. 22 to 23 laps is the maximum GT3 cars are doing, and they're already 18 laps completed in their stint. So if they're a tiny bit short field, they might only have 2 more laps. If they're not, they might go another 5 or so. But we're getting towards the tail end of this current stint for sure.
Yeah, we are. These
all will be looking to get to the halfway point of the race at 3 hours to go as well, you'd imagine.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. So 7 stops, 8 stints, and just over 3 hours into the race for these GT3s. Don't forget that some of the 992s and GT4s are actually trying to do a pit stop less than some of their rivals today. Just 6 stops for them, which equals about 52 minutes per stint, although it's not a round number, of course, because 360 divided by 7 is complicated. So it's a complicated number, but in any case, they will look to pit with about 52 times 3 to go next time round, as that's a squeeze for Niels Kok down the inside of one of the GT4s there. Andrew Caron with a much better line through there, and Sven Haase's traffic means that he won't quite be there in time. It's really now or never for Caron. Otherwise, he'll have to be defending and attacking all at the same time. Maybe he's just going to leave this until the pit stops, because they are only about 3 laps away until that time when They pretty much have to start coming in, and then otherwise they'll be going a little bit early if they go a little bit early, if they pit earlier. So a few more laps to go, and Niels Koch, Andrew Caron, Sven Haase, nose to tail now, lined out for third place.
And for everything I said about mid-engine balance and poise and tyre life for the McLaren, it does seem to be missing a tiny bit of straight line performance. Monza, 254 kilometers an hour is the peak speed for Caron versus 256 for Niels Koch in the BMW in front of him, 255 for Sven Haase in the Mustang that is getting increasingly close. So while it seems like the race pace is decent enough for that WSR Esports McLaren, and it was able to close in the BS competition BMW, getting past is proving difficult, and I think it's because the strength of the McLaren isn't necessarily in a straight line.
Yeah, doesn't seem to be here anyway.
And the traffic hasn't been lucky for him. If it had been lucky for him like it kind of was for Luca Alpert, you know, you're like, okay, I get a much better run onto the straight and I've got him. But the couple of times they've come up across some GT4 cars, it hasn't worked out precisely how Caron would see when he closes his eyes and dreams.
It's not been the most ideal just yet, but let's see how he can work his way through now with a little bit less traffic around. This has been the first time through Magnussen Beckett's in a couple of times where they've not had anything to worry about. There's only one Porsche Cup car between there and Stowe Corner, by the way, so they've got maybe a lap or so here without any traffic at all, or with very minimal traffic anyway. There's Luca Alpert continuing to try and work his way through, but what a great battle this is to have. Just less than 3 hours gone in this race, and there's 4 GT3s lined up for a podium place, all in one line. Down into the final chicane again, and Niels Koch is doing a very good job of keeping Caron behind, but the pressure continues to mount, and Caron's urgency will continue to rise here as well, as they should have a couple of laps here until the minimum point at which they can come into pit lane and make their next scheduled pit stop.
And again, just covering off the driver situation, there's just a few cars where one driver has driven and they're still owing a driver change another drive time. It's RD Simsport in GT4, Fury Simsport in GT4, and Altitude Freedom Esports in GT3. But luckily for James Bromey, a teammate has arrived, and Zain Khan has loaded into the session and will be available to take over that car now.
A little bit of a wider entry line there from the McLaren, looking for that late apex here to get the run onto the old pit straight. Unfortunately, at the end of it, it is not a big braking zone, so Caron's going to struggle to get through here at Kopp's corner. Hopefully use that high-speed turn in that McLaren, that low McLaren, to close in. Whether that's particularly been effective, I'm not sure. But he's still trying. Probing here is Caron. And now a bit of traffic, perhaps at the worst time for that BMW just up in front, and maybe this is the moment for Caron, maybe for Sven Haase as well, but don't forget about that straight line speed. I think that's the Delta Sport Sim Shop 992 car, actually. It's just being passed on the inside. There's not much you can do. Caron will try and follow through. And now this is Colby Warren on the outside, going to have a terrible time of things as GT3, oh sorry, it's Matthew Duchenne now. A number of GT3s will pass through. Sven Haase just as efficiently passes through as well. Just now a lap to go until halfway for these guys, and the pressure continues to mount on the BMW, and more traffic to come on this next lap.
Out of curiosity's sake, I went and looked at some microsectors here, BS competition versus WSR Esports. I'm thinking, where is WSR Esports quicker that they can't pass? And the answer is 2/10 in the final sector. So I think that's from the braking zone of Stowe to the checkered flag. So that's the part, in theory, where WSR are quicker, but it's not working out, and now they've got to look backwards as much as they've got to look forwards on this lap, and they might be thinking it could be pit stop time.
Yeah, you've got to think as well, if you're not close enough by the time you get to that part, then you're not going to make the move either. As there's a look there on the grid and go, ironically, Porsche, oh, that's a squeeze. That is a big squeeze there, and Beer's competition only just about get through. Andrew Caron's going to try and follow through as well. That is the Grid and Go GT4, don't forget, that was delayed in the first pit stop of the race, serving a penalty and additionally having a very long stop on top of it. Number 400, Justin Rems trying to get past Kevin Denouet, who's also come through the field a long way and fiercely forward, and that was a big, big stack up. Here comes Sven Hasse. The GT4's not quite placed correctly for Andrew Caron, and the delayed number 2 car now works its way through into that position as well.
Well, for Andrew Caron, that could be a little bit frustrating. He saw a position that could have been his, and then he saw a whole bunch of traffic, and then he saw the incredibly resurgent Sven Hasse go past him just as he got caught at the wrong place at the wrong time at Cops, and Porsche seems to just keep getting away with this as we approach seconds away from the halfway point of this race.
Well, it's been a dramatic first half of the Abruzzi 6 Hours of Silverstone here from the second round in the 24H Series Esports Championship. I've been Jan O'Leary alongside David Haynes for this first half of the race. Handing you over for this second 3 hours, bringing you to the checkered flag will be Lorenzo Bonda, but first Arjuna Kagipati. Who's got his mic muted?
I unmuted myself in the reality, just forgot to do that in Discord as well. Thank you very much, Ewan and David. Been an interesting 3 hours as we race our way into the sunset and currently in the midst of a pit stop window. Lorenzo, second round of the championship. Great to have it back, of course, after a hiatus in 2024, I guess, and thrust into Silverstone. A fun track with the combination of cars that we have right here.
Hey, it's been a fun race. I'm not going to say it's been a carbon copy of what we witnessed in at Barcelona, because I think the mid-race penalty that Grid and Go had, I think, kind of shifted the ways the GT3 race is going at the moment. So I'm loving how it is going right now. There's still some gap battles in here and there, but still highly convoluted, especially at the top 5. So I'm loving this so far. But liking this race so far has just been a try to keep your head up, race of sorts. Despite what transpired, I think within the first hour, that we had lots of incidents. I think let's just say within the first 30 minutes, and then I think calmed down a bit with singular incidents here and there.
Yeah, haven't seen a retirement in quite a while, that's for sure. So it's the Additus Racing by WSR team, Absolute Motorsport and Grid and Go DNFs in GT3, and then in GT4, Thomas Eng Sim Racing Instinct and the Zenith Esports crews, all as the battle on screen carves its way up through traffic and smoke up in front of them. That's the sign of disaster, and off to pit lane for the World Sim Racing McLaren. But who was the car that got involved up around the long right-hander?
Trying to have that information as well. Couldn't see that properly.
See if we can figure it out from timing screens. Andrew Caron brings that McLaren down towards the pit lane. Can see someone else off and away. That's the Hyperion machine, as also in the number 5 Racing Lab Esports powered by Ford machines. So as both Ewan and David were talking about, get beyond the top of the hour, which is your main goal in GT3 cars. Slightly different for 992 and GT4, of course, but our drivers getting their tires fitted on as well. As off and away they will roll after around 40 seconds. That's the total time. This is what happened through the right-hander. And ooh, the GT4 car just goes for a spin by itself.
And Nils Koch is very lucky. He's a lucky man that, Stowe has so much runoff area. And the car stopped.
Another car that was stopped there on the inside of turn 1. So, not sure who that was, but they did seem to take the tow back to pit lane. We'll see.
I see fast repair in the pit lane.
See if it was them, but yeah, that car was stopped in betweens of turns 1 and 2, and not necessarily what you'd expect. Back out of pit lane and back into the fight. The Grid and Go Ford Mustang directly behind the McLaren still, with a different driver behind the wheel of the 23. Gabriel Erdely put into action. Sven Haas is going to go the long way around. You can make it work down to the old pit straight, and that's fresh tires in action. 1 lap pressure for Sven Haas, that a little bit more warmed up. And so as they sweep their way up towards the old turn number 1, it's just going to now be the task for the McLaren to try and stay as close as it can.
Yeah, and away he goes, even though you can see P3 Boomy, from what it looks like, not satisfied in the that is a WSR car, even though on the board it says P3, but anyways, Haas just goes away. It's a race that it's been weird for them, you know, led all race long and then got handed a 10-second penalty. And after that, I think they just couldn't recover. Somewhere in between hour 2 and 3.
992s. We're watching the Williams Sim Racing Academy machine piloted by Jesse Hilayo. Adam Kortaski chasing down for Impulse. They've got some GT4 traffic in front of them as they'll head towards the famed Maggots and Beckett's. Now, the GT3 car tucks back into line, but only the Williams Sim Racing car was able to get past the GT4 machine, and so now the gap's going to just widen out. This is where we talk about the traffic give and take. And the 992 being a rocket ship in a straight line, the GT3 is going to have to be aggressive off the corner. It's Impulse that goes to the inside, GT3 to the outside, and now probably going to have to let off on the throttle. Tuck back into line for Kortarski. So it's what makes the interaction so interesting. McLaren will go to the inside of Hilayo. And now, watch the margin shrink back up. Gabby Montoro in pit lane from the Simufy 33 as the GT3 window almost coming to an end. Final couple of cars still yet to trundle down. Maybe this time, maybe next time by though.
Yeah, we still yet to see. I think the top, all top 6 is still yet to go into the pit lane, and then Manini, who sits in 9th, needs to go into the pit lane as well. And I think we talked about this, right, Arjuna, on Barcelona round. The fact they're now using 3/4 of the fuel makes, I think, the fuel saving strategy, I think, more aggressive, and I think opens up, I think, the gamma of, you know, how hard you really want to race in a 6-hour race, right? Even though you don't have yellow flags or you don't have like any code 60s that you have to handle yourself somewhere in between the race, just in case a car goes off, you know.
Absolutely. I'm just looking. I think everyone has come in on this lap, so I don't think anyone's gone one more beyond lap 93, which we are working right now. Where does Lucas Perez end up slotting himself after a 32.1 second pit stop? It's still about 11.8 second lead, it would seem. The race winners in the opening round of the championship. Now with Scherer Esports tucked into 2nd and Altitude Esports behind them, with, of course, the first lap being so important to get yourself in a good tire operating window. That was a long pit stop for the 903, but they're back on track as we watch BS Plus competition in a battle with Sven Haas, who, once again, fresh tires at his aid, and he's made the move on the BMW.
Yeah, not wasting any time whatsoever. They know they're on a mission, even though PS competition looks on the inside and just cannot get around the German driver, or some would say the boss man of Grid and Go Esports.
That is Lucas Herman into the 89 as they are back out on track after Niels did, what was it, a double stint. So I think that's somewhat calculated. Yeah. Maybe now another double from Niels to close this race out. Ooh, close with traffic as they sweep out of the old turn 1 down into Maggots and Beckett's. That was a little bit close, but trusting the downforce and also expecting that the Cup car was going to give way. And Sven's already now latched onto the back of Zain Khan, just in the blink of an eye. And so Altitude 3M under pressure as they head up the hill, running themselves up to this corner where you don't really want to be left on the outside. And so through Stowe, still not with the tire temperature to defend potentially. It is now Grid and Go's number 2 up into 3rd. With a full 6 seconds now to close on the Scherer Acura. That's not going to be a margin just closed on the tire delta. No, he's going to have to get this done in the next fuel window as well.
Yeah, it's going to take a while for Sven to take that away in that car, even though, I think it might be the other driver in the team that might take this to the end. But it's been, like I said before, an interesting race, given the fact like I said before, it was a carbon copy when we saw Barcelona Grid and Go dominating basically nearly all categories at a certain point, and the penalty threw them off into the top 5. And now we're slowly recovering. The question is, I know the Acura and the Mustang are somewhat good on BOP this round, and apparently do know how to can perform really well. The question is, can Renhofer withstand that 5.5 second gap that he has to Sven at the current moment?
Lamborghini pushing fast lane on the back of the M&J Downforce Mustang. This is the fight for 11th position in GT3. We had been taking a look at what is one of the few fights in the 992 Cup class. Right now it is Grid and Go domination if you're just joining us, with 2 hours and just under 50 minutes left to go. GT4 does still have some fights. For 3rd, there are still 3 cars very much in contention, and your leaders, Williams Sim Racing Academy, only 2.5 seconds in front of the first of the Team 75 Bernard by Sim RC, Porsche Caymans. The other one currently sits in 3rd and is feeling that pressure a little bit more. Back out through traffic as 7th in 992 heads their way down to pit lane. Will the Lamborghini be able to get past the Cup car? Oh, and this is why that 992's down on pit lane.
Yeah, I just got word, I think, from Engstrom that the Elias Finoli unfortunately had a hardware issue, and thus caused that crash right at the bridge. Unfortunate. Once again, the Swedes taking a DNF.
That's unfortunate. Already almost halfway through this championship, with one more 6-hour race before we get 3 rounds complete. That's a good attempt from the Lamborghini, but the Ford Mustang strong on the outside and slams the door shut. Doesn't cover it off though as they head through the final chicane. There will be no through goes Lamborghini talks here, as continuing to hold station. That's Michael Kaibach doing just enough, and that's sometimes all you need to do, right? Run the right line and cover off that lunge. It's going to be a bit more difficult though through the village, because this is where maybe the Lamborghini's a bit more nimble, a bit more agile through the really slow speed stuff, bullies its way with a bit of a hip and shoulder. Maybe Kaibach understands that message and gives them a bit more room as they sweep their way through, and that now is the swap for 11th spot.
I thought Correa was going to lose some momentum right there. Arjuna catching some of the AstroTurf and also some of the gravel around the outside of Club right there, but unfortunately that wasn't the case. He's just around outside of the loop, managed to get some good grip around entry and made the overtake nice and clean, no problems.
GT4 almost pinching one another as they head out in their fight for 12th position. Fury Simsport in front of Pike from Beach Racing. Eero Antila got very close to Matthias Tem. Yaroslav Sabula and Adrian DaCosta in the Team Checkmate Simline, and Delta V Racing by Keyshop entries are also not too far astray from these two. So, as I was saying, there are plenty of fights through the GT4 packers. Out of the long right-hander, patience required. Support paddock now on the inside, often used for some of the smaller series. They still make the run up towards Copse as their opening corner. The Porsche just not quick enough in a straight line, it would seem, to take advantage there. And really what you want to try and do is set it up here, in my opinion, out of Maggots and Beckett's, the longest straight on the lap. Justin Rem brings the Grid and Go Porsche down to pit lane as these drivers sweep their way to the hangar straight.
I wonder if the power loss the Porsche had in this round, could have affected the the ability to get around maybe at cops. I was doing some, the estimations. They got 10 kilos less from first round, but they had more power loss. So I think that could have been a very knifey edged knife on their gutter going around Stowe and then the final 3 corners.
Closing up with the 992 battle that's sweeping through. Although I think that's, again, just a GT3 car, confusing me as well. That's a BMW that pops out from behind the Porsche. 3 abeam into the opening corner, not ideal. And the Porsche, with the lack of downforce, understeers out wide. And now this might be an opportunity, because the Fury Simsport car had to give way, had to make some space. But Porsche not close enough to take advantage. Yaroslav Sabula and Adrian Da Costa behind are also getting closer. The send up the inside from Eero Antela gets the rear end out of sorts. And as around the long way goes the GT3 Mustang. But this is pretty intense. 2 hours and 45 minutes to go. But these drivers, I think, recognizing track position potentially important with all this chaos roaming around.
Yeah, as we see the leaders in GT4 pitting, so that's a program pit stop. We know they're on their tail end of the stint, basically. But it could have been me, Arjuna, but did they make contact around at the exit of the loop? Because apparently the Porsche had a lot of momentum loss.
Yeah, well, at the very least, lost the rear end considerably. You can see those pit stops that Lorenzo mentioned, by the way, on the right-hand side of the screen. Looks like Olivier Piatek jumps out of the Williams Sim Racing Academy 477. David Sobrero is going to jump in. Looks like Gareth Higgins just hits his marks now, but Marvin Strell would appear to be staying behind the wheel. And a 38-second pit stop for David Sobrero, 43.6 from Marvin Strell. So a big comparison, or big delta between the two, and that will see the lead grow for the 477, even with their driver change.
It looks like everything that Williams is doing in this race is just hitting the right marks, right? We know they are a very good team within the GT4s, finished in top 3, right behind T75 Bernhard by SimRC and the Grid and Go Esports at the Barcelona round. So we know for sure if they find the right day, the Portuguese driver Sobrero driving the car right now can have a really good momentum for towards the next round, and then maybe to bring the GT4 fight closer to Grid and Go and SimRC.
So keep an eye out on lap times as Sobrero settles into the car, and maybe a lighter fuel tank as well. How does that impact his gap going into the next of our pit stop sequences? Sven Haas is now only 3 odd seconds away from the Scherer Esports Acura in the fight for second, but maybe even closer behind Altitude Free M Esports. Zayn Khan now under fire from Lucas Herman in the 89 BS Plus competition machine. So the fight for fourth starting to close up as well, Lorenzo, and these are now drivers that have been out there for 5 laps. Their tires are warm, and they've got traffic to deal with as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And we know that traffic gives and traffic takes, and you can even see Altitude losing a little bit. I think that's their teammates in the GT4 that I think they had a little bit of a loss around the loop. That's going to benefit Lucas Herman. Goes on the inside around the bridge, and it's going to cut down the difference to basically 0.4 of a second. Now we got a true battle in our hands.
Now, where are each of these cars slightly stronger? At least yesterday in the Indy 6 hours, we saw the BMW was very strong in the wet conditions, maybe a little less strong in the dry, but we don't have rain in this particular race. Although I did see a comment from race control indicating maybe some rain in the future. So something to think about for the remaining rounds of this championship. Now, through Maggotts Beckett's, clean in front of them. So the Mustang's not going to have too much to worry about, at least until they get back around to the start-finish line, you'd think. And yeah, just continuing to hold station. Simify Esports, by the way, still 13.3 seconds clear at the front of the field. So they are looking very strong, Lorenzo, although there is still plenty of time left in this race.
Yeah, there's still a lot of time to still try to cook. The problem is the gap they have to Sven Haase is not going down, right? It's still going up. Sven is literally the fastest car, a GT3 car around the racetrack. Basically doing his laps are nearly close to the best lap they have in the whole race, which stands at a 58.2. So it's going to take maybe something extra, an aggressive pit strategy for them to get closer to that number 2 car, because from what it looks like, Sven is running away with this at the moment.
Lucas Herman's close enough to look to the inside and try and force his way through at the loop, and he opens the steering on exit. Ford Mustang doesn't want to fight too much, and maybe strategic implications for Zain Khan as he slips to 5th in the Altitude Free-Am car and releases the Zebra now to try and chase down Sven Haase.
Yeah, and it's a 6-second gap. It's a workable gap, but I think, like I said before, might need a more aggressive pit strategy. Maybe put a little bit less fuel, some seconds less, and maybe have to go into a bit of a fuel saving mode to compensate for that, and still remain very fast. So we'll see what's gonna happen to that number 89 car, in which it's not for us to think about. In Barcelona round, they had some struggles, managed to crawl within that top 5. But in this race, the BMW seems very solid. No problems whatsoever.
At the end of the day, BOP is a moving target, so the adjustments per track from the team at TFR LAB do the best they can to try and get them within a pretty close window. We are back with the Lamborghini sandwiched between, or rather, no, in front of a couple of Ford Mustangs with some traffic that they're trying to work their way through. M&J close up, but not expecting attempt to try and take it 3 wide. That got a little bit close for comfort with the 992 car that just let the first 2 slide on through. Now has got to watch Daniel Sommer in the 76 MRC Ford Mustang try and work through on the exit of Chapel down towards the hangar straight. That Lamborghini, at least for the time being, seems to be holding station. 52 has been in pit lane, Lorenzo, for about 2 minutes and almost 30 seconds now and counting. Does that mean they might be rejoining the list of retirees that, as we were talking about slightly earlier, it's not very large given the 60 car field that started this race off?
No, and we have to consider the fact that they have to run, I think, at least 70% of the leader laps for them to actually be considered within the points. So those who still are basically out of the race or within contention of sorts might have to still remain in the race unless the damage is so considerable they're not going to be able to be within the 75%. So it's just that thing. You cannot, even though you really want to give up, you cannot give up just for the sake. You might get some points, so you keep trying until the very end. And I was taking a quick look. It's just not a really good day for TC Esports, given the fact they nearly had a DNF, and they also had a 60-second car registration infringement penalty at the beginning of round 1.
It's not been the easiest of starts to their iRacing journey. Of course, TC Esports being Thibaut Courtois Esports, the goalkeeper for Real Madrid, the Belgian national team, and very keen motorsports fan, an interest that was very much fostered during the pandemic, an opportunity for him to rub shoulders in the world of F1 sim racing a little bit more, but has now started a Formula 3 team in Spain, or rather Formula 4 team in Spain, with now aspirations of making that step up to Formula 3. Stepping up into this fight, here comes Daniel Sommer. And the Bumblebee, the traditional black and yellow look for the SimRC team. Now he has closed his way up relatively quickly, so I'm not expecting him to dawdle too much in his attempts to make any moves, but knowing how closely GT3 cars are matched nowadays, Lorenzo, if you're not in traffic, you've got to really set up your passing opportunities.
Yeah, you have to cook the other drivers to find that opening, and then when you have the right opportunity, you make that overtake. And I think that's what Daniel Sommer is just kind of like doing right now. There's no need for him to do that overtake for the time being, even though MJ Downforce has 3 laps overlap better in terms of fuel in comparison to that Mustang. But doing really good so far, trying to bring another solid result for SimRC as we shift our attention to the 992 class battle on track.
It's Gladius Competitions up against the World of Racing Samantha Tan Racing entry. Fight for 11th. Careful not to go too deep. Remember, no ABS to help these drivers out. No traction control either as they squirm out of the long final corner. And now with some GT3 cars lurking on the inside, that's going to really make it difficult to turn in and commit to the opening corner. No change just yet. And in fact, the Cube Control sponsored car makes it very aggressively onto the entry. And there comes the lunge. There comes a little bit of argy-bargy, as Calvin Fish would say, but no positions rather change hands just yet. Finn Zimble versus Luke Southall in the 992 class.
Yeah, and that was the MAG performance car that actually got a little bit aggressive at the entry of turn number 3, prepping himself to go on the loop, go make that overtake on Village, because that was actually a battle for position. Right in front of them is that Impulse car, and not long ago Robert Leitner actually made the move on Andrea Bristow and got the position from the Italian and prompted the Impulse team into P17 in the GT3 class.
Zane Khan has dropped down a couple more spots, so I wonder if there's some fuel saving maybe going on, or if there's some damage that's impacting the number 12. A flurry of GT4 pit stops and a couple of driver changes I did note as well. Still waiting for Altitude 411, the fiercely forward 412, first and second on track right now to head back to pit lane, and also Delta V Racing down in 7th in class. So not everyone has made their way in and out, but almost the entirety of those GT4 machines. Now, back the long way around for Luke Southall as he tries to crisscross in this fight. Is he going to be able to sweep through? Yes, he is. Very nicely done and well judged as well to recognize that in the off-camber nature of Stowe, if you get your competition to go slightly wide and power up the inside, Lorenzo, there's little they can really do to defend.
Yeah, because you just have so much momentum that you would have to be crazy to actually to try to contend for a position, right, Arjuna? You probably would have to go into ranges of having car contact and then putting yourself into a race-ending position just because you really want to try to commit to the defenses. We're gonna look what happened to Zane Khan. That's on turn 1.
Oh, and so that's right front damage that he'll be nursing now. I'm not sure quite when that was, but at the very least explains the 2 recent drops of position that I think he's had.
Yeah, I hope he doesn't go into the Florian Lebrigera situation that we had around the Indy 6 Hours that looked like to be a minor impact of sorts, but it accrued some hefty suspension damage in the car.
Have to wait and see as the 921 extends its gap. Looks like all now but 2 in GT4 have made their way to pit lane, and the lead between the 477 and 476 has grown by about 2 seconds. So Williams Sim Racing Academy, David Sobrero, lighter fuel tank, yes, in the car, but he's also been driving the wheels off the Mercedes AMG and putting Marvin Strell in a little bit of trouble in trying to keep that advantage as slim as it can be. Race lead has grown to 14 seconds, by the way. Lucas Perez is doing the same at the front of the GT3 field. And Lorenzo, that's important to me. Why? Because yes, this is only a 6-round championship, and this is only round 2. But to win the first 2 races is a statement, and we always talk about momentum. It builds a lot of it.
Yeah, it does. Especially if you win in a convincing fashion. And we know like we were talking, I was saying before, carbon copy of Barcelona. We saw that domination happen from start to finish in a nutshell. And if you grab one win, that's good. If you're not, but you have to capitalize on the momentum that you build. If you win a race and have a really good result on the next one, even a win, that's outstanding, because you then go into, let's just say, into the rounds that are more of a wild card, because we got 2 rounds that we've dealt with already. Then we're going to Misano and Mugello. We haven't seen Misano and Mugello be featured in 24 Hours E-Series Esports, so they're going to have to contend with something new instead of tracks that they've been used for the past 2 or 3 seasons already.
Mustang back up the inside as Michael Kaibach gets past the fast lane Lamborghini. Daniel Summer hasn't really made his way past either of them just yet, so wait and see how he's plodding. Yeah, we do have a couple of interesting rounds coming up, and all the rounds of the championship run in 2025, so that's an added interest. A compressed schedule to what would be a little bit more normal, where the finale would sometimes take place as late as March and April of next year. So not much time to rebuild if you have a couple of bad races and want to work your way forward. Going to be very curious to see, of course, with the R-Racing build out in 2 days' time. I know a couple of teams were wondering if the Aston Martin will be added. I am also wondering the same thing, and we'll find out when we go racing for the next round of the championship. If teams do elect to switch, well, Lorenzo, then they have the next couple of weeks to try and figure out what they want to do with the car, both setup-wise, strategically, and all of those things.
Yeah, they're going to try to see if the Aston Martin Vantage GT3 Evo is going to be the OP boy coming into the next season. But I was having this conversation with Jake Sperry in the Indy 6 Hours. I know you work in IMSA, Arjuna, in the pit lane. Are you ready to wave goodbye to the Audi and now have the proper modern, GT3 grid with the Aston Martin now in play?
It's nice to see, of course, iRacing adding a Ford Mustang GT4 as well.
Yes.
Maybe some of these teams would like to take a look at. 992 pit stops are well and truly in the thick of things. Driver changes as well for the pair of grid and go machines that have led and dominated not just this round of the championship, but indeed realistically the season so far. Seeing the Delta Shop 950 in right now, the 997 Team Checkmate Wallach Group 2. It's Carlisle, Williams Sim Racing, and Impulse, the top 3 that have yet to dive their way down to pit lane. Sun is very much setting at this time, though, and so, Lorenzo, I'm very much of the opinion that you don't really want to make too many driver changes in transition points. So this might be the last stop before the sun sets for drivers to jump in and not have to deal with that awkward transition.
I agree, because I've been thinking right here, give or take, they have a triple stint, right? If they do 45 minutes around the clock. So they're probably going to do triples from now on and then have to deal with the beginning of the night. This race is certainly going to be at the beginning of the night transition in virtual Great Britain. So this is going to be, going from day to dusk, and then maybe some proper night at the very end of the race. So you really don't want to be doing that. I agree 100%. But more importantly, you gotta have good anchors. As we're gonna see what happened to RD Simsport around Cups.
And that's with a 992 car, and I think that was the fight that we had been just watching. So maybe that was Gladius Competitions in the 902. That, not quite sure how that right rear contact to left front played out, but it resulted in car in the wall. Carlar's 960 is down to pit lane, so that's one more taker in 992s, followed in by Impulse. Hendrik Augustin's taken over from Jan Winter in the 960, so 2 hours and 26 minutes to go. Not the longest of stints, but we'll see if that's what the strategy calls for It's Williams Sim Racing Academy then, the last of the 992 cars inside of the top 5 yet to come down onto pit lane. We're back over to some of your GT4 contenders, and this is the fight for third that has seen Gareth Higgins lose out to Altitude 3M and Adam Watson, who's jumped up to third through the pit stop cycle. He came in a full 6 laps later, Lorenzo, than the 2 behind them. Luciano Whitford's in the Samantha Tan Racing World of Racing 438 Mercedes that sits at the back of this 3-car train.
Yeah, it's really interesting battle and how this is going on, and of course having the Team 75, I'm not going to say Team 75, but altitude car with 3 laps into the stint. You know, the car's already gone in, so you have some grip in the car, and I think that's, I would say, nearly optimal grip for the Mercedes to go on, and the Porsche, maybe with the power loss like mentioned before, might have some struggles against the Mercedes that they have to contend with. But a good battle so far on this GT4, which we'll see a major rehaul, like you were saying, with the GT3s coming in and the Mustang as well, but also major rehaul on the GT4 physics and tires for them as well in this next build.
And we'll see how that will all play out. Pitch the car into turn 1. Be careful of those track limits. Haven't seen any team penalized for track limits just yet. And quite positively, no team has got their second warning either, which is definitely a good thing to see, given that can be difficult at some of these modern Formula One venues, as is often talked about, to stay within the confines of the track. Now, given that, Lorenzo, you say the Porsche might have a slight top speed deficit, is he going to be able to save much fuel tucked in behind the Mercedes? Or what do you think the game plan is going to be here? Because realistically, 30 seconds behind second place right now, 40 seconds off the leader. These teams aren't necessarily thinking win. They're thinking this fight for the podium.
Yeah, they're thinking, I would say, more track position and maybe an advantage in terms of the strategy at the end of things. For altitude, I think it's kind of like a reverse game of sorts. They have to break away, right? They need to break away the best way they can because they are on the larger offset, maybe like 6 laps. It's quite considerable. If it was like 3 laps, 2 laps, then probably you would say, oh, this could be mitigated, but the 6 laps is quite considerable. You would say, oh, it's 1/4 of a stint, basically, right? It's hard for you to make that up with 2 hours. So for them, it's basically try to break away the best they can. But Simmar's, the T75 Bernhard, and also the Samantha Tan World of Sim Racing, they're doing a really solid job keeping that altitude GT4 at bay for the time being.
Slight issue for the Arret Esports 469. That Porsche Cayman's been tangled up in something, but fight for second is brewing. Raphael Renhofer by no means has been losing major amounts of ground to the race leader. The problem is Sven Haase is the quickest car on the track right now. And so the Acura starting to feel the pressure from the Mustang behind. You can see traffic plays its part, yes, with lap 106. Renhofer opened the gap a little bit more, but almost half a second on the last lap alone. And the Acura not necessarily qualifying well, Lorenzo, so we know how quick Scherer can be, but they've also placed this car strategically into this position.
Yeah, the pit stops and everything, I think, put them into the top 3 spot. I was trying to take a quick look where Scherer actually rounded out into round 1. They finished 18th, which is quite surprising, given the fact that I think during the build and the officials of the season 3, the Acura seemed to be a really good car, but the Mustang seemed to be superior on a week-to-week basis. But it's slightly surprising when I saw Scherer coming from the 992, and we often talked about being the best endurance 992 Cup team in the whole world, to what now is I'm not gonna. It's odd for me to say mid-pack team as it currently stands, but on this round there, I would say doing a really good job in terms of strategy and pace as well, because they're also keeping BS competition than Falcon and the other teams at bay too.
20 minutes until another hour complete, and we are in the final 2 hours of action. Gap opened up slightly on this particular lap, and the gap to the leader grew as well to touching almost 15 seconds as Lucas Perez is in a world of his own, at least for the time being. How quickly Sven Haas is able to dispatch of Renhofer will likely determine how quickly he can then start to work on closing the gap. Your leader in 992 is coming into pit lane, so that's Williams Sim Racing Academy. Almost 4 laps later than the Grid and Go, maybe 5 laps later rather than the Grid and Go cars that have dominated the class. Not really a contender for the win is the 977, more just looking to try and get onto the podium. Lunge up the inside from the Acura, did not want to wait around as we take a look. A bit of a replay as a GT4 car goes for a spin. I believe that's Carol Stout in the Esports car that I was mentioning earlier.
Yeah, not a good day, because I think the same car had an issue within the first hour, or close to, I think, between the first and the second hour of the race, around Woodcut. I'm not gonna say, I think it's Woodcut or 1 second. Yeah, actually a Brooklands, correction. So that's where they had an issue, but so far keeping themselves in a good position within ranges of the top 10.
Vince Peters is getting into that Williams Sim Racing Academy car in pit lane, as the Lamborghini has now been passed by the second of the Ford Mustangs. So Sim RC, Daniel Sommer make their way through. Now 07 Racing in the Ferrari are queued up behind Theo Carut. Alex Caron is piloting the Ferrari. Norby Kish is then a full 43 seconds behind in 15th spot. So these drivers still on the lead lap for the time being, but at this rate, likely to be 1 lap down by the time the checkered flag does indeed drop. Sim RC a little bit cautious going the long way around on the exit of Chapel. I think really just wanting to make sure they're not close enough to the Lamborghini to get drawn into that little squabble. But still enough cars on track that up to Stowe, there's a BMW GT4 car that they're suddenly dealing with once again. Lamborghini's going to hold on for the time being, but what we were seeing earlier with that aggression and that pace, Lorenzo, starting to fall away.
Yeah, they're starting to show its true pace difference. The question is now where Selmer makes the move. I don't think he's going to wait around too much. He's going to maybe try to find that opening going around Village and try to make that overtake if the gap is really close for him to work with. But I think he's still far back to try to do that move right now. Maybe that Sim Race Sweden Porsche 992 might help in this in the case of Sim RC to try to attempt an overtake.
The race control team have had relatively less in terms of volume to deal with this week compared to round 1. Maybe you can put that down to round 1 jitters from the drivers as they got back to the action after an extended hiatus.
By the way, sorry, you can finish. I was going to ask, wasn't in our first round when we were talking, I think within the first 2 hours they had like 800 or something like that incident points?
Oh yeah, we also had a lot of those as well. But that, yeah, no, they had their fun with track limits in our first round. Here comes the move as the 4 cars compress coming up towards Cox. Daniel Sommer goes the long way, and they're still sliding as the Cup car does indeed make its presence known. Now, was there contact? Because the Ford Mustang, the Bumblebee's gone around, and a Lamborghini and a Ferrari scoot by and take advantage.
I wonder if the contact came from the Lamborghini rather than the other Ford Mustang.
Well, the Lamborghini now sees the 07 Racing Ferrari up the inside and make that move happen. But yeah, that's what I was thinking as well. The Lamborghini, the one that was getting a bit close. Not quite done with the traffic, and this will be the look from up above.
Oh, self-inflicted.
Well, that's unfortunate, but at least no lasting damage, just 6 seconds on the clock, and, well, whatever temperature he's put into the tires as well.
Yeah, fortunately for him, I think with this new tire, you can kind of recover that, even though you might waste some percentage of the tire wear that you have left in the car. But it's still doable for you to make up that ground. Even though there will be some loss of pride, most certainly from Daniel Sommer.
The battle for second has cooled off, by the way. Sven Haase now 3 seconds off of the second place Acura. Fight for fifth has closed slightly. Nicholas Heider in the Falcon Sim Racing 44 is only 1 second in front of Marc Perez. As we keep our eye on someone who has apparently got no livery today, the 78, the Maniti Racing team. Sven Haase is into pit lane, so maybe that was also part of it. He was towards the end of his fuel window, and Andrea Bristow also into pit lane in the Mag Performance number 50 Ferrari 296.
It's all right. And I was taking a look over here. Sven driving 22 laps on the sim, basically around the clock for the German driver. Question is, will he remain in the car, or will he give back that to Dino Lombardi whenever he's into the stall? And yeah, Dino is gonna come back and maybe finish that car on the number 2.
So now it's probably another 3 laps before we see the top 4 come in. But a little bit further down, Lamborghini into pit lane, Sim RC into pit lane now as well. Who else? Many contenders outside of the top 10, it would seem. Now, Dino Lombardi has emerged after a 31.4 second pit stop, so hopefully into some clean air as well. This is a little bit more chaotic on the run down in towards Maggotts and Beckett's. It's the fight for 7th position with Vulcan Fasteners by Glasstec Racing, Grid and Go, and then the Arette Porsche on its slight recovery drive as they work their way forward. Or is this actually the fight still for 3rd position? Yes, it is, where the Team 75 Bernard by Sim RC Porsche has now dropped to 5th. Excuse me there.
Yeah, Higgins somewhat struggling with this stint, isn't he, compared to what Watson and Vipwit are doing on those Mercedeses. But like I said before, it could be due to the power loss that the Porsche has in this round in comparison to the Mercedes. Mercedes had basically minus 9 kilos. It still has 3 kilos of ballast, but no power loss. And we know the Mercedes engine is really good, especially at these D-level racetracks where the turbo engine can kick in a little bit.
So Samantha Tan Racing have also gone forward to 3rd, so Whitbit leads the 3. As now Anders Myers comes in the Racing Lab Esports powered by Ford. Excuse me, Ford Mustang, as you'd expect with that team name. Still waiting, though, as we said, for top 4, at least 2 more laps for them in the GT3 class. Then they will be, yes, with a slightly reduced fuel capacity, but about 12 minutes short of the top of the hour, for what that is worth. These 2, or rather these 3, on average, Lorenzo, seem to be a couple of tenths slower than the top 2 in the GT4 class. Williams Sim Racing Academy and Team 75 Bernard's 476 entry in another class today.
Yeah, even though the 477 is truly, I think, on his own. Of course, being the fact that he's on his own pressure at the time being, there is no cars right behind them to actually contend with. I think he's making their lives a little bit easy. But yeah, they're just simply been on another GT4 level. It's kind of like the GT4 and maybe GT4.1. If you really want to go and try to classify how the pace has been in between the drivers.
We'll have to keep our eye on if it starts to close at any point, because from 6 to 12 seconds, David Sobrero has extended that advantage. And maybe Marvin Strel losing out a little bit more with the traffic, as it just continues to be an ever-present factor. This is a fight between one of our BMWs in class, the Delta V Racing 414, and then the Team Checkmate Simline 488 behind them. So Adrian Da Costa, Yaroslav Sabula battle their way up towards Copse. Yeah.
I was just thinking a quick mathematics right here. We have 2 hours and 10 minutes of racing left. We expect to see Simify share and everybody else come in, I think, on this lap, Arjuna, or the next lap. Just taking a quick look, I think it's 120 minutes per 10, and then a weird incident for Hyperion around, I think, the second to last corner, involving that sausage curb.
It's just not been their day, has it? Already 2 laps down, and Adam Wright, a little bit of an issue. I think, by the way, the 432, which has been rolling down pit lane apparently without stopping in its box for a minute 45, must have been serving a very, very, very lengthy time penalty. So I'm going to go ahead and check back in with my race control seat. That is the 60-second time penalty that Lorenzo, they had got 28 minutes into this race. So I'm doing my math. We are what, 3 hours and 50 minutes into this race now? Shouldn't they have served that penalty a long time ago?
They have 100 minutes to do so, so I agree, yes.
Oh, no, I was... Okay, again, I've got the wrong thing. They have got a whole bunch of penalties to serve the 432, and so I think if you added them up, that makes sense. I see 1 20-second time penalty, 1 20-second time penalty, 1 30-second time penalty, and another 15-second time penalty as well.
It's like... It's truly a fury of the penalties. If you have flurry, fury of penalties, the furious penalties. I was trying to find a good, pun, but I just couldn't simply concoct one on top of my brain. As we're seeing pit stops for Simify, the race leaders, Lorenzo Castellani for 07, MJ, and the other 07 doing their pit stops like we imagined to.
The leader is still out there. It's the other of the Simify cars that is on pit lane right now, I think, because Lucas Perez has yet to make his way down onto pit lane. If you're wondering what all those penalties were, they did have just a single 15-second penalty, initially the 432, that they did not serve, so that got increased to a 30-second penalty. It gets doubled. They had 1 20-second penalty for contact, and then a second 20-second penalty for an unsafe rejoin, as I've understood it. So I think that's how they all get totted together.
Oy, oy, oy.
The GT3s, by the way, top 5 yet to come down pit lane. Before Zain Khan makes his way into the box, I just want to look at his lap times and say, I feel sorry for the amount of damage he must be nursing, Lorenzo, because last lap he was in the 2 minutes. He's done that a little bit more than he'd like, I think, as well, and he's dropped at least 25 seconds back from where he was at the start of the stint.
Yeah, that could be a little bit of a problem for Zain. You know what I thought about also Zain, maybe drop a performance. Maybe we saw Zain drive the Corvette at the Indy 6 Hours, right, Arjuna? I wonder if that a sudden change of cars, you go from a Mustang to a Corvette, could it be also something that could be an effect as well? Just, of course, he might have trained all week in both cars, but going from one car to another could be problematic, as we see what happened to Castellani around the loop.
This is cold tires, I would assume.
Yep.
And just no grip whatsoever. So, as we finally get pit stops for the likes of Lucas Perez and company, is there anyone that can go one lap longer? Does not look like it's the case. Off and away, Perez 32.3 seconds. That is clinical. A driver change behind as Lewis Woods, I think, jumps into the Falcon Sim Racing 44. Off and away for Raphael Renhofer. He, with a slightly shorter pit stop time than your race leader, marginally shrinks the gap, but it's the gap back to Dino Lombardi that I'm a little bit more curious about. It's 4 seconds between second and third, and remember, tire warm-up phase to come. Sven Haase is going to be, Dino Lombardi, after taking over from Sven Haase, is going to be fired up to try and close that gap. We're watching the fight for 7. This is Vulcan Fasteners by Glasstec Racing and William Humphrey in front of Justin Rem in the Grid and Go Porsche, and then Carol Stout behind them. I was just seeing the future when I said we were watching their battle about 10 minutes ago.
Arjuna Stradamus, basically, I'm going to call you from now on, Arjuna. By the way, issues for the 432 Fury Sim Sport. They did not stop at the penalty box.
Wait. They sat all that time and they weren't in the penalty box?
No, they did not stop inside the penalty area. I just got confirmation.
Oh my no.
Yeah.
Oh my no. I will say, credit to Race Control. They shared a picture in the driver's briefing and also in the Discord right before the race. So ignorance is not an excuse in this case, unfortunately. Wheel to wheel, here we go. Gareth Higgins trying to make his way back past Adam Watson. The Porsche's got enough straight line gumption to make it work up through Stowe, and fourth back in the hands of the 475.
Yeah, as we are looking to do battle, I got more info. They basically stopped in the area, reversed out and served their penalties. So that's what happened. They might have to reserve everything though. But anyway, coming back, really good battle between SimRC's, that T75 Bernhard trying to fight back for the positions they've lost so far into the Sim. So the Porsche is still showing some grit with these 2 hours to go.
And see on the right-hand side, they are back into pit lane. There goes Simufy around the outside. That is not the race-leading machine. That is their sister car with Marc Perez still behind the wheel there. In second and third places, by the way, Lombardi's got the gap down to 1.2 seconds. That is the extent to which the fresh tires make an advantage, as they have already got into their operating window. So I suspect that the Acura Raphael Renhofer inside the next 2 laps, Lorenzo, is going to be fending off the advances of Dino Lombardi.
Oh yeah, he's going to be basically putting a really big wall to try to block the advance of the Italian driver from Grid and Go Esports. The question is, can Renhofer withstand that onslaught that he's going to suffer from the Italian with that traffic up ahead? I think not.
This is where you sometimes have to decide if it's worth having that fight.
Oh.
Inside, that's a decision, and the lights flash in front of them. I can promise you that, as that Porsche came and got squeezed, and that might open up the door now for a fight once again for third position, because that was Gareth Higgins getting squeezed through turn 1 by the Acura. Back onto the hangar straight though, and now trying to use that toe to their advantage. Here comes Lombardi chasing up the hangar straight. Porsche Cup car with its straight line legs, gonna hold around the outside, and that's enough of a hesitation for the Acura to hold on. And remember, at this point, Lorenzo, 2 full laps complete. Renhofer's got warm tires as well. It's all down to the team, how they've set the car up, and the pace the driver's extracting from that combo.
A good mano a mano that we're going to have in our hands, and nothing that the German driver can do about it. He can try to use the traffic as much as he wants, dive down as many cars as he probably wants, even though he kind of nearly broke off the top 3 fight in GT4s. But sometimes you might have to be the villain with the traffic in hand. You got to use the tools that you have available in your hand to try to get an advantage on the competition. But in this situation, I think then Dino came out on top, also with the better tires, heat in the car at the moment. I think he's just gonna maybe cook for a few laps and then attempt an overtake when it's most opportunistic for him.
Not close enough into Brooklands, but there is a bit of traffic to look at in front. At least one Cup car that they will probably encounter directly after Cops. And so now the Acura going to be thinking about how it's going to try and time this. Hopefully we'll get alongside just on the entry to Magnussen Beckett's. That would be ideal to try and hold off the Mustang, but he doesn't look like he's going to get that lucky. In fact, he might be waiting on the exit of this sweeping section. It looks flat, but there's an ever so subtle camber to the curves that you've got to be aware of. David Sobrero in from the lead of GT4, and at the time of pitting, he had an almost 17-second advantage. Out of the draft for the Acura, still in the tow for the Ford Mustang, and covering the middle of the track, Renhofer will hold on for the time being once more.
And for a minute, I thought it was going to try to use the Cup car as a way to try to get around. But since they both got away cleanly right before a stow, I think the Italian driver just decided to, elect to, be safer for a little bit and not attempt to overtake. Of course, he has 4 laps in comparison to Scherer that start to get within dangerous range, but I think they are safe for the remainder of this race as we approach 2-hour mark left in this race, Arjuna.
All these teams will be doing their back calculations to that moment where the white flag drops and they expect the checkered to drop after that. 4 hours complete, 2 to go in the Abruzzi 6 hours of Silverstone. Round 2 in the 24-hour Esports Championship. And another 0-7 racing moment. This one I don't think can be blamed on cold tires necessarily, as the 27 this time goes for an unfortunate spin out through the opening curve and very much will have overheated those tires.
Yeah, right before Village, which is, it's a tricky corner, Village, if you think about it, right, Arjuna, because you're nearly going flat out on a GT3 car. You do have to maybe lift a little bit, and then you throw to the left-hand side, and you have to prep for a very fast braking into a right-hand hairpin, which is easy to offset the car, right? So that might have been the case.
Through Magnussen Beckett's to the inside of a McLaren. Neither car getting held up too much. Within 0.2 is Lombardi. Does the Mustang have the legs to try and slip alongside? No, not quite. But looking more and more in the mirrors, that is for sure. Your race leader is starting to extend the advantage through this once again. It had closed momentarily in the pit stop cycle. It had gone down to about 11.5 or so seconds. It's back up to 13.5 seconds as lap 119 completed for lap second and third position. More pit stops seemingly underway. We're not far away from heading off once again, I guess, into a 992 pit cycle, although maybe another 10 laps or so for your race leaders.
Yeah, I was doing a quick mathematics right here. I know these guys who are sure for the Cup car, they for the 992, they still have to come in at about 10 laps or so. I was looking into the leaders over here on Gunnoso Tasdellen and Roger Kirstensen. So doing the 2 minutes they've been doing the next 2 pit stops, they should 2 pit stops and maybe a splash and dash towards the end. They're gonna be safe. For the lead, for the GT3 class, though, I've been doing mathematics. They are doing at average 44 minutes while doing, if they do 22 laps or within their stints. So my only curiosity is because Dino pitted 8 laps ago, if they are within the 130-minute mark threshold. The 130 minutes is 2 minutes and 10. So that's where I think would be the top average of them, not having to do a splash and dash towards the end. But my thinking right now, I think they're safe.
You'd assume they wouldn't have pit if they weren't safe. I believe this is Andrea Bristow having an incident that will see him head to pit lane and likely be joining the DNF piles. But keep an eye on the bottom of your screen. That's a big one for Bristow as well, as he gets turned into the outside retaining wall. But Ford Mustang slips through, and a pass for second. Can Renhofer challenge? Back up into the final couple of corners, through into Vale. No, Acura sits behind, 13.4 the margin to the lead, and Dino Lombardi has got a new target. It's Lucas Perez.
I think now the target is going to be a bigger one, given the fact that it's going to be a repeat of what we saw in Barcelona, right? This came down to the wire, but of course we have to think that back then the number 2 car had a 5-second penalty to contend with, so that made the life of the number 33 much easier. That's why they got the win post race. In this one, they don't have anything else to deal with, so it's all going to be on pure pace. Those 13 seconds with lasting 2 hours, it's doable, but the pace difference between Lombardi and Perez has been nearly equal. So this is going to be very hard for the Italian driver to maybe get down with maybe within the final minutes of this race, but it's doable.
GT4 pit stops flowing through too, as I saw Justin Rem in and handing over to Alessandro Quintai for grid and go. Corentin Gunes is jumping in to the 476, so he's now got the task of hunting down David Sobrero, who had a slightly shorter pit stop once again. It was the full 43.9 seconds for Gunes in the Porsche, so there's a slight difference between the Mercedes and Porsche strategically. All has to wind together into that final pit stop to maybe then be evened out once more. Speaking of the Porsche GT4s, out of the long right-hander at Luffield, Mercedes leads this little group. It's Luciano Whitford behind the wheel of the Samantha Tan Racing 438. Gareth Higgins now closing, and Adam Watson a little bit further behind Lorenzo in the 411 Altitude 3M entry.
Yeah. It's still interesting in my books how this one is going, because I was trying to do mathematics for these guys and try to understand what is the fuel situation moving forward, because we saw another fuel from Sobrero, and I was just trying to think, maybe these guys might have to do a shorter pit stop, maybe at the final pit stop, as they are doing 47-48 minutes around the clock with 22 laps done. So I think this is going to be a good battle to the wire, or maybe on the top 3, to see who's going to have the upper edge on strategies, as Vifwit and also Higgins are coming into the pit lane.
Not Watson, though. Watson should stay out for at least another 5 laps beyond the one that he is on. And so he will take the lead of the race momentarily. Yaroslav Sabula also leaving pit lane in a second once he gets the full allotment of fuel into his car. And 43.7 seconds is the magic number for him. Already, by the way, Dino Lombardi now down to 12.6 seconds off the back of the race leader. Last lap alone, half a second. And yes, traffic will give and traffic will take. But that's a good sign already to be eating into the gap at the front of the field, Lorenzo. It's now under 12 seconds as Perez seemingly losing out a little bit in traffic.
Yeah, traffic gives, traffic takes. That is the name of the game as we see these guys into the pit lane. I was doing quick mathematics once again about those strategies. Apparently they're gonna have to do two full pit stops and maybe 1/2 pit stop towards the end to try to get towards the end, Arjuna. So we're gonna see that maybe the final pit stop, see who's gonna try to go for a risky thing or here at the end as they come out of the pit stop. But that gap still growing under on the lead between Perez and the Lombardi.
Neck and neck off of pit lane and directly into the fire of the oncoming traffic. Got to be careful. Cup car and GT3 directly behind, as these GT4 cars have the same tire warm-up to now be done. Thomas Burgess into the 475 as Sim RC elect to use this pit stop window to do driver changes in both their cars. Mercedes, no driver change, but again, a full tank of fuel and 4 fresh tires going on as well, as they see first the GT3 and then the Cup car through. Door open for the Porsche, although quickly closed just as they work out of Luffield. Now with the toe up towards Copse, Mercedes should hold on. Remember, 5 more laps before we see the altitude free car come down, and last lap it did a 209.759 amongst the rather 209.984, which was one of the quicker times in the class, Lorenzo.
Yeah, just flying around the racetrack is the laps they're doing, and but it's that thing, you know, they're gonna have that opportunity maybe within the first few laps to, you know, launch themselves. That's, I think, where the car will be at its grippiest. Maybe the second lap will be the true grippy lap off the car right after the out lap. So we'll see how this one is going to go, but looking really good as we see the Impulse 992 go around the outside, I think, at the entry of Stowe to gear off the 475 for the time being, but still remains in the racetrack. That's the most important thing that you have to do right now.
Problem was the Acura for Scherer was going up the inside as well. Backs out through Vale, does the Cup car. Could have been a lot more committed and really helped out the Team 75 Bernard Porsche that was not able to try and now mount an offense on the Mercedes. We did see Lombardi very aggressive through traffic on these two, and he has brought the gap down to 11 seconds already. Last lap, 1.2 seconds gain, and Lombardi on the previous lap was within 0.2 of the best lap of the race. That grid and go car is coming alive in these closing stages, although it is now only 10 laps away from owing us a pit stop once more, Lorenzo.
Yeah, but we like to see this, I don't want to say desperation, but this mindset, right, of Dino Lombardi. Go full throttle towards the end, give everything that you have to try to get to the guy ahead of you. And we're like what we're seeing, this gap battle still on brew. I think this is going to be the talking topic for me for the remainder of this race. This may be going up and down like a roller coaster, but there's still that potential of us seeing a battle towards the end of the race like we saw at Barcelona, which for us that would be really amazing. For the managers, not so much. They're probably going to be biting their nails if they have anything at hand right now.
I believe a technical issue for Balash Parla has meant that Sheza Esports have had to take a tow to pit lane, and Norby Kish has just rejoined the track for them. So that's going to be frustration for the number 90 Hungarian crew. 2 hours or less than 2 hours left to try and salvage something from the race. SimRC have just passed 07 Racing for 13th in the GT3 class. You can see the 5th place Falcon Sim Racing car ducking and diving its way through this GT4 battle. It is only 1.3 seconds away from Lucas Herrmann. So the BMW and Ford fighting for what will be 4th in this race based on the gaps both in front and behind. There is a small chance that Marc Perez could continue to close in that Simu 514, but he is anywhere from 6 to 8 seconds behind Lorenzo, depending on traffic.
Yeah, and also the laps doesn't look very fast either, isn't it? Last lap, of course, because the traffic was a 59.5, I think. Now he rounds out at 58.7, so it's going to take some work, but Marc Perez is right there. So I think, did a car just gone through like a rocket on Village?
I mean, he is closing on the drivers in front pretty drastically right now, so it could be that. We are, I would say, in the pretty optimal conditions to go racing right now. It is, what's the track conditions? 74 Fahrenheit, which works out to about 23 degrees Celsius, 6:15 virtual standard time. So, yeah, we're going to continue to see the sun drop below the horizon, but not expecting the track temperature to necessarily drop more than a couple of degrees, Lorenzo, before we get to the end of the race.
No, and also I think race control, by the way, gave us a good insight of this. Might be the remainder, the optimal temperature for the remainder of the race. So we might not see the track temperature dip below like versus the 21 Celsius ambient that we have right now on track. So this is probably going to remain until the very till curtain at the race. We might see 22, but nothing more drastic than that. It's not going to affect the time lapse so much.
Edge of the top 10, they are, well, playing bumper cars with one another out through Cox. Michael Kybach on the outside becomes the inside as you sweep down towards Maggots and Beckett's, and it's Altitude Freem and Zane Khan tucked back into line. Now, I do believe Zane took about 5 seconds of damage repair in addition to whatever beating and banging they were able to do while the car was taking on its fuel and tires. So he's found a bit more speed. But remember, from leaving pit lane in 3rd on the previous pit stop window to now being all the way down in 11th, that is not really much that you can do as a driver once that damage was incurred. Except now try and settle yourself. J-car able to get through, and then the Altitude Freem car had to check up, sweeping through the apex, just misjudged that slightly, thought they were going to be able to get to the inside, but just a little bit too close. Able to get to the outside of the Mercedes through the village, and that's allowed him now to close that gap once again. For people that don't really understand multi-class racing and endurance racing, Lorenzo, I think these are some of the best races to show them as to why it's so cool, because of all the different ways the cars make their speed and how careful you've got to be at Silverstone, which is an underrated endurance track.
It's very underrated. I know a lot of people don't like to race around the current layout of Silverstone because it is not the fastest Silverstone layout like we used to have back at the previous build or the previous iteration, where you had the classic, where this would be turn 1, like you were saying before, right? Or, you know, this is the classical turn 1 around Cops. But it's very interesting because you have basically everything. You have fast corners, you have slow corners, fast flowing sections where you can easily misjudge your car placement, and you might get into a hefty contact situation where you can accrue yourself a penalty. So I like Silverstone because it is a really good challenge for drivers, especially gentlemanly drivers that are, you know, starting into understand what is endurance racing and multi-class racing, not just in iRacing but real life as well. And I know the 24-hour series, the real-life 24-hour series, because it is basically well-suited for gentleman drivers, they get that concept. They understand the grasp of, you know, having multiple classes to deal at the same time. And it isn't as easy as people might think it is, you know?
It's always interesting as well when you have the different combos that come together. We don't have TCR in this particular championship, but if we did, GT4 and TCR interactions would be much more interesting after the new build coming, and we'll touch on that maybe in a little bit of time. There is a battle in the 992 class that's gotten ever so closer. Impulse Racing in 5th are now watching in the rearview mirrors as Vince Peters, 17 laps into his fuel run, and tire run as well, it should be noted, has closed onto the back. This is what makes the Porsche Cup class so interesting and unique in the world of modern endurance racing nowadays on iRacing. Tires and fuel done separately, and so double stinting tires is a much more viable strategy, and Peters has got through, by the way, into 5th position. No fight back from Impulse. Let's see what Peters can do to try and close an 8-second gap now up to the car in front. That is on the same strategy as him.
Yeah. I still have a wet dream of, you know, seeing a tick box. Like, let's just say you create a server, you set up a server, or you go to an official race, and then you have that you know, box tick tires and fuel not done at the same time, or done differently, you know, done separately. If that happens, because of, like we're seeing, they do GT3s and GT4s go under the IMSA rules. of fueling and tires at the same time. I think this would open up, I think, so many championships and things like that, and would give such a range of strategies for everybody to try to utilize with, and makes, I'm not gonna say make racing more fun, but I think would make racing more dynamic and more chaotic for engineers, especially with rain nowadays imbued into the scene.
The lead is down to 10 seconds. I did say it slightly earlier, but we have been told there might be a chance of rain in some of the future races, so we'll see if that is going to happen. That's a lunge up the inside as Gabriel Ordelli has been patient enough behind Anders Myers, and WSR Esports and the McLaren pass Racing Lab Esports powered by Ford. That was for 8th position, and boy, was that a send.
Lick the step and send it, boy.
Not close enough to do the same back into turn 1. It was a very patient, I'm sure, car for many a lap, and now that it's had its fair fill of patience, Lorenzo, let's see if they can actually clear up the road, because that Mustang stayed pretty close, sweeping out through Maggots and Beckett's.
Yeah, it's been biding its time to strike and bounce on the McLaren. Now let's just see if the horses are very strong to, you know, give a kick on that McLaren and go around Stowe. But the draft that the Racing Lab Esports car is receiving is not enough for him to do that overtake around Stowe. Probably going to cook it over here at Stowe and make the overtake around Vale, which might not be the case, given the fact that there is some distance in between them.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to have the speed. McLaren clearly, with that dive bomb, felt it could push forward. So, Adam Watson in from the altitude frame 411. Dennis Grabowski takes over, and we'll see the margin to Samantha Tan Racing's 438 and the second of the Team 75 Bernard by SimRC cars, the 475, which the two of them, the Mercedes and the Porsche, since pitting 5 laps ago, have kept each other very close. Grabowski, 42.6 seconds stationary, is already out and away from the lane. And again, remember, this is what happened on the last pit stop sequence too. The GT4 car comes out slightly cooler tires and needs to warm them up. It's got a 1.4 second advantage right now, Lorenzo. Let's see how long it will take in that fight for third to close back up.
Yeah, like we're seeing so far within this final 90 minutes of this race so far, like we see before, maybe some teams taking a little bit of a risk into the strategy. The pit strategies coming down to the final pit stop. So like what I see so far as the leaders in 992 class are in. Ganoso Tazdalan is going to do his service, I would say, second to last time, and prep that 9-1 machine to maybe finish at the top of the standings once again in the 992 class.
Your lead continues to get chopped away, by the way, as we've been mentioning and calling out. It's 9.5 seconds at the front of the class. There are other GT3 machines that are now swapping around through traffic and whatnot. The fast lane Lamborghini back in front of Altitude 3M, back in front of SimRC as well. There's all sorts of shenanigans, Lorenzo, going on further down in this GT3 class, which, given that we have a 60 car grid and 25 of them are GT3 machines, I guess we shouldn't be so surprised.
We shouldn't, but I like what we're seeing, right, Arjuna? You have action everywhere. It's not a dull moment. It's not like a moment of you can relax and kick back your feet into the desk or something like that. No, you always have something around the racetrack for you to commentate and go over with. So that what makes this series very interesting. Of course, you're not gonna have the yellow flags and things like that, and the other procedures that you probably would have in the former Sister Series at Ivra, but it still makes the racing very dynamic nevertheless, now with this three-quarter fuel strategy for everybody.
And so as the Bumblebee waits behind the Altitude 3M number 12, so Zane Khan not just worried about the offense, but 07 Racing, the Ferrari stacked up behind SimRC as well. That Lamborghini does seem to be pretty quick at certain points in the stint. Seems to struggle elsewhere, so maybe not quite having the balance of that car nailed down 100%, but when it's good, it is great. Your GT4 lead is 20.4 seconds now. That's a growing margin. Williams Sim Racing Academy increasingly in control of their own destiny. So an hour and 36 minutes left to go, at least. I guess 2 more pit stops potentially for some of them as well. Delta V Racing in particular, 22 laps on the stint. They owe us a pit stop sooner rather than later. GT4 maybe starting to swing in a certain direction. Now, Daniel Sommer here, very patient, but this will cost him, Lorenzo. The Ferrari is going to have to get into the draft and now try and pick its way through on the climb to Stowe.
Yeah, you can see looking on the inside and looking maybe for a move, but has to go back and cook a little bit more around Stowe. Does the door open and fail for Summer to strike on the Bumblebee? Seems so, but is not going to be able to capitalize.
Not just yet. Lamborghini's continue to grow its advantage, so the glorious noise that does come out of the pre-revving Lamborghini. Very, very different engine note to the Ford Mustang and to the Ferrari that follow in the wheel tracks. I did say, by the way, earlier that TC Esports might be a retirement. I'm glad to say they have not retired. They are still out there and running. The most recent retiree that we have had is the Mag Performance Ferrari, the one with Andrea Bristow's hellacious hit, Lorenzo, onto the outside of turn 1. Now, I don't feel like we talked about that incident and gave it its proper due because it happened at the same time as Lombardi made the move for second. So just winding back to that,
yeah,
it's not often that you see a GT3 car getting run over by another class competitor, but it's just, again, the difference in GT3 and GT3 Cup car is purely in aerodynamic performance. The GT3 Cup cars are rocket ships in straight lines.
Yeah, I was gonna mention that. I think Bristow got collected right when he came into the braking zone. I think they just went around. I was gonna say maybe one of the GT4s. I think that was a Porsche GT4 as Sommer goes ahead in the altitude car finally. So. But coming back to that incident, I think that was just on the braking zone, and there's nothing that Bristow could do because there's no way to anticipate the 992 car coming, under the brakes a little bit earlier than usual. So just a unfortunate incident for the Italian team, which are having some struggles this season so far.
Yeah, I think maybe the only way that you can really think about it differently would be not pull onto the racing line, but you always want to maximize the corner, as both of these drivers will do right here. That's a door handle to door handle moment, and Ford Mustang holds on. 07 Racing still trying to now get closer as they begin the climb up towards first the loop, or first village, and then into the loop, I should say. And Daniel Sommer has already cleared off up the road, has taken advantage of the little bit of argy-bargy, and now has put one of the GT4 Porsches. That will be Corentin Gunes in the second place Team 75 burnered by SimRC. 476 car between him and his competitors. That's a nice little healthy advantage from a 4-car fight to now just 2 cars duking it out.
Yeah, as we still see the 902 car into the pit lane. I think he's coming out of the pit lane just now. This car had probably one of the oddest penalties I've seen so far, by the way, Arjuna. Have you checked the race control to see what the penalty is for the 902 car?
Messaging another driver during the race. Naughty, naughty.
Yeah.
You know, they did once do that in NASCAR. They used to let drivers on some of the super speedways talk to one another. I'm just saying, there's a time and a place for it. It's clearly not in a championship like this.
No. Imagine if you even try to find, imagine if it was like thanks, bro. Like, as thank you for giving the space for us to go through or something like that, or can we pass or something like that. And sometimes it is in the racing books, in the rule book, you cannot send a message, and you're gonna get penalized by that. I know it sounds weird, but you gotta pay attention at the rule book at every single time, or you're gonna get hit with these uncommon penalties.
It sounds like we need to make a championship where you are required to talk to your other competitors. 07 Racing, what would they be saying right now? Long way around, boxed out, but given just enough room. Oh, that's a great sweeping pass from the Ferraris. Not quite done by any means, but he'll have the inside as they switch back from Village into the loop. And wow, that was great. Respect on both sides. Zain Khan didn't fight it any harder than it needed to be, but boy, was that difficult.
That was really difficult. That was, especially around the outside of Village. That was a really well done maneuver by the 07 team. And like you said before, respect given. This is what we want to see: clean racing, hard racing between everybody, and we just got a snippet of that. Good to see that action on track between everyone.
The fight here, again, remember, is for 13th position between these two. They're not fighting for much, but it's a big field of GTD, and every little bit will matter. 8 seconds at the front of the field, just as we expect Dino Lombardi down to pit lane this time by. He's on the 22nd lap of his run. That's going to be one to keep an eye on.
And by the way,
I think Norby Kish has been dinged for speeding on pit exit, by the way.
Yeah, but let me tell you something, Arjuna. This is big, if you think about it. As I'll take it back to you, and I'll explain why this is big for Dino to stay on track now.
Lamborghini holds on for the time being. What were you thinking?
I remember when I said about doing 22 laps on the stint and an average of 159 on the stint that you had. It approximately stayed at about 43, 44 minutes. So they needed to have one additional lap. So whenever they going into the pit stop, it will be about 1 hour and 28 minutes ish. And given the service, they're gonna be, I think, just on the very margin of, they're gonna maybe have to do another 22 laps in for them to be okay towards the end, and with a potential extra lap in hand if that goes into the case of them.
I'll keep an eye on if Lombardi does come in this lap. He seems to be sweeping out through Stowe right now, so would be off onto driver's right-hand side this time by. And just looking at the timing tower top left, gap shrinking, so I think that, yes, here he comes down to pit lane for the number 2. So it is another 20. Is it technically a 22 lap run? I think it is. SimRC on your screen, checked up behind the Williams Sim Racing Academy car. But you can see now on the right-hand side, Lombardi trundles down pit lane and will hit his marks, and we're expecting the full 32 seconds for service.
Yeah, and like I said before, this might be what saves them from doing a potential splash and dash towards the end. But I'm still thinking, and this is me, Lorenzo, speaking, I think they still need to do a 23 lap stint to get towards the end. I think without any having to think about a splash and dash, and even then, it might be really tight, because if they have to push the car a little bit more, put some fuel a little bit more, Arjuna, it can get risky for them at the very final minutes of this race. But looking forward to what is going to transpire with this last 1 hour and a half of racing left.
And remember, we did say track temperature not really expected to drop anymore and has stayed pegged where it is. Here comes the Lamborghini and SimRC into pit lane, all as your formerly second place machine now rolls back onto track with the need to warm its tires up. Dino Lombardi does have some clean air in front of him. Fastlane, by the way, have also been dinged for speeding on entry, so they are going to be stationary for a lot longer than they would have wanted to be stationary for. Oh, that is heartbreaking, Lorenzo.
Yeah, it is a little bit unfortunate, but also at the same time, I think this is the first time we've seen the 5-second rule violation in quite a while in this race.
Oh, yes, you were looking at some of those drivers and how they were using pit lane. We'll let race control make their determinations around that as we continue to stare at the pit wall. Norby Kish 53.9 seconds, by the way. There goes Sim RC, but again, not really in a fight now too much, given that fast lane are going to be stationary for a considerably longer amount of time. So Scherer, 11 seconds now back from Lucas Perez. So Raphael Renhofer was not able, Lorenzo, to follow Grid and Glow. Grid and Go, not Grid and Glow, although yes, they were glowing. Not able to close on your race leaders, and so that's put them in a bit of no man's land right now, effectively trying to hold on to third in front of the likes of BS Competition.
And to make matters worse, the gap to BS Competition actually shrinked a little bit. So I think it stayed about 11 to 10 seconds. Now it is about 8 seconds and a half that 8-9 seconds that stand in between Renhofer and Lucas Herman. So there is a chance we might see a podium battle in the end as well for that third spot in between BS Competition, which I'll be very honest, I think compared to what transpired on the last round for BS Competition, it's a good thing. 21st place is not the position we would see BS Competition fighting for in a championship like this.
No, definitely not. Given they were second in the previous edition of the championship before it took its hiatus. Vince Peters into pit lane from the lead momentarily of the 992 Cup class. He was only in the lead because the slight shortcut that you enjoy by using the pit lane entry, which avoids having to navigate around those final couple of corners. Back over to the fight for third position in GT4. Look how close Luciano Whitford is to the back of Thomas Burgess. At one point, they were in the opposite order with Samantha Tan racing third. Yes, still Team 75 Bernard in fourth, with Altitude Freem at the back of this three-car tandem. But at least as it stands right now, Porsche sandwich. And if you're wondering, well, there's a Mercedes in front and behind. No. Do you name your sandwiches after the bread or by the filling? It's a Porsche sandwich, not a Mercedes sandwich. Lewis would be proud.
Yes, it is a Porsche sandwich. I'm not Paul Smith. I'm sorry, Paul, but for me, what's in the middle, that's what makes a sandwich. It's not the bread. Even though the bread is also is just as important as what's in the middle.
Yes. No, I agree. I just had to clip that and someone send it to Lewis. He'll be very, very happy. Back out onto track, by the way. Jarl Tynes jumped into the Racing Lab Esports machine. That's a spin as Thomas Burgess gets overconfident, overcommits, and half spins himself without causing any contact on anyone else. He's lost about 4 seconds, but he's not lost more than that.
Yeah. My point of view is slightly I'm not going to say overly aggressive, but I think overly confident that he would get the car stopped on the inside of Village and remain side by side. So it is unfortunate. I know the Porsche or the GT4s rather, they're still running the old iteration of the tires. I think they are the last cars besides the LMP3s as well. They need to have that old tire, and they're going to be upgraded, I think, into the next build. So let's see moving forward if that 475 will remain on pace with them, or if that spin is going to cost something else.
That was a slip up the inside through traffic as into the car for Jarl Tyne. I was just saying before the spin for Team 75 Bernard that this car was about to be passed by the McLaren of World Sim Racing, and guess what? It did get passed, but that's all just on tires. Remember, that first lap or two, as you roll out of pit lane, all about getting the tires underneath you into their window. 1 lap earlier out of pit lane for the World Sim Racing McLaren. We are now, Lorenzo, nearing 82 minutes left in this race. Simify and a whole handful of GT3 cars yet to come down onto pit lane. Your race leaders, yes, under pressure from Grid and Go, but still in a very good strategical spot. Let's see if they will short fill this time by, expecting them in at the end of this lap.
Yeah, as everybody's going to come in, they done their due diligence. So looking forward to see as they're going to basically be doing a full pit stop, full 2 pit stops moving forward. Of course, we know, like you said right now, that one of them is going to be a short field by a few laps, but it's not going to be, let's just say, a full difference in terms of time difference as total. Let's say, give or take, maybe 5 seconds in my point of view.
Which could be enough, given how much Grid and Go have been closing, but with relatively little time remaining in a 6 hours race. 80 minutes is by no means a long period of time. After the Porsche spin, the 2 Mercedes now left to squabble amongst themselves. Dennis Grabowski has got the mirrors filled with the Samantha Tan Racing World of Racing 438. Traffic behind them, the Lamborghini sweeps past on the inside. Now, did that hold up the Altitude 3M car? No, not too much. Your race leader, by the way, is into pit lane. Are we going to see a driver change here? Lucas Perez has been in the car for quite a while. Does Gabby Montoro get back in for the final 80 minutes of this race?
We'll see in a little bit. Because he's still not in the stall.
Yeah, it's a long pit lane here with the speed limit that you have. And now we will wait to see as he has finally hit his marks. No pass attempted in this fight for GT4. I can say that Norby Kish has had an issue. Lorenzo, is there a driver change?
There is a driver change. Gabby Montoro will wrap this up for us in the Simify car.
Right. Now, already have seen Grid and Go make their driver change to put Dino Lombardi into the car. It's time for Gabby to step up and be counted. 31 seconds, so not a short fill. And Lombardi's coming through the final corner right now, as Gabby Montoro is just in front of this battle that we're watching right now. So the gap between your race leaders is 7.5 seconds, and that will shrink as the tires come up to temperature. Montoro may only have a 6-second buffer to play with Lorenzo, as there goes on the inside. You can just see it in front. That car trying to get its tires up to temperature.
Yeah, just passed under the bridge, and give or take, he's gonna lose those 6 seconds, I think, in the next 2 laps. I think we're probably gonna be seeing Dino, if not within the second of that Simify car, is gonna be close. But also, what is important for me, Luca Alpert is now in the Scherer car, and the gap between them is 2 seconds. Of course, that might increase about 5 seconds because they still have to pick up also so the tire heat into their Acuras, but looking forward to see if Alpert has the pace that Renhofer was trying to find in the beginning of his stint.
We'll have to really now see the comparison over the next 3 laps. How quickly does Montoro get himself up to speed? Remember, in the virtual world, there is no question about if 2 cars are identical. In Full Metal Motorsport, every chassis that rolls off a production line is likely to be slightly different in very subtle ways. But here, no, they are down to the pixel, identical. The only question is how you set them up and then how the drivers go out there and perform. David Sobrero pits from the lead of GT4. No driver change for him, so he should be going to the end of this race. One more pit stop, though, for the 477 with a 23-second lead, Lorenzo, before it boxed.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be a short field once again. I think it's going to be a 40-minute stint for that Williams Sim Racing Academy car, and basically still be in full control of the race. As we see what happened to Norby Kish, that's a crash around Village.
Self-inflicted, and fortunately only takes himself out, does not tangle up any of the other competitors through all of that. Your fight for third is closing up once again in GT4 with Thomas Burgess back within 3 and a bit seconds of Grabowski and Whitford. So self-inflicted spin, yes, but slowly clawing back the time that he lost. 7/10 last lap, and already on this lap, the gap is down to 5.1 seconds. TikTok, get the Jaws music queued up. Lombardi is closing and should be there at this rate of knots, Lorenzo, inside the next 20-odd minutes.
I'm trying to think a Italian version of a paella. How do you cook that up? I just can't simply think of one. And some people might actually spam me some very hateful messages of trying to kill a Spanish dish. But anyway, but that's just how it goes. I'm liking this battle so far. But you know what? I'm going to be very honest with you, Arjuna, is that he's keeping Lombardi at bay quite considerably. You know, first lap, I thought the gap would be much closer, in my point of view.
Well, traffic's not helped him here. That Impulse 911 Cup car parks itself on the racing line, as it should do so. And you can see just how close they were in the top end speed heading into the turn-in point. Another 8/10. So I guess it was actually 7/10 the lap before the pit lane, and there's not really a delta to be calculated on the lap that Lombardi, or rather Montoro, was in the pit lane. So 8/10. I think that's the first sort of cue to go off. Lombardi with a 1:58.695, which sounds quick. Not actually the quickest car on track. That was, or at least was momentarily, Lewis Woods, who the previous lap had done a 1:58.4. So there is speed out there on the track, Lorenzo, as much as that track temperature has come down half a degree since the last time that we checked on it. It's now 73 Fahrenheit, or what does that work out in terms of correct and proper units?
73, 22?
22.7.
Yeah. I was going to say 22 and a half, and I'm just doing top head mathematics, but then I would say, the disclaimer, do not trust the commentator's math.
I was pretty close, though, to be fair. Other battles starting to intensify. Fast lane, after the Lamborghini got its speeding penalty on entry, are behind the Maniti Ferrari. That's the fight for 14th place. Fight for 17th has got the Impulse Racing 57 trying to fend off the Hyperion 94. That's Mercedes versus McLaren. Fight for third in 911, or 992 Cup car, I should say. Carlar just in front of Team Checkmate Wallap. So that is a fight for the podium. Both teams double stinting their tires as well. So they are on the struggle bus, expected to come down to pit lane next time by and change their tires. The other fight, of course, fight for third in GT4 that we have been keeping our eyes locked on. Delta on the next lap, only a quarter of a second, but Lorenzo, it's down to 4.5.
Yeah, and I think he got lucky with traffic. That gap didn't come down even more, because I was taking a quick look, and Dino actually had, I think, one of the BMWs at the BMW up in front. I want to say that's the Williams BMW, and also the Impulse 992 Cup car at Baggett's and Chapel. So that's why they lost a little bit of time. And that was, I think, in the worst moment possible, because that's when Gabi's tires started to actually properly pick up its rubber. So now it's going to be a true fight to the finish, even though Gabi just lost mega time with these Cup cars in front.
And only 13 minutes until the close of the hour, and we will have less than 60 minutes remaining. Simify patient behind one. They're going to have to be patient behind the other as well. There's no question about it. Behind them, will Grid and Go able to shrink the margin? You betcha. 2.7. 2 seconds on this lap alone. The traffic gives and the traffic takes. It's giving the optimism to Grid and Go right now. I said 20 minutes. inside of the next 5 minutes, we'll have the battle on our hands.
Yeah, it's just crazy to think how traffic gives and traffic takes. You can even see Gabi trying to do his best, but he's just finding traffic in the worst spots. As we see a car come into the pit lane, I think that was the Williams car that came in, now there's only 5 cars for Dino Lombardi to deal with.
Slightly closer to the target, 2.087 seconds. It's not often that you see that, is it? By the way, little incident on track involving BS Competition getting into the back of UC Katia in the Pike from Beach Racing GT4 car. That happened at the final corner. No major drama as a result of it, with the exception of the fact that UC was a guest of BS Competition earlier this year at the Homestead Miami Speedway. He needs to get on the phone to Florian and ask why his drivers ran into him.
Minor inconvenience, that is called Arjuna.
It's multi-class traffic, as some would say. This lap, Dino has lost out a little bit, so he's now the one that's had to go through that same bit of traffic, and this time lost half a second, 0.7 of a second rather. So 3.2, it's still very much closing. How marginal, Lorenzo, is it for Grid and Go on fuel? Do you feel pretty confident they're going to be able to get to the end from where they pitted last time by with just one more stop?
That is I really want to say I'm confident, but my confidence level might actually decrease if they actually get some clear traffic. If they get clear traffic for like a really good portion of laps, we know there's still big grid they have to contend with. So they're going to be finding themselves traffic every single time. But let's just say if they have like a streak of 5-6 laps of clean traffic, then I'm starting to bite my nails a little bit and maybe start to think, okay, this could get down to the wire when they come down to the final pit stop.
Well, 60 cars started. I believe we're down to 49. Sheza Esports. Yeah, they seem to have been in pit lane for 9 minutes and counting. I don't think they are going to be back out onto track. Lombardi 3/10. That's kind of what we expected on that last lap. So now has to close and has to fight with one of the 992 Cup cars once again. We'll see if that grows the gap. While these two fight at the front of the field, David Sobrero has come down pit lane one extra time to the rest of his competition, Lorenzo, and has still emerged in second place right now. We're waiting for Corentin Gunes to pit from the lead of GT4. I'm trying to figure out strategically what's even happening in the class. Is Williams looking that strong? And do they have this race one hand on the victory right now?
I've been thinking about that. Like I said before, when Sobrero came into the pit stop, I thought, okay, they might be splitting this 40 minutes evenly, because right now that is not even a point for them to keep following a full fuel pit stop, whenever they do their pit stops. Now the question is, T75 Bernhard by SimRC, they do their pit stop now, this lap or the next one. They're gonna maybe have a full fuel and then a half a stint to do. I don't know. This could be another interesting battle in our hands whenever this comes down to the wire. In my point of view, I think Team 75 Bernhard might have like an ace up on their sleeve, or this could get really close. This I don't know if it's gonna be enough for them to take away that difference in pace and everything. It's just gonna have to come down to aggressive pit strategy moving forward for them.
And the BOP was 3 kilos of weight for the Mercedes. Both of them have 74% of their tank capacity. The Porsche also got hit with a 1% reduction in power. Only interesting thing about that is, even with the same capacity of the maximum fuel tank allowed, Mercedes has got 72 liters available, the Porsche 64. So maybe that is also something for us to dive into with the teams. Gunes right on cue into pit lane. Meanwhile, your race leader flashes the lights, gets a GT4 car out of the way, and last lap, Lorenzo, was another 10th that Montoro was able to add to the lead. So by no means has he let Lombardi close up even more. After that 2-second shift in the gap that really saw it shrink on down, he's held strong.
Hey, he's been holding really strong, but the problem is I think he got a little bit lucky with traffic this time by, and Lombardi it just couldn't get around fast enough onto the slower cars. Now I think there will be a little bit more of an issue. He just got around the GT4 first. You can see the gap increasing by 0.3, I think, on the previous sector. The problem is the Porsche. The Porsche around the Maggots and Beckets, you can see that gap is going to skyrocket. It is just how traffic sometimes plays out for you, and you have to deal with that on a lap-by-lap basis.
The give and take, 6 minutes before the top of the hour. And we enter the final 60 minutes of racing. We'll get another look at the delta between the two at the line and the difference. Right now, Sherra Esports about 10 seconds off of the leader. They are not really close. They haven't really lost out. Just basically sitting where they are. Is it a third lap in the yellow? It's another lap, and this time a full 6/10. The give and take swinging back in the direction of Simify as the headlights become a bit more required. Sun starting to dip below the horizon. And the virtual standard time now about 7 p.m. So are we going to get actual darkness here, Lorenzo, or are we going to get a golden finish to this race?
I'm starting to think that if we see dark, we might see some dusk. You know, I'm not going to say full darkness, but maybe where it starts to get really dark around Silverstone. It will be, I think, maybe in the nick of time.
Swap for third. Is it done as Dennis Grabowski tries to fend off Luciano Whitford? It's second on the track right now with the pit stops having cycled through. And the long way around, does it work out? Whitford gets it back. Grabowski has led for the entirety of the run so far, but 15 laps for him, 22 laps for Whitford means that he should be at the lowest of the fuel capacities and with tires that are in a pretty good nick as well. Headed to pit lane next time by. 5 more laps after that for Dennis Grabowski in a very good position, I'd say, to try and jump his other competitors for third in class. Which strategy has to give way to the 07 Racing Ferrari. That doesn't help. But Lorenzo, I would probably be thinking about using some of that buffer I've got in terms of stopping later to now try and jump in front of my competitors for this podium spot.
I agree. I think, like I said before, maybe for these guys who are contending for podiums, this might be the open strategy they're going to do. I wouldn't be surprised if one of the teams go ahead and do a pit stop and actually take the shorter pit stop now and then the longer pit stop later. If they're going to be doing that now and try to get an advantage, because you're going to get a lighter car, you're probably going to get into what would be sprint level racing of sorts, so you can do really fast laps consistently. So this might be your ultimate chance for you to get that opportunity to get an edge on the competition, because who knows, whenever the other guy does the short pit stop, he might get, you know, hinged with a lot of traffic, and those laps are not going to come in with a consistent basis. So looking forward to see that.
And I think that's important as well, because as I've just been told by the Williams Sim Racing Academy camp in GT4, they think their lead may be net 5 or so seconds. That's it.
I was going to say that. Yeah.
That's 2 or 3 laps in traffic. So, you know, you've got to, you can't give up. As much as I was saying they looked good slightly earlier, it's looking a lot more marginal. Here comes the Samantha Tan Racing World of Racing Mercedes to the pit lane.
I was gonna mention that, you know, I was taking a quick look where see how big is the gap between Corentin Guinness and Sobreiro as it goes. It is 24 seconds, and it's stable at 24 seconds for now. It is not decreasing. So if it's not safe, it's truly not safe. give 2 bad laps for Williams, we have a battle in our hands.
And it seems as though that the reason why there was the pace delta in this second half of the race, since Lorenzo and myself jumped into the booth, was mainly down to strategy. Ryan Woodrow is going to take over the Mercedes for STR and the 438. Thomas Burgess stays behind the wheel of the Porsche for Team 75, Bernard by SimRC, as you would expect. And there is your race leader, David Sobrero, with some traffic working its way through on him. They let's not forget, have been about 6 seconds shorter in the last 3 or 4 pit stops. So that does add up, as much as they are reflecting right now what shows as a close to 22-second advantage to the next car that has come down pit lane already. That's the Team 75 Bernard machine. Still a long way to go. Back up front just for a moment, Lorenzo. Lap times going back and forth. It's still 3 seconds between Gabby Montoro and Dino Lombardi, who are pushing each other to the very limit.
Yeah, Gabby just ran at 48.499. You could say 58 and a half. And Montoro just did his best lap of the race so far. Not the best lap of the race, but his personal best as it stood. So they're making Dino work. That's cool, you know.
It does mean that even more deja vu back to round 1, where these two teams, I don't remember if it was these 2 drivers necessarily, but they were battling in those final minutes of the race. There was contact. There was a 5-second post-race penalty. And that, like you said earlier, Lorenzo, was what decided who was the race winner.
Yeah, I'm actually searching that right now, but you might be right. I think it is the same drivers that fought hand in hand in this previous race.
That, by the way, was Lucas Herman and Jussi Katia, the bit of contact that I mentioned earlier. As seconds tick down, less than 60 minutes to go in round 2 of the 2025 24-hour Series Esports Championship. You're watching the Abruzzi 6 Hours of Silverstone, Arjuna Kankipati alongside of Lorenzo Bonder, and in our 3 classes of competition, 2 very exciting class battles. 992 is being dominated by Grid and Go 1 and 2 right now. Been a somewhat miserable day for Hyperion Racing, and that kind of sums it up. The pirouette out of the loop as 19th placed Derek Heiberger, already 2 laps down on cold tires, lights up the rear. Let's give you a bit of an update strategically heading into these final 60 minutes, and start with GT3, where Simify Esports 3.5 seconds clear of Grid and Go. It is going to be a dogfight to the end, as Lorenzo and I have been looking forward to. Shera Esports, they're sat in 3rd position, the best of the Acuras taking the fight to the many Ford Mustangs in the field. 4th is Falcon Sim Racing in another one of the blue ovals. BS Plus Competition are in their BMW in 5th, with Simify 2nd, Ford Mustang, 6th position for them. Best of the Ferraris, that's 07 Racing in 7th place, as it turns out, in the number 7, with World Sim Racing's 23. That's the McLaren in 8th. Racing Lab Esports powered by Ford in 9th, and M&J Downforce, that's the rest of your top 10. And all those cars are still scored on the lead lap, which is good to see. The level has risen to the point where most of the field still staying with the leaders. 992, as I mentioned, domination from Grid and Go, who won the opening round of the championship, albeit slightly different order. It was the 900 in front of the 901 for the 1-2 finish. Trending to see the 901 finish in front of the 900 here today. Carlar Esports, they're in 3rd with Hendrik Augustin, not far in front of Team Checkmate Wallach Group. That's the fight for the final step on the podium, with Williams Sim Racing Academy, Impulse Racing, and then Delta Sport Havu, Sim Race Sweden, and Byte 500, the top 10 in the spec Porsche Cup class. And last but not least, GT4 Williams Sim Racing Academy leads, albeit on a slightly different strategy to their main rival, to the Team 75 Bernard by SimRC 476. That car is nestled in 4th, and between the leader and it is the Altitude Freem 411 and the Fiercely Forward 412. They both owe us a pit stop, and Mace don't really have a chance of cutting out one extra stop compared to the rest of the field, but less time in the box expected for their final trips down on pit lane. Corentin Gunes, as mentioned, is in 4th. Samantha Tan Racing, World of Racing are 5th, with the second Team 75 entry 6th. Grid and Go 7th. Vulcan Fasteners by GlassTech in 8th, and then Delta V Racing and Pike from Beach. Even after that little bit of a moment with BS Plus competition, rounding out the top 10. And Lorenzo, sun continues to set. Your lead is back down to 2.6 seconds. So Dino Lombardi has had the edge in traffic for a handful of laps, and you can see the leaders working their way down the Hangar Straight right now.
Yeah, even though the previous lap actually went into Montoro's side, though, by a very small margin. So it's like within the hundreds of seconds. So it's like I said, I think traffic's still going to be the decider, I think, in this race between them. Lombardi's and Montoro's pace were very equal. I have the information. The battle between Simify and the GNG number 2 was between Alejandro Ruiz Sanchez and Dino, which we had the contact from Dino on Alejandro, and that's why we had the 5 seconds. Within this round, though, I think we're going to have a good battle because the pace on those guys are dead and equal. It just kind of like shifts one way to a driver, then back towards the other driver on the next lap, depending on how traffic goes.
And if it's not decisive a lap at this point, well, eventually they all end up being decisive and not letting the lead close up. That's lights flashing in the fight for 5th position, with Thomas Burgess now caught up to Samantha Tan Racing and the World of Racing Mercedes. Remember, Burgess having his small little spin going on about 25 minutes ago at this point. Behind them is a McLaren who is not actually for position. That will be the GT unit 492. That is one lap down from the rest of its class. 14th position for them, and seeing out this race and hoping to try and pick up a few points. The attrition level, Lorenzo, was high at the start of this race. It's definitely not been so high since you and I jumped into the broadcast booth.
Which is a good thing, you know. We don't want to see an attrition-based race, and we know. I think one of our biggest meltdowns, Arjuna, I think, was on another championship at Silverstone because of some driving standards. So it's good to see that the driving standards have been quite really good in this race, to be very honest, and race control.
I've been trying to avoid the memories of SCO 4 hours in Silverstone.
You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah, oh, no, trust me. I still go and get the clips from that race to send to people when they say, "Oh, so sim racing's really clean and competitive."
Nope. Nope.
Yeah, no, it's not. Lorenzo, 1.6, 1.3 at the front of the field. What's happened to Gabby Montoro? It's suddenly shrunk, and Dino Lombardi is right there. Looks to the inside as well. Is there damage to our championship leader? They go wheel to wheel, exiting out of the village. Was there a slowdown? Because finally pinging back up the speed goes Gabby Montoro, but he's left on the outside now. This is terrible stuff for the former race leader, because as Lombardi tries to now box them out, sweeping out through Brooklyn's rear end steps out on him, and Gabby Montoro sweeps through to hold on.
And I think we got a car maybe or something like that. It's just around Woodcut, or just maybe someone catching a little bit of gravel. But I'm looking forward to see what happened, because that came out of the blue. It's kind of like an RKO out of nowhere on that time gap.
I've got to think there was a slowdown, but I'm just trying to think where it would have even been.
Fail?
Maybe there was something at the end of the previous lap that saw Montoro cut a bit too much, but I guess it could have been Stowe as well. That's the other possibility.
But you'd have to cut around the outside of Stowe so aggressively.
I find the slowdown at Stowe is actually relatively easy, but then again, I'm not a great driver. I can't imagine it's Maggots and Beckett's. Surely not.
No, you wouldn't have any time.
Yeah, no, by that, yeah. So,
turn one, you can get like a 1 second cut, depending on how aggressive you take Abby at turn one.
well, that's a question for 52 minutes from now, I would think, because it's irrelevant. It's not irrelevant, it's important, but it's a moot point. Because... Uh-oh.
I've been told that there is an investigation coming from race control on Simufy.
Contact with the 457. So that's Impulse and Timo Hayden.
Yeah. That's why Timo might have been in the box, though.
Yes. I don't see at any point Timo having been off the track. Now, that doesn't mean that he wasn't in an incident. You can be involved in an incident and stay on the tarmac, but... Wow. Okay. So now maybe if you're the team manager for either side, slightly different situation to what we had at the end of the last race, where Simufy were probably telling their driver there's likely to be a penalty, don't force the issue. Grid and Go may be saying the opposite, is not likely to be a penalty, you can hold on to the lead of the race. Now the team manager's got to decide how to approach this one.
Yeah, I'm confused right now. We're gonna look what happened between Montoro and Hayden.
Well, I think this is just how it... This is what after I think that would have happened. This is then as the lead shrinks. I have seen that it is going to be a 5-second time penalty for... There we go. Oh my goodness. So, but he was already slow, Lorenzo, because he let that Ferrari go.
Yeah, but then again, it's so overly confident, and Abby is now a right-hand kink, a fast right-hand kink, and I think there was no room to work with. He's just trying to find himself a way in.
So maybe there's actually, and maybe this is me reading in too much into it, but maybe there was a slowdown earlier, which is why he had to let the Ferrari go through.
Yeah.
And then maybe in his, mental frustration, he just... like you say, drives through the Impulse GT4 car. No blame can be put on Timo Hayden really for that one. As these two, now with 50 minutes left on the clock, go wheel to wheel once again. This is what's happened to Sim Race Sweden, but in the live picture, inset, sweep out of Aintree onto the Wellington straight. I'm playing ping pong, bumper cars on the replay, but Gabby Montoro left enough space and drove off the corner to hold on to the lead.
Yeah, and we have an update, major update, Arjun. I think you want to take this one because this changes everything.
As mentioned, no, I've already said it, Lorenzo. 5-second penalty for Simufy. So that does, again, what do you say as a team manager?
Don't do anything. Just don't let him take that 5-second advantage.
Now, if you're new to the championship, that 5-second penalty can be added at the end of this race. Because it was issued in the last 49 minutes, they're not going to have to serve it in their pit stop. Well, they could, but they're not obliged to. So, Lorenzo, if they don't, they just need to try and find some track position and drive up the road 5 seconds. Maybe not from Dino Lombardi, maybe more significantly now, from Scherer Esports, who are 10.5 seconds down the road. Could Simufy just be looking at holding on to second in this Abruzzi 6 hours?
It's a good question, because let's just say you decide to take the penalty, right, Arjuna? You take the 5 seconds, but you have to stop the car at the very beginning of the pit lane. Exactly. You have to stop, then you have to go back again. At total, give or take, what, Arjuna? 8 seconds and a half? To do everything, maybe potentially 10 seconds? That's a good question, right? I think they're going to be taking those 5 seconds at the end of the race, and that's just the way it is.
So it's going to be another one of those confusing situations, potentially. Although I do think that in the pit stop window, we could see a switch here. If Dino Lombardi gets the hammer down after he brings the car in 2 laps time, he's on lap 20 now, so expect him in at the end of lap 22. Maybe he can try and build the gap on his fresh rubber. Let's quickly update some GT4 things as well as through traffic the leaders go. The final pit stop potentially has been taken for Altitude 3M. Now, they have pitted with about 48 minutes to go, Lorenzo, which is, I think, just on the edge of the window. But Dennis Grabowski might see the checkered flag from here.
It's a good question. 40. It comes with a 47. It's 47 minutes and something. Let me just check over here my mathematics. I put up about 47 minutes, 0.6. Yeah, there's a good chance unless they get an extra lap. Oh my God.
Well, Dino Lombardi just almost threw the race win away. I think that may be the only way to describe it, as he tried to go to the other side of a Porsche. There was contact, I think, between Simufy and that Porsche, and Lombardi, putting himself in that situation, almost got caught out. Never can you relax in a multi-class race.
I'm still trying to breathe.
Oh my goodness, 992's come in, and it's your race leader. We have not talked about them, we have not looked at them very much. It's Grid and Go. And the 901, that box is 1 lap later than the 900. Already Roger Christensen has come in and out for the final time today. Domination in the class from them in the second round of the championship.
Yeah, it's odd to see the 901 and the 900 dominating the 2 first rounds of the championship. It's kind of like they've been glued like Siamese twins of sorts in both races. Of course, not because of the gaps. They haven't been closer. Barcelona, I think they were much closer than this race in my point of view, but nevertheless, they just dominated the championship so far, and it's gonna take something else from the other teams to fight against them. I think just been very glued to the car.
It's on for the lead. Dino Lombardi does not want to wait. They split the McLaren. They dip their wheels in the gravel, but no change just yet. Sweep up towards Copse, the site of so many memorable moments, but not one for the lead just yet. Once again, they close behind this time the Samantha Tan Racing World of Racing car. Lombardi shows himself on the anchors, pops back into line. Maybe a bit aggressive given the circumstances at play.
Yeah, just don't die in the middle of that whole process. They go around the Team 75 Bernhard by Sim RC. Now down into the hangar straight. They're going to have a lot of room to work with. Clean traffic to work.
Maybe a statement after how round 1 ended. Will he try and crisscross, switch up? Gabby Montoro's got the drive off the corner to hold at the end of the lap. I wasn't expecting much between these two. I guess wrong.
Yeah. By the way, there is another report of contact, I think, between the number 2 and the number 33. We are back to Barcelona shenanigans, Arjuna.
Well, this is where... You know, I think we need to start charging teams for protests like they do in the real world. That might be the best way to get some of this under wraps. Just to be fair, race control hasn't been terribly busy today, but there have definitely been occasions where reports just get thrown back and forth. Again, I think both sides should realize here that the only thing they can do by continuing to fight is to bring the cars behind into this. And once again, Gabby Montoro is only 9.6 seconds in front of Scherer. So there are 4 seconds that he has to play with before he gives up second spot on the podium to the Acura running in second.
Yeah. What Will Chadwick said yesterday, what was his phrase about this, the way they're driving sometimes? What did he say? Play stupid games, win stupid prizes?
And I think, fortunately, we haven't seen much of that today. Again, Silverstone's not the hardest track to kind of judge multi-class racing with. I think the main issue is you just have enough of the medium and high-speed corners that the prototypes that sometimes race on iRacing, they get impatient. But in this sort of a scenario where you've got GT3s effectively having the most downforce of the competitors, it's not such a bad situation. 22 laps on the money. Dino Lombardi did not forget with all of that fighting that he needed to come to pit lane. And Lorenzo, you think they're good?
I think they're safe. They can do one extra lap, and I think they're safe.
So the magic number then in GT3 was around 42 and a bit minutes. No one else follows them in with the exception of the Falcon Sim Racing team. Lewis Woods also bring in the Ford Mustang. Will it be a full pit stop, Lorenzo?
It has to be. They have no other thing than doing a full pit stop. Now the ball is on Simu5's park, because let's just say you do the pit stop because you have like a 4 lap delta. You might play, let's just say you take those 5 seconds at the end of the race. You can gain those back in the pit lane if you decide to take that 5 second at the end of the race. Just pure strategy. So let's see how when Simu5 come in, if they're going to be doing that.
They've also, remember, got to be looking both at the 30, at the 16 and at the 2, because there seems to be a split focus, both to hold on to the second place on the podium, but maybe also to try and finish out front on the road this time, which they were unfortunately unable to do in the previous race. So a 31.4 second stop, and guess what? Sven Haas is in to push to the end.
Well, we know there's one thing on Sven Haas's mind, and he only knows how to do one thing, right, Arjuna? Push the car, push the tempo. And I'm not going to sing push the tempo one more time. I'm not Fatboy Slim.
Now, remember that it's another 3 laps before Montoro will come in, unless, I was going to say, he feels like the traffic in front would slow him down. He responds on the next lap. Don't know if we'll see Luca output from Scherer's 16 in. Not sure about BS Plus competition in the 89 that was running in 4th, as Gladius competition finish up serving a penalty and then immediately hook it right to get into their pit stall. That's what Simu5 have avoided doing. They don't want to spend that extra time getting in and out of the box, penalty box that is, before getting to their actual pit box. Finally, they will roll into the stall. And now we find out how long they sit.
Yes, now we are properly, not going to see properly into the night. This race is going to be under the true fall of dusk. So even though the headlights get more brighter than anything right now. But looking forward to see the time in the stall for Montoro.
22 and counting. There goes the Lamborghini. 30. So it's only 3 seconds shorter, and not that much either. So where is Sven Haas, who has already had an additional lap to warm up the tires underneath him? There you could just see flying through turn 1. And with Gabby Montoro at the wheel.
5 seconds.
5 seconds now. By the time the tires have warmed up, might be a little bit closer to about 4.5, I would think. But this is where the pressure is on. Can Gabby Montoro deliver when the lights are shining?
Absolutely. But I think it was a good strategy from Gabby, because now they're on equal grounds, right? You still have Sven with a little bit an advantage in terms of tire and everything. But now Gabby has clear traffic to work with it. As soon as I said he nearly loses the car on the exit of Bluefield. But being on the same tire stint makes this fight, I think, equal for both guys, because they're both going to have to work on the tires to get up to that optimal temperature.
I thought it would be 4.5. It's down to 4.1 as into Magnet and Beckett's Simu5. Gabby Montoro pitched the car in for the first lap of this final stint. The fight for third, or at least what might be third in the 992 Cup class, sees Carlar, who have double stinted their tires, so a little less grip than those in front. Right on the back of the Grid and Go second machine, the 900 with Roger Christensen at the wheel. I would expect that as the stint wears on, this gap is only going to grow. We're just waiting for Vince Peters to come in, and he will owe us a full pit stop, but his gap back to Carlar might be the one to keep an eye on. And GT4 Lorenzo, as we enter this final 37 minutes or so, David Sobrero should be into pit lane in the next couple of laps, I think. He's on lap 18 of the run. 26 seconds is his gap to Corentin Gunes right now in that chasing Team 75 Bernard 476.
I was just going to say that I'm waiting for him to come into the pit stop, I would say, in the next 2 laps. You know, maybe split. Oh, not even that. As soon as I opened up my mouth, he comes into the pit lane. Now I'm looking forward to see the true gap, because we still have to see when Corentin Gunes is going to come in and do their service and see if that 5-second gap that you were talking about with the Williams Racing Academy cam is finally going to be true or not.
Yeah, that's what they were thinking. At this point, it might have changed as well, let's not forget, because sufficient time has lapsed since that initial message was sent from the garage area. 36 minutes left to go. Sherry Esports will be in next time by. They are just about to close lap 21 of the run, and then we will get the indication of how far behind Simufy they are. Sven Haase has demolished the gap. He's eating it like I'm going to attack a bag of candy after this race. It's 2.2 seconds up to the Ford Mustang. Again, if you're just joining us, the 33 car has got a 5-second time penalty that will be added at the end of the race.
Yeah. But like I said before, there's only thing I know that happens in Sven Haase's mind. Nothing but push the car. Oh, conserve tires, that doesn't exist in Sven's mind. Oh, safe fuel right now doesn't exist in Sven's mind. He's going to push the car to the very limit that he actually can within the grip boundaries of that Mustang. So, not surprised that gap coming down like a landslide.
You just hope he's not taking too many risks in traffic. He doesn't need to get a 5-second penalty either.
Yeah.
And any question about that report between the 2 and the 33 for their battle for the lead of the race, well, race controllers very swiftly, no further actions at that particular report. This is one team that's just come out of pit lane, M&J Downforce, on the slightly cooler tires compared to those around them, fighting with Yaltayan for Racing Lab Esports just in front, and then Maniti Racing, Ryan de Grip, not too far behind them as well, as de Grip actually peels off to the pit lane, which we should also be seeing on the right side of your screen pop up for Sherry Esport as Luca Alpert brings in the 16 Acura. Now this will be crucial for us to try and understand the gap to Simufy, who, by the way, are now only 1.5 seconds in front of Grid and Go.
Not only that, but I'm looking at the gap to Falcon as well, because Falcon just did their pit stop not long ago. They basically mimicked what the leaders did, and we just saw PS competition in, so I really want to see the true gaps for the fight for third position right now, because that still could be open with nearly half of an hour of racing left.
That gap for the lead is shrinking, and I say lead now loosely because, of course, 5 seconds to be added at the end of the race, but Montoro now only 1.2 clear of Sven Haase. It was a 29.4 second stop for Simufy. It was a 25.8 second stop for Luca Alpert. Now, will that mean they'll emerge in the lead of the race? Not quite, but they are going to be in between of Gabby Montoro and Sven Haase. Haase getting wild on the outside and almost dipping the right sides into the grass and pirouetting the car around. But not only do we have a fight for second, we have a fight for first on our hands as well.
Wow. Who'd have thought that I didn't expect Scherer to be overly aggressive, but I like what I'm seeing so far. I like what they cooking. I really like what they were cooking, even though the tire difference is still going to be quite a lot, and Sven's going to try to get around.
This is actually perfect for Simufy right now, because Scherer and Grid and Go, good thing they're fighting for the lead of the race right now, but if they fight hard enough and let the Mustang claw a 5-second lead, Simufy could go back to back. Haas up the inside, no fighting this time from Luca Alper.
Yeah, I think Luke just cannot put himself in a risky spot right now with nearly half an hour of race to go and be on the outlap. It's just too much of a risk.
Let's see if he will lose a whole bunch of ground, but already Montoro is now 2 seconds in front of Sven Haase. What was 6 tenths, maybe 4 tenths? Now almost triples, quadruples, after the little bit of a battle from leaving pit lane. Wow, okay. BS Plus competition are also directly in front of Lewis Woods and on cooler tires as well. So we've got to fight for 1, 2, and 3, and we've got to fight for what will end up being 4th position as well, as Lucas Herrmann will try and fend off the advances of Lewis Woods and a BMW versus Ford battle. There is Haase still committed to try and closing this gap. 2 seconds at the front of the field.
Yeah, the only reason why Sven couldn't be faster in this lap is because there was traffic and there was a battle for position. That's the only reason why. After that, it's just been overly dominance from Sven at this current moment. And to make matters worse right now for Montoro, there is same car traffic. So there's GT3 traffic up ahead that he has to contend with for now.
Your 992 quote-unquote leader comes in. Vince Peters hands over the lead of the race back to Adrian Greiker as Grid and Go looks set to win 2 consecutive 992 races with 2 different entries in the class. The second Grid and Go machine is now 2 seconds in front of Carlar, who are going to be looking at the pit stop time for Vince Peters with some curiosity. I don't think Peters will be close enough to really challenge the 960, and it could very well be a podium for Hendrik Augustin if he can hold on in the remaining 30 minutes that are officially in this race. It is only a 22.5-second pit stop for Vince Peters, though, so they are going to gamble. They are going to effectively triple stint their tires, and Lorenzo, he has come out 3 seconds behind Carlar. This will be very, very interesting.
I'm liking this battle so far for third. If you're gonna risk something, you might have to try to do right now. This is what makes Peak Up, I think, interesting of all 3 categories, right? Because you have that option of triple stinting the tires, and the track is not hot as well, right? The only true effect is that left-hand side tire that you might have to nurse for a few laps before you truly make an attack. And look at the traffic that Montoro, Haase, and eventually Alper are going to have to deal with.
It looks thick. It does not look easy, does that traffic? Update in GT4, by the way, with Team 75 maybe a handful of laps away from pitting. They have a 30-second advantage over David Sobrero. We'll see if that's going to be enough for them when we get to the end of this Abruzzi 6-hour race. Could GT4 be headed the way of a Mercedes? Could it be headed the way of a Porsche? It was the Grid and Go Porsche that won the opening round of the championship, but they are all the way down in 7th right now and will need to come down pit lane again. So the 2 taking advantage are the ones that finished 2nd and 3rd in that opening round of the season, Lorenzo. And we were saying this about an hour ago. This is a short championship. You can't afford to really drop too far down the running order. And so this is great for Team 75 Bernard, for Williams Sim Racing as well, to really, first 2 rounds of the season, double podium. Can't complain too much about that.
Yeah, cannot complain. It's going to be good for their standing so far. I think this championship promotes regularity, right? You need to be always scoring points, always being within, you know, top fives and everything, as we see the blinking of the headlights from Sven diving down on the Impulse 992 car. As I think we have the battle for third and fourth place in between Falcon and BS Competition.
Now with tires up to temperature though for Lucas Herman, will he be able to hold on? The gap between first and third is up to 4.1 seconds, so if Luca Alpert can't bring the speed up, Simify could hold on to second. Can Herman hold on to fourth? Vulcan slip up the inside and then tagged behind from the Porsche. Herman goes around and a clean parting of the seas for the Falcon Sim Racing 44.
I feel for Herman, man. He didn't want to fight Lewis way too much, and unfortunately there was a cup car behind, a 992 cup car behind, that I think it didn't anticipate Herman being so slow and then picking up the speed, unfortunately causing the contact with the BS Competition car. Just a quick information, Carlar is also triple stinny tires, Arjuna.
Here's another look from up above. Yeah, I don't think that Porsche is like overly committed to the corner, but like you say, BS Competition checking up to try and switch back there. Just unfortunately tangled up in all of that. The sun has very much set below the horizon now, so drivers are a lot more reliant on the headlights than they were even about 20-25 minutes ago. It's definitely darkened up pretty quickly on the teams and the drivers, and we often make the joke, but we hope that none of these drivers have used shadows as their reference points, because guess what, shadows have a tendency to move. As the Falcon Sim Racing car just continues to tear itself away from the scene of the incident. Race lead back down to 1.3 seconds. Sven Haase wants to get this done on track, Lorenzo. Like I said, I think there's a statement to be said here. We won both the races, technically, by finishing first on the road.
Yeah, even though with penalty, without penalty, they want to, you know, finish up on top position. Give a strong statement to the other teams. Meanwhile, while we still look towards this battle, gap between Simify and Scherer stand at 4.2 seconds. So yeah, Scherer so might be rewarded with a P2 as it currently stands.
That was deep on your GT4 leader from Simify. Did not want to wait behind Corin Tengunes, and I think very aware of the 4 second gap back to Luca Alpert. That will be the one thing probably going through the mind. And if Sven Haase does close on Gabby Montoro, if I'm the Simify team manager, I'm saying the uncomfortable thing here, Lorenzo. Don't fight, let Sven go on through.
Yeah, I agree. I think at this point, if Sven shows his nose on the back bumper of your car, just let him go. There's no point fighting him, because you're not gonna be fighting with him now. You're gonna be fighting with Luca in a certain sense. You really want to try to keep that second place with the time disadvantage and everything. Now, to make matters worse, he has traffic and Megans and Beckett's of GT4s to contend with, and that's just gonna hurt the efforts of Montoro, and eventually a little bit for Haase as well.
I think Montoro did the best that he could, got in front of one through Maggots, got in front of the other through Beckett's. Two distinct sections of the classic sweepers, although it did come down the gap to the Acura. It's now 3.5 seconds. Again, if you're just joining us, 5-second time penalty for Gabby Montoro. Contact as he passed the GT4 car. That will be added at the end of the race, as will be a couple of time penalties for teams going over the off-track count. So the 3 that I see in front of me, unfortunately, are all for teams that have not had the easiest days. But there is still that threat for a lot of these teams and drivers, Lorenzo. If they've been a bit liberal with track limits, they can't afford to be so liberal in these final 23 minutes on the clock.
No, I was just trying to take a quick look over here if there is any more warnings, but I from what it looks like, I'm not seeing anything, or I'm feeling to see anything. But you know what is going to be interesting for me looking forward right now? The gap between Scherer and Simify came down to half a second. So sorry, not half a second, but it came down half a second on the previous lap. So imagine if there's a world where these guys two fight and open up a door for Luca Alport and Scherer come in and steal the win from them. There's a world.
Well, I think that's why, if you're Gabby, you don't want to fight too much with Sven. And same thing for Sven. You don't really want to fight too much because, well, while yes, that would technically harm Simify in bringing Scherer closer, it could do the exact same thing to you. There's 3, 4 maybe car lengths between them as they exit out of Chapel for the 167th time in this race. There's a Cup car that could slow Montoro slightly here. And in fact, he goes the long way around on it, trusts that the car will give him space, and actually opens up his advantage because Haas are very patient with the Grid and Go GT4 sister car. Last thing you want is to impact your teammate's race. Makes for a very awkward debrief. And now, stuck behind 2 more Cup cars, exiting off to turn 1. Now, this will shrink the gap back to Scherer Esports, down to 2.2 seconds between second and third on the road.
Yeah, actually, I would say even it's lower than that. I think it's going to be about 1.9. But then again, Luca has to fend off with the same thing. He's just gone through the Grid and Go GT4, so the gap increased to 2.6 in just a blink of an eye. You can see that Montoro is being very aggressive on traffic to try to get the gap to Scherer up to 5 seconds. By the way, Arjuna, I've been looking at this. I know Team 75 Berhard by SimRC, the GT4 still have to come into the pit lane, but the gap increased to 30 seconds. So I think this could be lower than 5 seconds in my point of view, given the fact they have to do. Do you think so?
Unfortunately, even if they only need a 16-second pit stop, they need a 50-second transit time. So I'm pretty sure that Williams Sim Racing Academy, even with the shortcut that you take on pit entry, should have at least a 10-second gap. But that is a very rough calculation. I just didn't want you, Lorenzo, to commit too much to that point of view. Fair. There is still a fight for third in the class, though. It's opened up slightly to Dennis Grabowski in front of Team 75 Bernard by SimRC. Through all of this, Samantha Tan Racing, unfortunately, have just come back down to pit lane. I'm not quite sure what happened to them, but their chance of a podium has been extinguished.
Wondering if they had a penalty to serve. Because looking at here, they apparently doesn't have anything. I think they were just on a programmed pit stop.
It's a 16.9 second pit stop, so that doesn't seem right.
Half a stint? I think they were on the same fuel strategy as the 476.
I'm pretty sure they had come in about 10 laps before that or something, though. So, yeah, we'll see. But at any rate, I'm not expecting Grabowski to pit again. We are expecting Burgess to pit again, though, so maybe you are right. Burgess is going to drop back to where Woodrow is now, and Woodrow will actually have the warm tires. Here comes Corentin Gunes, though, but for the final time today. How long will this pit stop be?
This is the one I'm looking for the most. You said 10 seconds. I'll take your word at face value. Meanwhile, gap between Scherer and Simify now over 5 seconds. But for a short period, that was.
Oh, yeah, no, now it's back down to 4.6, back up to 5.2. It is ducking and diving. That's going to be a moving target all the way to the end of this race. We are in the last 20 minutes, 18 left on the clock. Williams Sim Racing have already cycled back to the lead. Gunet stationary for 20 seconds, so the gap was less than 10 seconds. It was more than 5 seconds. It's emerged at around 6.4 as he sweeps out of the village.
Can we say we have a fight in our hands because we know Guinness is very fast on that Porsche? I can see a world where they would be fighting for the lead, but I think 6 seconds is in with 18 minutes to go, give or take. What for them? 2 minutes and 9. About what?
I think it's
7 laps.
Yeah, I think that's asking for a bit much. I'm also. So I'm pretty sure that Dennis Grabowski, rather, is going to get to the end on fuel, which I think that is 1 pit stop less than the rest of his competition, and that will mean he's got third. As soon as Thomas Burgess peels off to the pit lane, he will allow to be focused on his fuel saving a little bit more as well. And if that is the case, Lorenzo, hats off to Grabowski, hats off to Watson for getting it done, not just on track, but in the pit lane as well.
Yeah, 100%. That would be a massive effort from them in here. What I've done was, I'm just trying to find the quick count when I did calculations. I did 22 laps for these guys, as we have the SimRacingSweden.com, I think, spun around at Cops. So it might take a little bit more of an effort. He has, what, 8 laps more to do? It will be tight. I'll tell you this much.
It is right on the money. The gap has stabilized in GT4, by the way, to 6.7 seconds. So target set. Can Gunes close? It's 1.7 seconds between Montoro and Haase, Simufy and Grid and Go. So remember, 5-second time penalty for Simufy, Grid and Go in the net lead of the race. SimRace Sweden just losing it on the inside curb through Kops. High speed right-hander down in 14th position. Scherer are still... They are back to within 4.5 of the race leading car. So they are technically, if you froze the cars as they were right now, added the post-race penalties, Grid and Go win, Scherer second, Simufy in third. And remember how they finished at the end of the opening round of the championship. It was Simufy in front of Grid and Go, and Scherer Esports were all the way down in 18th position. What a bounce back for them.
They had no points, Arjuna, if you think about it. They even though they finished the race, they didn't score. So imagine getting 18 points in this race and basically coming back alive after what would be equal to a DNF, because then you would have simply no points. You're not going to be in the top 3 or anywhere close to that. I think you might be somewhere close to the top 10, to the maybe top 6. So in what one round and a really good result can do to a team.
On screen is the fight between the World Sim Racing McLaren and M&J Downforce. You talk about good results for the team. WSR were 13th in round 1, M&J 19th. So a top 10 is a pretty decent step forward in a championship that rewards consistency over winning. Points format goes 20, 18, 16, and then down from there. So it's not a big jump to a win like it is in certain points formats. Being at the top of the field consistently is more important, probably, for those thinking long run on their championship hopes. Are we going to see any moves? Well, maybe a move down to pit lane. Remember, Thomas Burgess is 21 laps into his stint. He's peeled off to driver's right and into pit lane for the final time today. It's getting very, very marginal for Dennis Grabowski, but he can finally, Lorenzo, just focus on his fuel saving.
Yeah, just aggressive fuel saving from now on. Do not think anything about trying, get closer to correcting, and as you're not going to get close with 13 minutes to go. You just have to focus trying to get to the end, because your gap to the next car is about 60 seconds. Sorry, even more than that. So 12 seconds. You can work with that easily. So smooth sailing from now on.
So this again, remember, is the fight for 8th position on your screen right now. World Sim Racing versus M&J Downforce. It's now less than 4 seconds between Simufy and Scherer. So this could be the difference between 2 championship points that Simufy could very well want going into the final round of the championship, which is not a 6-hour race like every other round of the championship is, but no, instead, it will be a 12-hour event at Sebring.
Yeah, it's going to be your traditional 12 hours of Sebring with the different take on multi-class. It's not going to be your GTPs, LMP2s, and GT3s. GT3s are the top tier class, and you're going to have to contend with GT4s and 992s. And you don't have the TCRs this time by. The last time we went to Sebring, we had the TCRs. This time you don't have to contend with that. So it's, at a certain sense, it eases up your race, but because you have more lower class cars, it's just going to be as difficult.
Inside of a GT4 that got very close for the chasing Mustang. Not close enough to give a love tap to the gearbox. 4.9 seconds now between Simufy and Scherer. I mean, it's going to come down to 12 minutes from now exactly what the gap is. There's no real prediction that you can say now that will hold true when the clock strikes 0. One more pit stop, this time from 13th as Fast Repair Motorsport come in. That should be the final pit stop in the 992 class. We are not expecting anyone else, and that does mean that, assuming that knock on wood, they all see the checkered flag, we will have only had 1 retirement in the Cup class, Lorenzo. Unfortunately, ice cold racing by MaxSimRacing.com about 71 laps ago.
Yeah, like 2 hours ago. I think that was close to the beginning of our stint when that actually happened, which is unfortunate. But coming back real quick, you know what this battle for net second position looks like between Scherer and Simufy? When Lando Norris took the first podium in F1, where he was battling for 5 seconds because Hamilton had the 5-second penalty.
Yeah, it is unfortunately more and more common in today's world, which is not a bad thing necessarily, to have more flexibility with penalties. It's more just frustration. Speaking of frustration, Lewis Woods has just had an issue from 4th. Now, remember, Lucas Herrmann in the BS Plus competition car had a moment. The gap's going to shrink between them. It's only down to 4.7 seconds, though. It wasn't a big enough issue for the Falcon car to lose buckets of time with 10 minutes left on the clock. M&J Downforce still absolutely no way through. So with 10 minutes to go, Lorenzo, Gabby Montoro has got to find a second.
Good luck. I think that's the way I can say it. Because on traffic, the pace is very similar, Arjuna. So it's going to be very hard for them to open up naturally that 5-second gap. Like I said before, I think what makes or breaks that 5 seconds is going to be traffic, and getting the traffic in the right spots, and the other driver not getting the traffic in the right spots. I think that's pretty much it. That's the name of the game right now.
Your leader has just come around the opening corner, so should be 5 laps left. That's what I'm thinking. The Ford Mustang finally looks to try and get alongside and clears itself through Maggotts and Beckett. Nice pass for 8th position. So 5 laps to try and find. Now 1.2 seconds has grown back out as Luca Alperit's been able to work through traffic just that little bit more efficiently. At GT4, the lead is up to 7.5 seconds. So David Sobrero making a statement that they're going to come out on top.
Yeah, that GT4 is done and dusted, and what a word from Williams, right? You know, they at a certain point they might have a few uncertainties, but Williams Racing Academy with a strong result, really good stuff from them. I think that might put the 477, if not on, it will put them on top. But the question is, I'm trying to see if the point gap they're gonna have to the T75 Bernhard by SimRC is gonna be the equal on points. And I'm just trying to do mathematics, but I think the point gap might be like 2 points.
And now Sven Haas is right onto the tail of Gabby Montoro once again. So If those two start squabbling, it does shrink the gap even further. Luca Alpert's now only 3 seconds back. Grid and Go still miles clear of the rest of the field in the 992 Cup class. Played this strategy out nicely. And the triple stinters, Carl, are still in front of Williams for the final step on the podium. We're still watching this fight for 8th position, but really it's all now at the front of the field as they just continue to tighten up. Less than 3 seconds back is Luca Alpert now. Gabby Montoro's hit some really rough traffic that the Acura is going to have to navigate its way through next.
Now look at the traffic he has to contend with ahead. And to be very honest, the Acura was doing some really nice laps. Last lap, a 4.39 for Luca Alpert, personal best again for the Scherer Esports Acura NSX GT3 Evo.
Picking the right time to come alive, you'd say.
Yep.
If the car is coming into its element midway through the fuel run, that is ideal. Timo Hayden has just had to head down to pit lane, unfortunately, so that might be a sign that 1 or 2 of the GT4 cars are flying close to the sun. Is Denis Grabowski going to be able to hold on to 3rd? A lap time in GT4 is about 130 seconds. And he's got 3 or 4 more laps and 7 minutes left on the clock. That was how the Falcon Sim Racing team got unceremoniously escorted off the track. Tried to go around the GT4 car, and not sure you could place any blame on anyone there. It just seemed like a bit of error between the two of them.
Yeah, I think a minor miscommunication, that's pretty much it. Nothing much you can do right there.
Unfortunately for Woods, he's still 4.5 in front of BS Plus competition, so didn't lose him 4th on the standings. So this time by, we should see 3 laps to go for your leader. 1.5 seconds back to Haase, 1.5 seconds then back to Luca Alpert. 3 cars within 3 seconds, although the one at the front, Lorenzo's going to drop back at the checkered flag.
Yeah, it's the repeat of Barcelona, right, Arjuno? We had that situation, but the one with the penalty issue was the number 2 Grid and Go Esports car. So now the hunted becomes the hunter this time. So the 33 gets the penalty, and the number 2 is going to get the win instead. But can we say get the win, because Alpert has been flying the last few laps and doing better laps in than Sven Haase, even though they are staying on traffic.
I'm hoping there will be a fight, but I'm thinking Sven might just have this under control. Remember, will be 2 more laps when they get to the line next time around. Will mean that we have done a total of 178 laps here at the Silverstone circuit, which of course just under 6 kilometers in length. That means that we have done, how many laps would that be? How many miles, I should say, kilometers? About 1,050 kilometers. So in some ways, 6 hours, Silverstone 1,000, worked out quite nicely. Callum Brandt down to pit lane, flying too close to the sun, and that was at the end of lap 22. So again, if Denis Grabowski's got 2 more laps of fuel, well, there's 4 minutes left on the clock.
I'm still would be biting my nails.
And he is on track right now, just coming through to the old turn 1. The leader in comparison is coming back around through the final corner to start what will be the penultimate lap of the race. So I think that means, no, Grabowski's got 2 more laps after this one. So, I mean, if they've done the math, they have pulled off a blinder. That is for sure. Montoro's built back up an advantage now. 3.8 seconds back to Scherer Esports. Needs to pull 1.2 seconds inside of 2 laps to try and claw back second at the end of this race.
Let me look at the track map and see if there's anything for them, because from what it looks like, I don't know if there's any traffic for them to deal with as it currently stands. There is some traffic apparently, but it's more in the way for Sven to deal with than Gabi Montoro.
Well, if Sven has to deal with them, Luca's gonna have to deal with them as well. So does that mean we don't have a fight for second? Or rather fight for the lead? Because again, remember, 5-second penalty at the head of this queue. Montoro's got 2 bits of traffic running up to Cops. You'll get past one GT4 car. I think that's the Impulse machine. And then there's a second car that's now a GT3 Ferrari that's in between the two of them. Yeah, that's Ryan van der Grit. I think this is settled at this point. I think it is going to be grid and go. It will be Scherer and then Simufy in a lap's time.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think this is all settled, as we're probably going to have the opening of the final lap of this race in about a few seconds, because we're just under 2 minutes.
Clock will strike, 2 minutes left to go, and we will see the white flag this time by. It's been another electric race, hasn't it, in the return of the 24-hour series Esports Championship, and slight mix-up in the calendar, in the scheduling, and we're here at Silverstone for the Abruzzi 6 hours as the second round after an interesting trip to Barcelona a handful of weeks ago. 3.5 odd miles left. Sven Haas has now only got 1.6 seconds back to Luca Alpert. It's closing, maybe not fast enough, but a story that Lorenzo, I'm sure, is going to be debated between these drivers hotly before we get underway for the third round of the championship at Misano in 2 weeks' time.
It's kind of like, thank God I'm not managing a team over here in this championship, even though I try, but because I wouldn't be one to be standing in the manager's room, in the driver's room after this and discussing the penalties and whatnot, because you know, there will be drivers that will always complain about something, and it's kind of like, we don't make the rules. They're gonna have to abide by the rules. If they fail to see that, it is what it is. You're gonna get penalized, and unfortunately, that's just been the case once again. A second round in a row where a penalty decides the outcome of this race.
I should say 3 weeks from today is the next round of the championship. I was thinking in the iRacing weeks, they will have 3 weeks or less than 3 to learn about any adjustments to their cars in the iRacing update that will come in just 2 days' time. Alpert tried. He got within 1.4 seconds of Haase, but it was not close enough. A story intertwined with race control decisions, much like we had in the opening round of the championship. It's grid and go and Simufy at the front, and a penalty will see second cross the line as the winner. Grid and go after the disappointment at Barcelona, on top in the 6 hours of Silverstone, brought to you by Abruzzi. Scherer Esports will grab second. Simufy will drop to third on the road. My, oh my, are these 3 championship contenders as we'll make our way to the Sunshine State for our 12-hour finale. Adrian Greiker leads the grid and go 1 and 2 in 992. This time the 901 in front of the 900. Could those be the 2 to keep our eyes on? Working through the remaining 4 rounds of the championship, and David Sobrero, Olivier Piatek got the strategy right, and the Mercedes will reign supreme for Podium Sim Racing Academy in GT4. Well, a top chance for us to catch our breaths, Lorenzo. Hopefully a chance to catch up with some of the teams and drivers as well. A thoroughly entertaining race, and now one that will see our teams and drivers off to debrief about.
Yeah, debrief is gonna be fun for us to watch, commentators, not for the drivers to be talking about, like I was saying before. But yeah, a very interesting race. I like to see the strategy elements played out in this race. I think this makes the championship very, very interesting because now it's the Grid and Go number 2 and Semi-Fi 33 are going to be like, I think, split apart by 2 or 4 points, which the marginal is just literally inexistent. So you can shift from one round to another. So I like how open this battle in the championship is for the GT3s. In the Cups, we've basically seen the cream of the crop in the Grid and Go cars. In the GT4s, like I said, for the GT3s, it's open, Arjuna. It's open season for everyone in that GT4.
Waiting for the final car to cross the line, which it officially does now before we can get you our race results. And as Sven Haase returns to the new main straight at the Silverstone circuit, of course now named the Hamilton Straight, turn that traction control off, and I'm hoping he's got some fuel to celebrate. We'll take a look at our provisional race results. I'm sure there might be a few more reports from the teams that will get inserted into the mix. Potentially as well, a couple of more penalties outside of the one that we've talked ad nauseum about. The 5 seconds penalty for Semi-Fi crossing the road up front, but being demoted to 3rd once that plays out. So Sven Haase, Dino Lombardi, Grid and Go grab the victory in front of Luca Alpert and Raphael Renhofer. A standout day for them, the only accurate in the field and really showing why they picked it, able to get the most from it. Lewis Woods 4th, even with a late race incident in front of Lucas Herrmann in the BS Plus competition BMW. Semi-Fi 2nd car was 6th with 07 Racing. Their Ferrari, the number 7 in 7th, M&J Downforce, make the pass on World Sim Racing in the closing stages for 8th, while Racing Lab Esports, powered by Ford, in 10th. 11th went the way of Daniel Sommer in the SimRC number 76. Only 2 more cars on the lead lap. 07 Racing 2nd Ferrari and the Altitude Freem number 12. 1 lap down for Maniti's 78, as well as the Lamborghini for Fastlane, the Mercedes for Impulse, the BMW for Williams Sim Racing Academy, and one of the Hyperion McLarens. The other one, 2 more laps down. 2 more laps back to find the last of the running GT3 cars, the TC Esports number 52. Then you get to the used car lot. The drivers that did not see the end: Sheza, Mag Performance, Aditus Racing, Absolute Motorsport, and Grid and Go. While yes, a great day for the number 2, not so hot for the number 1. Fastest lap also went the way of Sven Haase, as we'll round our way through the 992 results. A dominant margin for the 901. Adrian Greiker at the wheel at the end of the race in front of Roger Christensen by a full 40-odd seconds. Hendrik Augustin, a good day for Carlar. Saw lots of their fans in chat. They'll be delighted with 3rd, with Williams Sim Racing Academy entry down in 4th. Team Checkmate Wallach Group 5th, with only 9 seconds covering 3rd through 5th as they closed in the final stages. Impulse Racing 6th. Delta Sports Sim Shop in 7th with Havu Wizards Esport, and Byte 500 the rest of the top 10. 14 finishers in class. 11th for World of Racing Samantha Tan Racing Esports, Gladius Competitions, Fast Repair Motorsports, Simrace Sweden, and Ice Cold Racing by Max Sim Racing, the only DNF in class. Last but not least, it's the GT4s, where David Sobrero and Williams Sim Racing Academy, in a pretty even matchup with the Porsche for Team 75 Bernard by SimRC, and get it done on strategy. Altitude Freem do indeed make it work. 1 less pit stop than the rest of the field, while Fiercely Forward down in 4th mirrored their strategy, mirrored the success. Team 75 2nd car in 5th in front of Samantha Tan Racing Esports in the 438. Grid and Go 7th, Vulcan Fasteners in 8th, and then Delta V Racing Altitude Freem. That's the front half of the GT4 field. 11th to Pike from Beach Racing, Team Checkmate Simline in 12th with RD Simsport, Impulse Racing, and GT Unit, the last of the finishers. Arette Esports, Fury Simsport, Thomas Eng Sim Racing, Instinct Mechanic, and Zenith, your DNFs in the class. Well, I see a whole handful of drivers eager and excited to have a chat with us. Let's start with Dino Lombardi, winner in the GT3 class. And Dino, what a race, and another race where it was settled by race control in some ways. What was the last stint like in your mind, watching Sven try and close on the Simu5 Ford, but also trying to fend off the Acura that was closing down?
Hi guys, it was a very hard race from the beginning because I did a mistake during the start procedure because I didn't leave the right second gap from the safety car, so we did push all the time from the beginning, and in the first pit stop after the penalty we got a tire bug, so we lost plus another 30 seconds, 25-30 seconds, I don't know. So but it was a very, very fun race because of several overtake during all the race. Very fun battle with the Simu5. So in the end, we see the penalty got from Simu5 from a contact on a lapped car. So we keep in control during the last laps. So we basically chill for the last stint. So in the end, was a good race for us. Very good race.
Obviously, with all of those setbacks, it's clear that you guys still had a really strong car. Was there much more time to be found in the setup? How good did the car feel across of the 6-hour race?
Yeah, we did a very good job on the setup. I think we had a very solid car for all the race. A little bit slow when the rubber was less, but after 2 hours the car literally flying in the track. So I'm very happy for the work did with the guys, with my teammates. Very, very happy.
Congrats on the win, Dino. We'll see you in a couple of weeks' time for round 3 of the championship to see how things will extend. Lorenzo Bonder standing by with one half of our 992 winners with Adrian.
So I got Adrian with us, and Adrian, first of all, congratulations. But we have to talk about this performance you guys had, because it was dominant. You guys had no contenders so far. Did you guys feel that it was a relaxed race from start to finish, or you guys felt there could be some ways maybe a threat coming from Carla or from even the 900 car of your teammates in the G&G team?
Yeah, hello. Thanks, first of all. I mean, the field is very, very good. There are big names, Williams, etc. Also our 900 car. And of course, we expected like anything could happen. Also with the busy traffic was the most exhausting part. But yeah, we did a lot of practice. We put a lot of time into this because we were a little bit disappointed in ourselves, Gunonzo and I, in the last round for the P2, and Gunonzo did a hell of a job. Really extremely crazy pace, helped me a lot in the practice also. He did the most of the gap we accomplished today, and yeah, I'm very, very happy.
It's always good to be happy, man, and moving forward, because you guys in the other team in the 900, right, have been so really good with Aaron, Roger, Aaron, and Simone driving the car. Now you guys move away from known tracks and you guys get into the unknown tracks in the championship, the new ones, Misano and Mugello. Do you guys see any differentiation in how to approach the car into those 2 Italian tracks, or there isn't much difference in terms of car setup in comparison to Barcelona and what Silverstone provided to you guys?
I mean, of course, those tracks are not as popular as the first 2 ones, but I've done a lot of laps on Misano for German ADAC Carrera Cup Championship like 1 year ago. And also Mugello, I did a lot of laps, and I'm very positive for those 2 rounds.
And before I let you go, Adrian, which one do you think you're more confident with in terms of race pace and stuff?
Mugello 100%. I really like the track. Has a nice flow to it. Once you get it with the curbs, etc., it's a very, very good track. I like it.
I think a lot of drivers will say that, but nevertheless, Adrian, man, congratulations on this win. I know you guys wanted this win for quite a lot in the 901 car, and can't wait to see you in about 3 weeks' time back at the Misano.
Thank you a lot. It's also very important to me, and yeah, have a good night.
Let's also have a chat with our GT4 winners, David Sobrero, who took the Williams Sim Racing Academy machine to the line. David, it was a battle with the Porsche, with the Team 75 Bernard by Sim RC crew. It seemed as though short filling was the call. Do you think in hindsight it was the right one? Obviously you won the race, so yes.
Hello guys, hello. I just want to say it's funny because last time I was in a RaceSpot interview, it was also in Silverstone, but it was in the IVRA league with GT3, and now we're winning again, so it's good. I don't know, this race was a little bit nervous because we had the pace to always stay in front and was quite easy to manage. But at some point, the strategy between us and CMRC in the fuel was completely different. So, you know, even though we were a bit confident about what we're doing, you always get a little bit scared because in the end, in the last pit stop is where everything changes. But luckily, we still stayed with a good gap in front and was enough to secure the win.
There were some in your class that were able to go without doing a pit stop, an extra pit stop, I should say. Was that ever something you and Olivier discussed, or was the approach always to try and push a little bit more to get the speed rather than save some fuel and cut out time on pit lane?
Yeah. We planned with our engineer to avoid the last pit stop, but because in the front everyone was doing even less fuel saving than us, we had to quickly change the strategy and think about something else, which ended up working. But yeah, we were scared about people doing that, extra saving to avoid the last pit stop. But with the amount of pace we had, we were just secure that we could take the win even with an extra pit stop on the end.
Well, congratulations, David. It all worked out, even with the adjustment on the fly. We'll see you in a couple of weeks for round 3.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye, guys.
A quick chat with some of our winners. You can imagine the rest of the drivers maybe off and relaxing, maybe getting some of that celebration juice ready to go. Lorenzo, it's going to be a couple of weeks away, like we said, a build on Tuesday for all these teams, all these drivers to sink their teeth in. But 28th of September, we'll be back with the Cube Control 6 hours of Misano, as we reach the halfway mark of the championship, at least in terms of the number of events, rather than the number of hours being raced.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking forward to what these new 2 tracks that we have in the calendar will bring. Misano, I think it's going to be very crazy for you to deal with traffic, especially D992s and GT4s, given how fast flowing the track can be, especially at the back stretch. Mugello is going to be interesting as well. But looking forward to see also the implementation of the new physics for the GT4s, how that one will play out for the guys, how used it will be with the new physics and all, and also maybe a few improvements in the GT3 as well. But like we say, we have downtime. Let's relax. But there's still more action left here at RaceSpot, and shortly we're going to be coming back over here at the 24 Hours Series Esports.
We will disconnect our computers and recharge them up with that iRacing build on Tuesday. Excited for what remains a revitalized, rejuvenated 24-hour series esports championship coverage on RaceSpotTV, going all the way now into 2026. Let's shift to the schedule from that initial release, but much more action to come. On behalf of the team behind the scenes, for our producer, Mr. RaceSpot, controlling all the action, Lorenzo Bonder, Ewan O'Leary, and David Haynes, alongside myself, Arjuna Kankipati. Time to sign off from Silverstone. See you in September on September 28th for the third round of the championship.